To me, Ernest Hancock here in Phoenix, Arizona, from the BEAU Tifo Studios of Phoenix with an Ass, PhoenixPhoenix.com. All right, we're going to get another really good shoe for you today. We have, we're going to do some jackalope today. First, we got Todd Morse. He's going to go ahead and tell us about Thistle T-shirts. You know, I think we're going to do a batch with him. He's in Palm Springs over there, and we got Bob and his sons. His sons are learning to fly. Bob's a pilot. So maybe we just do some commuting since they're going to take a flight over there anyway. And say, here, how many T-shirts can you take? How many can you pick up? Maybe we can get some screens over there and so on. Todd going to hook us up because he's got, a machine. We're going to talk about the machine. We're going to talk about some of his cool ideas and where the term a buck came from. This was really interesting stuff when we were at Jackalope. We'll get to that in just a second. Mike Pastor, he's a libertarian, anarchist, jackalope. He's up there. He's been involved in the San Diego Libertarian Party for a while, ran for Congress, and then I'm an anarchist. That happens more often than you think. Hey, somebody doing this principle, they go, wait. This isn't principled. These guys are like, they're buying, and they party at Epstein's house. So we'll go ahead and bypass that and do something else. Then the third hour, Tim Pachote. Tim Pachote, economic report rep. Yeah, he missed the Epstein thing with me and Dr. Frank and Davi yesterday on talking about. There was one thing I got. Well, let's first say good morning to Todd. Todd, you there?
Yes, sir.
Hello. Are you awake?
I am.
Yeah, well, thanks for getting up. Yeah, we almost didn't have it. Yesterday, the internet was down, and it came up right before. Today, it was down. They said we're going to be till like 4 or 5 hours from now, and it was just up right in time. So I'm like, all right, cool. The Lord done wants us to talk to Todd. All right.
Yeah.
Hold on, I got to sneeze. And I have a button. Ha, ha, ha. All right. Now, the one thing that I wanted to start off right off is that in the buckskin, hold on, something's blooming. I know it. Hey Donna, are you putting bee pollen in my drinks? Are you sure? So I can tell when she misses. I'm going, I don't know, man. I'm sneezing. All right, this is. Let's see if we got pictures of it. I think I took close-ups. Let me see. There's a lot that. Okay, let me pause on that. Well, the audience is seeing, the pictures of, stuff. And what I want to do, pause. Now, tell the story of why we call $1 a buck. I thought this was interesting.
All right. But I wanted to start with your first question. You always start out with, what's the earliest thing you remember?
Oh, God. Whenever I interview people, a lot of times, I get to know them. I'm like, all right, tell me everything. What was your first memory kind of deal,
Yeah.
So Todd
we could go into that later.
Todd obviously listens.
Yeah. A buck, back in the old days, you could get a full deer buck skin for an ounce of silver or $1 of silver. And the word stuck. So the word buck comes from the buckskin of a deer.
The buckskin oven? The buckskin what?
The skin of a deer.
Okay, so you get a buck, a deer skin, an ounce of silver you put down, that's, what it was. Yeah, it's for, I guess, long enough time that buckskin's, a silver dollar. So the silver dollar became known as a buck. Well, it's it's worth a buck, so you don't have to carry a buckskin around, wrapped around your waist. You got, you always get it with a silver dollar. So that's why a dollar eventually became, just known as how many bucks or a buck or something like that. So I thought that was interesting. So what he did is the insignia that's on there. You see, I'll read it to you. It says, "In God We Trust." You developed a jackalope graphic, that he put on there, and it's series 20. Let's say 2018 or 19. I can't read it. Really small.
Did Bob bring you your gift package?
Yeah, I'm sitting here looking at it. I'm blind,
cool.
man. God, man, But yeah, he
Cool.
just dropped it off. This.
You left, and I was all, what?
Yeah, I got a bunch of stuff, and I left the bag there.
Yeah.
This skin. Donna got me a magnifying glass. See, that was so nice of you. Yep, Series 2019. It says this skin is legal tender for all debts, public and private. But this will do. Okay, so it's interesting. I can see how, something of value and, worth something could be, currency. It's just that, precious metals are small and you put it in a little purse or something like that. And I got 192 of 231. Oh, so you did 231 of these and you numbered them. How did you make that image? Is that screened or what?
Yeah, that's screen print. I spent a lot of years in the screen printing industry. I had done leather belts for companies and wallets and vinyl, and yeah, I did a lot of that in my past.
We talked to Nova yesterday. He's going to come to the party Friday. Are you going to be able to make it over?
I hit up a buddy that would be able to get me there, but it's his birthday weekend, and I don't know if that's going to happen.
Well, that's too bad. But
John
Bones. He's been works in leather. So Davi sent him a bunch of our art for our pirate stuff last night, and he looked at it and he goes, "Yeah, that's easy." And I'm like, "Okay, well, we'll see." So he's going to come visit Friday for the party, and Jordan Page is going to play, and we got Nova's going to play his flute. He sent me some MP3s. I did not know that he played at the Wyndham up at Sedona for years. So the boy's got skills, so that's cool. Did you get to spend time with him?
I did. He made me breakfast one morning. It was rad. Made some bacon for my dogs, and I didn't know his story. I didn't know that he walked across the country 3 times and all that. But I was yesterday listening to him. I'm all, what? you didn't bring that up. But anyways, I spent a little bit of time with him, and I brought all the scrap leather because when I cut these out, there's a lot of pieces left over. And I was hoping to do like a workshop for the kids and have them start making little satchels or medicine bags to go around the bottles that I brought. But that didn't work out, so I gave him all the leather that I had left because we didn't have the room to bring it home.
Well, that's cool. This is, we can go to SAS, a remnant place, and see if we can get some more, leather pieces. Okay, now tell me about the bottles. Now, that has the goat horn thorns or something, and it has gold and silver thorns inside the bottle. What was your mindset there?
I was hoping to see my prices on all my stuff was set.
Let's not do it now. They'll, won't be able to hear. When we come back, he had, all these he had a whole thing worked up in his head on the value of things and how you would trade and what implements you would use in an anarchist society if he had a thing going on. So we'll talk about it. Todd's been a good friend for a long time. He's does a lot of interesting designs in T-shirts. We'll be right
From
back.
the first letter of Dr. Idris Barber. I've healed many landlubbers, but could have healed countless more if they were willing to break the law to preserve themselves. The Crown required that I obey leeching privateers who didn't share my oath to do no harm. I was forbidden from discussing the treatments I knew patients needed. The Crown claims to protect landlubbers from bankrupting medical expenses, but only seduces them into begging for relief, while privateers monopolize the management of chronic illness. This royal alliance has constructed a medical hegemony that denies science, discredits alternative remedies, and mandates unwanted treatments, while callously ignoring the victims dying on waiting lists. They have produced a society increasingly addicted, impoverished, diseased, and suicidal. My conscientious objections and medical ambitions required not only seeing this cage, but leaving it. That's why I raised my black banner. Among pirates, the Crown's tantrums are irrelevant. You own your body without qualification. Open ocean medicine enables healers and customers to build a relationship of mutual consent. Prices decrease, quality increases, and physicians become as accessible as barbers. Customers determine their own medical care, whether that's experimental treatments, prohibited plants, controversial procedures, bootleg pharmaceuticals, or even the right to die. Any system of command and control is rejected. In time, artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, genetic engineering, and cybernetic prosthetics could take the human condition beyond our imagination. Medical augmentation could eliminate aging, enhance intelligence, and erase our fundamental physical limitations. With the crown in our wake and the individual at the helm, we are free to pursue an unfettered life. Need decentralized solutions to centralized problems? Join the conversation at pirateswithoutborders.com.
Hi, I'm Derek J. The new 4th edition of Healing Our World, The Compassion of Libertarianism will take your understanding of liberty to a deeper level and has over 1,300...
Yeah, Davi is in there. He's going to get up in a little bit. He'll probably be here in the last half hour. We'll talk about some stuff, but we'll get through introduction to you first. The screen that you have for making these bucks... you got two things here. One, you got a year on it. For the money, probably, not a bad idea. For the shirts, I never put a date on it unless, one thing, okay, all right, here's the deal. Barry Hess here, he wants to go to Area 51 and sell shirts in the worst way. And I'm like, man, that's like work. You got to put a bunch up, yada, 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 yada. So if he were to come up with some seed cash and everything for you and a ride and all that, are you willing to work with Barry on, go selling a bunch of T-shirts at Area 51?
I don't know if I'd go, but I'd definitely do the shirts for him.
Yeah, we'll talk about that a little bit. He's taking.
I'm pretty sure I met him there a couple times.
Yeah, he's tall, slender, governor-running guy.
Yeah, I remember him.
He was just, man, thought I'd just jump all over. I'm going, look, all I see is a bunch of work, and then, it's just like with Jackalope. You think there's going to be a lot of people. You think you might be able to just park anywhere. You think they're not going to Hellfire missile shoot, arrest you. You think that, but, there's always shit happens, So... Yeah. I don't know. That's going to be a crowd. That's going to be a festival. That's going to be a party, so I'm just, but see, you don't know, you take a risk and crap happens, this is, and, we have Tiger right now working. I think we're back. Hold on.
Roads? It's the Ernest Hancock Show. Where we're going, there aren't any roads.
All right, that's what we talked to Todd about it before, and we needed to, how's your website? Do you even have a website now, or are you doing everything on festival? How are you doing that?
No, I don't have a website.
Well, this is what we're going to do. Tiger is working on stuff while Davi and I are here. I got a contract out with him for a month to freaking get some stuff done. Derek is at ANCOM, some anarchist festival back in Virginia or something that he's hanging out at. So he's going to be worthless for a week or two, unless there's an emergency or something. But what we want to do is I want to get you a page. We've known you a long time. You got a lot of interesting stuff, but without a web page, it's just going to be difficult to help. So what we're going to go ahead and do, there's you and a couple other people. I think we're going to try and set up some kind of standard T-shirt or marketing something, and get you one. What I need you to do is send me a URL or domain that you would like or you have. Do you have a name or a domain that you'd like?
I do have one in mind. I'd have to do that. Yeah.
Well, we can check it, or you can do it through Derek. It's just like, usually I just go, and today. But he's just busy doing he's walkabout with his family and his big giant Greyhound RV that he got. And
He got a different one? He's not in the ambulance anymore?
The ambulance brakes went out on his way back from here in about Albuquerque. So they stopped, and they had to work on that, do it while they were there, out in the desert sitting there for like 15 years, is sitting this Greyhound bus that had like $250,000 put into it. It's just all oak and great and wonderful and already ready to RV. But what happened is when they did the conversion, they had the wrong transmission in, or they didn't have the right radiator to keep. Anyway, it would overheat in the summer. And they just could not stop it from overheating. So he went ahead and bought it for a ridiculous $5,000 and then spent maybe $10,000 on it. Him and Jay Noon, they redid some stuff and, air scoops and added kind of whatever and fixed that problem. And then just kind of been maintenance, this and that, new tire and whatever. And the thing is coming out pip. So he, of course, like he did the ambulance, all his electrical stuff and water stuff and this stuff and stuff. He just moved it all into the Greyhound, and now he's got a mobile home. But and he's got big enough area. He's got a warehouse now that he can park it at. So it's just been amazing. He has probably 200-gallon tank or 300. It was ridiculous under the. It's a Greyhound bus, so it has that under luggage thing, and he put one of those big tanks, shorter one that goes down in there. Well, how much water you got? And he opens it and you go, I think you got enough. I mean, it's one of those deals. And so he's just done. Oh, and the other thing is we've been looking for pirate boxes, all our components and different things that were electronics and stuff that we're making, for communication and whatever. It's a long story. But I can't get the boxes the right size or quality I need. He had laser cut the plywood stuff to make all these different boxes to customize for his electronic. I go, why didn't you say that? We could do that. So we're just ready to order us I think it's a 40-watt laser or whatever thing. They're only like $300. You get it and boom, you can cut out anything you want. And I go, man, I'm all over this stuff. So we're working on a lot of things. The artwork that you do, that we see in a lot of this stuff, you're always kind of elaborate, a little bit of script. It's always got like a trim around it. It's like I'm looking at a dollar bill or something, like you're engraving or etching, at where I go, like I'm one swoosh. I'm like a Nike swoosh guy, boom, done. It's maybe a slogan or something. What's your experience in doing the art, and how long you been doing this? And is that your style, kind of elaborate things? Because the first T-shirts that I ever saw from you, it's like you have to have them explained.
Yeah, my father was a sign painter. He went to the Art Institute of Seattle, and I started painting signs when I was 7 years old. He would do the outline, and I would fill in the insides, and then I was all into comic books when I was a kid and admired the artists. And me and my brother's a full-time artist, actually. And I was all into the fashion and the skateboarding, and you would see these lines come out of nowhere that would just overnight just be these huge conglomerates. And I wanted to try and do the same thing. But anyways, yeah, I draw all my own shirts and go on, either Illustrator or Photoshop.
So you're just waiting for that one, you got the capacity with that one design to go, and then boom. Well, we got some pirate stuff that, I'd rather you do it than me do it, because, man, it's it's time consuming and pain in my butt. I mean, we can get it done pretty cheap, and that's the only reason why we do it, but I'd rather not and share the wealth. But one of the things on the Jackalope Fest shirt that you did this year, you have I guess it's a Christian cross there. What was the reasoning behind that? It just felt like it?
That's the little T between your ears. No, that was what the logo the original logo that I took and made into that logo had. So I didn't want to change it.
Okay.
And,
No, it's symmetrical. Looks cool. And,
Yeah.
I'm sure a lot of people liked it. You got rid of how many shirts? I mean, you sold what?
I don't know the exact number, but I did get rid of. I almost made my money back.
Hey, whoa! He almost made his money. A successful festival when you make your money back. Is that what you consider success, Davi, a lot of times? Yay, I made my money back.
Oh, yeah, for sure. If I cover,
Hey, good
like,
morning,
hotel... Morning.
Yeah, Davi just got up. Well, we went into the break talking about your goat head thing. Give us that deal real quick.
Well, when I was a little kid, I think I was like 6 or 7. Those used to grow around my house, and my little sister accidentally stepped on those.
A thistle?
And what's that?
Stepped
No,
on... the little bottles?
No, the thing in
little-
there, the goat head thorn.
Oh.
You know
My,
what I'm
I
talking
know
about?
these things, yeah.
Yeah, no, they're killers.
I used to
man.
hit these with my bike all the time.
My sister stepped on a bunch, and she wouldn't let me pull them out. And she started freaking out and jumping up and down and just pounding them into her feet. And I'm like, stop. And anyways, we pretty much eradicated them on my father's property here. They don't grow, but all around town, they're just like lawns on the side of the road. And I'm always letting people know to get rid of them. Anyways, I've always thought, you hear about people trying to make gold and silver coins and they get arrested, and I was thinking if we could get some rich Bitcoin guy to donate some silver and gold, we could make those for real in a card or something and have a medium of exchange that, a gram of silver is like 50 cents, that's nothing. And a gram of gold is like $45. And that's something, and anyways, it's just a thought, and I decided to do it for Jackalope.
But why the because they're sharp, because I ain't putting this in my pocket.
Yeah. I just because they've been
kind of a sentimental thing. You just wanted to give them some props.
Yeah.
All right, it's cool. Well, I tell you, that's one thing about these.
I feel like it needs a "Don't Tread on Me" adaptation.
Ooh.
Oh, I thought about that one too. I almost did a flag with those on there, but
don't tread on. See, Davi's got it all hooked up, man. Don't tread on. See, I'm wondering. I'm going. Who would
That's like
want
yesterday. Davi said, "You need the jack boots," and I thought of that too. A couple weeks before the deal.
So
go.
it's like security. We got jack boots. The jack boots. That'd be good. We got law enforcement up at the jack boots. Yeah, which you could use sometimes. All right, when we come back, I'm glad we got this. See, the thing is I thought it was kind of cool, but I'm going, it has to have a message or any kind of practical use with a smart, sharp thing like this. I'm not. Yeah, it'd have to be in a something.
Police
well, that's the thing is you could stash those in the bottom of your shoe and get across the border. You know what I mean?
No, what?
Because they have value. He wants them the silver or gold coated. They have different.
Oh,
values.
okay. I see. So you're making like little precious metal cattle drop things.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if I want to, throw them behind me and, and the tires go out. That's expensive, man. But yeah, no, it's cool. You're always creative. Got some your mind, watching your mind function is always interesting. Which is why I've been supportive of a lot of. I can see a lot of talent and a lot of neurons firing. All of a sudden you hit on something. It's all about time and pressure. If you keep the Shawshank Redemption stuff, if you keep the pressure on, for a long enough period of time, sooner or later something gives. It just does. You got Don't Trade on Me flag behind him right there. We got rotating pictures for you.
Oh, hey, I know this guy.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Yeah. Good.
I just saw your face in the slideshow. Now I get you. I got no.
Okay. Here's the buck. You missed that part.
Whoa! Does it stop here?
No. A buckskin was 1 ounce of silver. That's why $1 is called a buck.
The skin is illegal tender.
So he had a bunch of those, like a few hundred of those up there and everything, so you had to have one. I mean, it's just cool. And then what I told Todd that we'd do is Tiger, one of the projects while he's doing this is create a website. Yeah, you can throw him. Create a website, for him and there's some other guys that, Nova. Nova needs to get a website. So we're trying to do something standard, quickly, down and dirty, whatever, maybe a little bit of art. And Todd's got plenty of art. And then he wants to load up his T-shirts and so on. Now, Tiger may be able to replicate our marketplace.
Okay.
So that they got a thing. And then, so we need to have something, because Pirates, of course, and Freedom's Phoenix, we can open it up to a lot of stuff. We have a marketplace there. But Pirates is kind of, it's a pirate-themed thing. But I need to have, a site that we can send to different shops. And I told Tiger how to do it that way, that there's a shop, but then it has all these other shops, and you go straight to that, because Freedom's Phoenix, you go here, Pirates, you go there, Thistle, you go there, whatever, you go there. So we have a marketplace. It's just the way it's structured I'd like to redo, because we tried to put it all at one thing, but then we're managing everybody's stuff, I don't do that. All right, hold on. Yeah, welcome back. Going along, we're yakking it. Davi, Todd, and I. Over the years, we accumulate, talent. There's a lot of, that's, and I know they think they, Todd was talking, he's like, yeah, man, you guys got a lot of talent. There's Davi there, and you had Luke there, and we're all creating content, and I'm going, it's harder than you think. It's, you want to, if it kicks, it kicks. But you have, like, Luke, it kicked, and now they're kicking the crap out of him. He ain't making no money no more on YouTube. So he's doing whatever he's doing, got some subscribers and so on. But all these content providers, the internet has targeted us all. It is amazing. I see it in the traffic. See, my traffic numbers go down, but my traffic goes up. Like I have more page views, but my Alexa ranking or whatever ranking of the rankings of the guys is going down. And I'm going, how are they measuring? It doesn't matter. They just do whatever the hell they want to do. Because the Alexa ranking, which is Amazon, they use that number as a page ranking or something, popularity of allowed to or in the club of something for other ranking services also. And we've known this for a long time. And they give you a classification, and it was in the category, which we were like an aggregator in 2005. What the hell's an aggregator? Because I could see, freedom's of perspective. And when we did that, we were at 8 point or 9, whatever. We were up there. Now they keep moving it down. We're at a 4 ranking now. Mm-hmm. And that has something to do with relevance or some subjective thing that they can do to control traffic. And I just ignore them. I don't care. I like to have the freedom, not be conforming to them, but to find nonconformists like Todd. Todd is not a conformist. Well, what he does have is he has a new T-shirt machine, which was an old machine that you refurbed and got, and they paid you to haul it off or something. Tell me that story, Todd.
That's a pretty long story. Back in I was running a screen print outfit down in Huntington Beach, and I took an employee in as a partner, and anyways, I had a big job, and it all had to be done through, the holiday weekend, through Christmas and New Year's, and I needed some ink, and I call it the Shirt Shack, a place to go get shirts, and they print, and they have big old 55-gallon drums of ink, and I said, hey, can you break me off a gallon? And they're like, we can't do that, but I tell you where you can get the ink. Anyways, long story short is I found a guy that had a press for sale, and me and my partner bought this press, and you have to hire a mechanic to set it up. And the mechanic came and told us about this guy, Alex, that invented M&R. M&R is like the Ford or Chevy of the industry. And he sold it. He sold M&R for $60 million and signed a disclosure he'd never make round presses ever again. But being an engineer that he was, he started making them go horizontally, kind of like a bike chain thing. And anyways, long story short is I have one in my possession and have a couple other skeletons that I can put together.
Well, how many shirts can you do? How fast? Give me the capability. How pretty is it? What?
You can print 1,000 shirts an hour.
What? Did you hear that?
That's nuts.
1,000 shirts an hour. How do you even? Is it how fast you can load the shirt onto the thing or something?
Yes, sir. With other equipment, not this one, it's probably not as fast, but there's other people that have set records at 1,800 shirts an hour.
Oh my God! How big is this thing?
This one's 25 feet long and 5 feet wide and about 5 feet high.
Well, where do you have it?
I just have it wrapped up right now. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
How did you make these other shirts? Just by hand?
I have an actual manual press that I just use, like yours.
I like that one.
Garage.
Yeah. No. Well, I tell you what we need. God, we don't need no 1,000-hour press job. Holy crap! You know?
Oh yeah, we do.
Okay. Well, I'd like to. Yeah. You get
maybe
me.
Maybe not today, but someday.
All right. Well, we'll all of a sudden somebody will make the order from, Macy's, and we'll go. Okay. I tell you, that almost happened. Okay. Let me tell you what happened. The Lovolution logo, somebody did. One of the girls here, they had a black V-neck kind of women's shirt, kind of show off their boobs or something, and they had the Revolution in rhinestones. It was like crystal diamond color, the letters, except for the love was in red rhinestones. And they were at the Scottsdale Mall, and they went through Nordstrom's or something, and one of the buyers saw it, and they go, "Oh hell yeah, we need to buy. I love that. God, woo, that logo. We need to go. We'll go buy and fill all the stores and do it." And they did some research, and they go, "Hey, this is a political candidate." So they were like, "Whoa! We're definitely not helping that Ron Paul thing." But they thought that was the coolest thing ever, and I'm thinking that that logo in rhinestones. I mean, it was they wanted it in Nordstrom's.
Yeah.
So I'm going. Sometimes it hits, and the other thing is that it's they want trademark all the time and so on, and I don't, so I don't care. They want to buy it. Even Ron Paul, when he did his book, he didn't put the Lovolution logo on his first book because the publisher didn't have somebody they could buy it from or something. The trademark. Quit making noise, man. Okay, the when you put on here trademark, or trademark on your stuff, what's your idea about trademark? I'm not a big IP fan. What's your deal?
It is what it is. I just, it
was just extra ink. You just put it on there because you thought you were supposed to.
Which one were you talking about?
I think it was on the shirt. Let me see. It's got. I saw some. Where is it on here? Trade. Oh, is it the bottle? I don't know. Thought I saw it.
Yeah, I didn't think I put anything on the jackalope.
Yeah, I don't think you did. I think it was the other one. Oh, and you signed, in the Buck thing, you got your signature on there. Ah, okay.
Uh-huh.
But you're the Buck man. Be careful, you get nicknames that way. Well, What we're going to do is we're going to look at some of the design. The one that I like, the above the grid, that is the one we get the most calls for. But what we did, Todd, is if you look at it, we did the screen sideways so that it kind of bleeds out on the sleeves. The rays kind of do that. But it's not for automation. And you got to go one swipe. So you have to have the screen a little bit less dense, a little bit more open, so it does enough ink. Because if you go to the next stage, or you infrared dry it and try and do another, it moves. It doesn't stick. The shirt doesn't stay in place. You only get one swipe at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how we do. We have to redesign it, but I like it the way it is. I mean, that's what gives it its unique look. But we'll see if we can work that out. Is there any time that you can get over and work with us in the next week or two?
Let me try and figure that out.
Well, let me know. Give me. I don't want you to come over and then we're off doing something. But let me know and we can get head down and plow. But I did want to make use of your efforts, and it was just cool because Palm Springs is not that far away, certainly by plane.
I just want to I was born in Palm Springs, but I don't live in Palm Springs. I live in Anza.
Yeah, but you can go to Palm Springs and pick up and deliver some shirts at the airport, right?
Yeah, and there's also an airport up here in Anza, too.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. Because Bob has two sons. They're 15 and 16. And they've been taking flight lessons and so on. He's a pilot. He just wants to get his kids their pilot's license before they get their license, because he can. So they're all cool into that. Well, they were planning on going there anyway. I go, look, at 15 years old, boy, Danny, I go, you can say I've been a commercial pilot since I was 15.
From the second letter of Captain Mark. Any pirate knows that commerce is communication. Markets condense oceans of information into a single price. Innovations in communication are circumventing the scrutiny of the Crown. This signals a change in the coin of the realm. The Crown uses digital currency to surveil, censor, seize, and destroy wealth at will, so pirate currency must protect us from this weaponized money. We need to move funds further, faster, cheaper, and without third-party observation, basing decisions on an accelerating flow of information. So pirates require nearly instantaneous transactions with no arbitrary limits on volume or artificial influences on fees. Most importantly, a pirate currency must preclude centralization. Otherwise, it will become another link in our chain to the Crown. A superior currency will result in the obsolescence of the coin of the realm and the extinction of the Crown itself. Trade above the grid. Join us at pirateswithoutborders.com.
Free speech is protected on the internet, right? Not always. Government agencies try to limit free speech and commerce on the net. Luckily, when they do, the Institute for Justice is there to defend your First Amendment right to free speech. IJ helped set the first federal precedent for internet free speech in 1999, and ever since has worked to prevent unconstitutional roadblocks in cyberspace. Visit our website today at ij.org.
LRN.FM now has a Discord. Discord is a free text and voice chat platform, and we now have our own server with a bunch of channels at discord.lrn.fm. You can join other listeners as they chat about various things during our live shows, or anytime, day or night. Discord software is available cross-platform, so you can have it on whatever device you want and take your chats anywhere. Join our Discord at discord.lrn.fm. That's discord.lrn.fm. Bitcoin.com has launched a trading platform at local.bitcoin.com, allowing you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash via dozens of payment methods like PayPal, Venmo, bank deposit, remittances, or meeting in person with cash. There are no ID requirements to sign up for and use the site, and all communications between buyers and sellers are encrypted. Finally, a global trading platform that respects your privacy. Visit local.bitcoin.com to get started trading Bitcoin Cash. local.bitcoin.com. The LRN.FM's social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon, the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it.
We have some good news. The indictments against Ross Ulbricht in the District of Maryland were dismissed with prejudice, meaning they can never be refiled. This is especially good because those indictments contain the only charge ever made that Ross engaged in murder for hire. This was a serious allegation that Ross Ulbricht denies. It was never prosecuted or ruled on by a jury, but was trumpeted by the federal government and the media as if it were proven fact. The Maryland court held these indictments for almost 5 years, poisoning Ross's case and leaving him under a cloud of unproven allegations. As explained in Ross's appeal to the Supreme Court, the fact that the judge used these allegations to give Ross a draconian sentence of double life without parole violated his Sixth Amendment right to a jury trial. Judges are required to issue sentences based on convictions decided by a jury, not unproven allegations never even charged at trial. Although this is a positive development, the dropped indictment will not set Ross free. Now, a presidential pardon is Ross's only hope of freedom. Sign the petition at freeross.org. freeross.org.
You can sign up to receive the latest about the Liberty Radio Network via our email updates at updates.lrn.fm. That's updates.lrn.fm.
Freedom is the answer. What's the question?
I want to break free.
You're listening to Ernest Hancock.
I want to break free. To break free from your life.
Uncovering secrets, exposing lies. You know, it's one thing. Davi last night, he was doing, comparison of the dead Epstein body versus his and kind of the left and right side. And we need to kind of and we'll talk about that later. But I tell you, he sent the email to me to put up and everything. It doesn't make it. I don't see it. It never came.
I posted it on Facebook, and for some reason, nobody's seen it.
I'm going, oh, it's a Christchurch thing. It's the internet. Screw these bastards, man. I mean, everything I've been saying.
I don't know how they could keep you from getting it in an email. Like, that's a direct packet.
Because. I don't even need to know how.
Maybe it's in your spam. Maybe it got put in a spam filter.
Todd, do you think they would mess with the internet? Do you think they do that?
No, I'm not saying I don't think.
Ask it, Todd.
Okay.
I have no other idea.
Well, how much? Well, you're not a big internet guy, are you? How do you make your contacts?
Yeah, I'm not really a big internet guy, but I tried and everything fell apart. Anyways.
All right, well, we're going to hook you up and get you this one thing. A lot of the times, you get inspired. People like your stuff. They see and they go, hey, I want to go. Well, where is he? You know what I mean? You want to know what the problem is. I tell you what the problem is. Where's your stuff? I can go get it and push button, gimme. So we're going to hook you up, all right?
All right.
All right, so we're going to get that done. I'm going to talk to Tiger about it today. I don't want to distract him from some other stuff that he's doing because it'll be another day of whatever. But he's going to
try and get out. If I try and get out there Friday, would it be possible to get started on something? I could get some money to go and come back and whatnot.
Well, how much you need to get here and go? I don't know. I mean, what you're going to have? I don't know what you'd sell. I mean, I have no idea. Usually, when Jordan comes, we'll have at least 50 to 150 people. He's going to have a concert here because a lot of times I don't really promote. We're going to have a party, and I don't want to overwhelm Donna too much, and we just put it up, and 50 people show up, and we're good. But when Jordan comes, I go, all right, well, it's going to be a thing. So she has to go around. Did you go to the neighbors and stuff and get? Were there any of them coming?
These guys probably will.
Okay, cool. All right. So she goes around, and passes out this stuff to the neighbors. Hey, we're going to be partying over here. FYI, you might want to go out or come over. So there may be a lot of people, but see, I say that to Todd. You get all excited. You'll make $400 worth of stuff. And
No. I was just, you were talking about doing your shirts, and if I could get the screens and.
Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah. That'd be worth it. Well, I tell you what. Well, how much you need to make it over here and go back? Well, you don't have a car.
I'd have to figure that out.
Well, let me know. Let me know. If
right.
you can get out here and back and not be a major thing, because it's not worth you spending so much and not get, but, for the savings of, we were kind of thinking it'd be cool to have the boys be able to do some commercial flying of, that's why we were doing that. It's just an excuse to fly out there and do it. But, we can get the stuff. First thing, I want to get you your page, though. This is something that you've been missing for years. You're doing that. You just always, doing stuff, adding to and being cool and stuff. But I'm going, look, man, it doesn't do you any good if you make support and friends and they go, where'd you get that shirt? Oh, it was in, and it's nowhere. That's the problem, okay? So I'm going to hook you up this time. Now, one of the benefits, what I was thinking, if you came, Tiger will be there, and you guys go in, and 15 minutes later, you'd be done, So we could, but I'll work on that today. Donna, email Tiger, tell him I need 2 web pages created just as a template, for, item sales. And I want to talk to him about incorporating it into the marketplace or duplicating its features. So we'll go ahead and do that today. Okay?
All right.
I'm
kind of.
Ain't no
my
kind of
inventory.
nothing. Ain't nope.
No.
I'm going to do it. You customize and change and do whatever the hell you need. Yeah, but I don't care. Just blah, 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 blah. It never gets done. I just do it. Ernie Button.
Yep.
All right. Say yes. You may help. Because I like Todd. Todd does a lot of creative. We want to make sure he stays added to the crew because there's so much capacity that we have. It's just that it's never enough to sustain someone's livelihood. That's what they go, well, I'd love to make money doing freedom. And I go, so would I. We have a lot of things that we do just to get it. But it's subscribers. It's sponsors, it's patrons, it's help, that want us to keep doing it. I want you to keep doing it, but you don't make a way for me to regularly be able to support you or send people or have banner ads to go and get stuff. Without that, don't sit there, wonder why you're not getting sales because you don't have a web page, okay? So we'll go ahead and get you started on, because Davi and I, we do the screening and we have, and that's just pain in the butt, especially when it's hot. But you're up in the mountains, aren't you? It's a little bit cooler?
Yes, I am. Yep.
Well, what's the temperatures up?
4,500 feet. It gets hot, but not as hot as down in the Coachella Valley. It's 10, 15 degrees cooler than
that's cool.
100.
That's not nothing.
Yeah. Well, we're able to do a couple of hundred a day, not 1,000 an hour, but we're able to do. How many shirts a day could you do?
In my prime, I don't know, but I can do a couple hundred a day.
Yeah, that's not that big a deal. And then, do you have a multi-head?
Yeah, I have 6 colors.
Yeah.
So he has something just like ours over there. All right. Well, we're working on it. We're, Davi and I we got, big long list of crap we got to do. But, by the time he goes, I promise you, Todd, I'll get you set up and something, you're going, I told you I'd get you at least 3 months of, it's probably not going to cost that much anyway. We do it through Derek and such and set everything up, get a site and all that. I mean, it's not free, but I'm willing to put it in, just to, see, I'm not responsible for your profit, but I can, help you. And a lot of times it's because I want to keep it in the money in the community, and I'd rather you do it than me paying somebody else, especially if I don't have time to do it. And we got a lot of times we'll go to different functions, and Davi and I are making, hundreds of shirts and it's just, it's a thing. And then, we just shipped a whole bunch to, Jay and them, we had a bunch of shirts. It was hundreds, that we did. And how's the popularity of your Satoshi shirt that you did?
Not really. I mean, I put them out at Scares That Care, but I think it's just a design that a general audience doesn't understand.
So it's kind of like a
you got to be a Bitcoin person to get it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of this stuff. Some of it's just cool, and some of it's. I tell you, the simple skull design that we have is kind of like the wire look on the front of the Precariat. Yeah. That design, a little Captain Mark on the pout, that is the most popular at the schools, the high schools, and the kid. Anybody that gets that, man, they love that shirt. They gotta be pirate, So I'm thinking we're gonna go simple with some pirate stuff, and then we got some other ideas with the Wi-Fi pirate box.
Yeah,
we're gonna rock some. This is like a national thing. This is whether it goes national, but it's going to get a lot of national attention. There's just little things that I just know. So we'll do that. Maybe we can hook up some kind of T-shirt thing to go with that. But I'm glad you're there, Todd. Things going all right with you? You getting by?
I'm getting by. I was pretty stoked to get all jazzed up for the jackalope. It was to feel the inspiration and I gotta get this done. It was pretty fun. I liked it.
Well, there was only, I don't know, 100, 120 at the peak or so. How many people were at Jackalope, you think?
Yeah, maybe less than that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was about, it wasn't getting past, because it was drawn out over 2 weeks. It was not, that's one of the things you want to, peak it. It's kind of, look, man, it's this weekend. But, it was enough.
didn't really promote it as much as we could, and I'm afraid to, because you're in the man's forest, you know? So, we'll see. Yeah, I'm supposed to have an event. But it's good talking to you. Hold on a second, Todd. I want to talk to you a little bit. But in next hour, that's Todd Morse. You know, Thistle T-shirts. We're going to try and get, because he has capacity, he has talent, he has skill, he has quality. You know, it's just, and he has time. So we're going to go, all right, you know, it's just that it's kind of out in the desert and mountains between L.A., Phoenix, in this, you know, dead zone out there, kind of, but we'll work it out because we got airplanes and stuff, you know, so we'll take care of it. We'll work it out. We're going to get them all set up, make it easier for us to make use of them because we can. Maybe we can help you too. Come to the party Friday. Jordan Page
is spreading the mess.
Okay, that's what we're going to go ahead and do. Is I'll get with Tiger and we'll get this done. But I'm telling you, man, there are certain things you got to do. It's not just making quality stuff. It's like, you know, they know you got it and then be able to get it.
Yeah, that's kind of my situation now. It's my inventory is low, and I need to get something going to get me up and going again. So,
well, we'll see. We can, you know, I can do it a little bit. I got a little bit of money I can budget for the shirts. One less thing I got to do. But then we got the screens and all that. Where do you do your screen burns? You got to go to town to do it?
I do that.
You got your own emulsion and screen burning? How are you burning them? Yeah, just sun?
I'll teach you. It's easy.
Well, we did it with honey and the sun.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I never used honey before.
Because it's water soluble. I tried that one time. It worked awesome.
Huh.
I mean, what else do you do? You know, I mean, there's probably some adhesive or something or whatever, but it was just a pain in the ass.
Did you go with Thistle as a name because of the Scottish sort of legend, or why did you go with Thistle?
I had my first brand was called Satchel, and then I heard that I heard that the band was called Satchel. I'm like, oh, they stole my name, and me and my friend were walking on my father's property, and I saw this flower, and I remember taking pictures of it as a little kid, and I asked my friend, do you know what those are called? And he said Thistle, and Thistle Satchel kind of sounded the same, and
sure.
I saw the logo in it that I could draw, and I wanted something that didn't mean anything, you know, like,
okay.
I didn't want, like...
It's like the porcupine of the plant kingdom.
Yeah, it's like, I didn't want, like, I'm the coolest, or 187, or some, like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, because you're a skateboarder guy. Yeah.
I didn't want something, I wanted something that wasn't anything to...
The Thistle, you're talking about the one with the purple flower?
Yeah, it's like a little bundle of spikes with a little tuft of purple on it.
And then,
then lots of thorns.
The plume dries out and flies in the air, and I've seen them flying by sometimes. And
they've got the reverse barbs on them too. They're like microscopic reverse barbs. So if you get pricked with them, sometimes you'll end up with these slivers that keep going in.
Yeah. Yep. And I've seen videos where they get ran over by lawnmowers and they just pop back up. Like, what?
Yeah.
Yep.
There's this story from Scotland. They're like the national flower of Scotland, and they say that it's because in the Viking period, when Vikings used to raid coastal villages, they always used speed as their primary defense or whatever. Like they'd run up on land and your village is on fire before you got your pants on. And when the Vikings came to Scotland, they inadvertently sort of docked their ships in a nest of thistles, and so the villagers heard them coming because they were all stepping and yelping in all the thistles. And so Scotland made the thistles the national flower because it sort of defended them from the Vikings.
Yeah, I've heard that.
See, you got that going for you, Todd.
Yeah. It's also the Shroud of Turin.
That it's a thistle?
The crown that...
Oh, yeah.
You know, Jesus had on...
Yeah, people use it for that symbol, too.
That's right. I didn't know that. All right. Yeah, man. You know, so... All right. Well, we'll do our part. You know, what I said we'll do. We'll get it taken care of. But it's going to be up to you to promote and kind of do and share and put on and whatever, you know?
Yeah. I appreciate that.
All right, cool.
Well, we'll have it on.
Yeah, we'll have it done, within a week. You know, I'll talk to him today.
I wanted to also, my town's been being raided. Mike's probably going to go into it. He told me, I talked to him yesterday, but heavy-handed hammer's been thrown down in my town for the grows around here.
Well, they're raiding them for what? Just because they can, or they're doing it illegally, or what?
I think there's permits, and you're allowed so many, but they're going way over, and they came down and cracked down, and I think that's what Mike's going to be talking about.
Oh, he is in excess of his permitted plant production?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, well, maybe something to talk about. All right, thanks for coming on, Todd. We'll talk to you later, man.
All right. You guys have a great day.
Yeah, hey, nice hearing from you.
All right.
Finer for the attack that occurred at the Mineral County Fair and Rodeo. Taylor Hennick, a rodeo attendee, said she had just paused for the national anthem before hearing a sudden pop and then noticed a child bleeding out of his ears, seizing on the ground. As outraged bystanders quickly began surrounding Brockway, the man attempted to justify the assault by saying that, quote, the boy was disrespecting the national anthem by wearing this hat, end quote.
Just gave him a concussion.
The boy was airlifted for hospital treatment in Washington,
well, how old was he?
where he received treatment for temporal skull fractures. The rapid and dangerous decline of the insect population in...
I'm sorry, what? How old was the kid?
He was I think he was 12.
What?
Yeah, it's just some kid wearing a hat, and then like some stranger in the crowd is like, "Don't disrespect my flag," and clubbed him over the head. Didn't even say anything to him.
Okay, a 12-year-old wearing a MAGA hat. Was a MAGA hat or something?
No, it was just he was
Great
wearing
Again?
a hat. He was the national anthem was going on, and he didn't take off his hat.
It was a hat.
And the MAGA guy is the one who hit him.
Oh, a MAGA guy hit him.
Yeah.
Oh, was he a MAGA guy?
He wasn't wearing a MAGA hat, obviously, because he thinks you should take your hat off during the anthem. But he says that he was doing it because he even said like he did it because Trump ordered him to. Like he made reference to this speech that Trump made about like taking people out of the crowd or whatever. And
yeah, let's go kick the shit out of 12-year-olds.
Yeah, totally a lunatic, but yeah.
That was kind of the other way of Trump derangement syndrome.
That's the first way.
Well, they were against Trump. Now he's for
Oh.
Trump. You know, they got deranged. We hate Trump and deranged pro-Trump. So they kind of in their they go around in a circle and they meet.
Yeah,
they're all buddies. You know, that's one thing that we're noticing, which has always been a tactic, is having the extremes on both sides arguing against each other as if 90% of the other people are supposed to pick a side or something.
Yeah.
And it's starting to go old. I'm really starting to feel the brain drain on this. It's just not cool. It's not. They play on this thing called FOMO, fear of missing out.
Yeah.
Well, they're like, I'm not thinking I'm missing out. I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything. So
Here we go. He's 13. 13-year-old boy suffers fractured skull after man assaulted him for wearing a hat during the national anthem.
Wow. I mean, you wonder about the details, How old was he? How old is the guy that hit him? Where were they at? What was the function?
I can just read this to you if you want. During the national anthem...
You got Mike on? Oh, is Mike up there? Okay, I'm sorry. All right, we'll do it later. Here.
What now?
Check one.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, no, we got the guys up there. All right, hey Mike. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and do your bio here, and you're gonna tell me all about why you're there, and what you got, and what happened, what you're gonna do, and we'll all be somebody. Okay.
Right on.
All right, here we go. Go ahead and count to 5 for me. Check your level.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Mike, I got you.
Yeah.
Hi, Mike.
And then there's also Jason here, I guess.
Yeah, Jason's up there, but you're not loud. All right, here we go.
We must first shed our fear of it. I stand here without fear because I remember. I remember that I am here not because of the path that lies before me, but because of the path that lies behind me. I remember that for 100 years we have fought these machines. And after a century of war, I remember that which matters most. We are still here! Today, let us make them remember. We are not afraid!
heard here on Declare Your Independence from Ernest Hancock here in Phoenix, Arizona, from the beautiful studios of Freeze with an S, FreedomPhoenix.com. Okay, we have Mike Pastor on, his friend Jason. Do I got you there too?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, it's Jason.
And me are both on here.
Okay, well, let's go ahead. Quit banging and making noise, man. I have to push the button. All right. Now, we have Mike Pastor. He ran for Congress in 2010 as a libertarian, which turned him into an anarchist. We'll talk about that a little bit. He was a part of the San Diego Libertarian Party for about 4 years after that. He's done quite a bit of activism for a fully informed jury. Been a practicing agorist for about 5 years. We'll find out what that means. Currently working on a history project on the roots of the Enlightenment. So this sounds interesting. Jason, that's Mike Pastor. Jason, introduce yourself to the audience. Who are you?
Hi, I'm a nobody, but I'm definitely, what is it? You'll definitely see my head pop up around in most Liberty events. I'm from Long Island, and I pretty much became an anarchist on accident. Originally starting back in the beginning of 2016, but originally started to care about liberty starting around like the election of 2012 when Ron Paul was still running. So that's kind of like how I started.
You know, it's always, I remember there was a book. It says it usually begins with Ayn Rand. I mean, I think that was the name of the book. I read it and kind of the history and a lot of the people and how that changed their life and where they came in and consolidated the Liberty Nexus or something. And I'm going, this Ron Paul thing, a lot of people, of course, was the '08 campaign. It kind of started.
Yeah.
That was the real hardcore anarchist libertarian. It just kind of, I thought. And then the 12, it was kind of, wow, this is a viable concern.
Most of us had grown up by then.
Yeah, right. By the 12 campaign, it took on a different flavor. It was more like
a whole new crop of kids came in, and then all of us old hats were like, "Aw."
Isn't that cute? But anyway, so it was different though. That campaign was more. We're going to do it. We're going to get political this time. We're going to kick ass, and do it right. I'm like, let me know how that works out, I was more spontaneous order. The passion, the flavor was more in '08. In 12 is more the machine. And
I did read Ayn Rand in high school, so yeah, that's a thing.
Well, this is, explain to me, Mike, when you ran for Congress in 10, what was your reasoning and how did it turn you into an anarchist?
Well, okay, so I ran because I just thought, I'd be able to go out there and get the word out, door to door, talk to people, and that's one of those things that nobody does anymore, right? So I was actually going door to door during this whole thing. And when I started filing the paperwork for all this nonsense, that's when it started to hit me that like, oh, this is all a game. Because to collect donations or anything, you have to file like a piece of paper and then send it all the way down to San Diego every time you collect a donation, right? Which I wasn't getting any, and that's fine. But it's ridiculous for somebody who's running essentially more or less by themselves. Like the county party helped me out a little bit, but that's. You can't do that by yourself, but they make it seem that that's what you're supposed to do. Oh, just run for Congress. You'll fix everything. And you can't do it like that. It's not how it works.
How does it work?
Sorry. I stopped myself. It's a game. It's a game. It's, I was running against Daryl Issa and then down in San Diego at Golden Halls where they have the big election night thing. I ended up talking to his campaign manager. And I remember kind of saying something to this guy before I knew who it was. I go, well, it's not as if he even ran a re-election campaign or anything. And he looks over at me and he goes, I know he didn't. I'm his campaign manager. And I just look at him and go, okay, so this is really how it is. It's already set up.
Yeah. So that made you you go, screw the political system, or I got to do it better, or I need to know the right guy, go to the right party. I mean, what was your thought process?
Literally, when I voted for myself, I was an anarchist. I was just well, I've done all this work. I might as well go in here and vote for myself, but I can't do this sort of thing again. It's pointless.
Why? I mean, what was the reason for doing it? You thought you were going to get elected? I mean, what was your point?
No, like I was saying, it was just be able to talk to people about liberty. You say when you run for Congress, people start listening to you for some weird reason, right?
Well, you're threatening them.
I mean, I suppose so. I didn't realize that at the time, but
Well, so anarchist, define that. You go like this, and you've been, practicing agorist for 5 years. Wow, what does that mean? Which church do you worship at? I mean, what are you talking about?
Well, I just think that you should be able to do business and make money and do whatever you want with your money, without having to send any paperwork into the man, right?
Yeah, I'm not about paperwork. That was the one big thing, is that we're going to take all your crap, and we need you to fill this out so we know how much to take.
Yeah,
and I'm like, what?
We're also drafting you for accounting services.
I'm not into it. I mean, I do it under coercion.
All that.
Donna does all the, tell me where to sign, man, whatever. It's not like I get, woohoo, I got to pay my fair share. It's just not that way. And I'm wondering, how old are you guys?
I'm 34.
I'm 24.
Okay, so this is like, I started when it became ding aware, probably earlier, but by 28, and I had fourth child on the way. We're looking serious in the future, watching network news at night, being a responsible human being, get my programming. But when I changed the channel, it was the same 5 stories in the same order every night. From the networks, I'm going, who the hell are feeding? Does anybody notice this? I mean, what the hell? And it's just, they just go blindly into it. So in your dealings as an agorist for 5 years, are you making attempt to kind of deal with other agorists? Is there a website you go to? Is there a crew that you have, a philosophy you follow? How does that work?
Well, I don't really have a website. I actually kind of think that's generally for agorism, depending on where the website's hosted, etc., probably not the best way to go about doing it, because that's something that they can go after.
Yeah.
But you definitely kind of you build up your network of people that you deal with and people that you trust. And ideally, I like to deal with other agorists because they know what's up and they're not going to be dumb about it. Because there's plenty of people who think that I don't know, for example, the man isn't listening into Facebook Messenger or something, which they most definitely are.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm wondering, I don't care. It's like, let them. I don't care. But I'm telling you, I'm looking for how this is going to manifest itself in the future as anarchism, as a philosophy, a default, and it's going to be your generation. Because I've seen the evolution before. In my day, as in the 80s, I'm in the 20s and so on. It was always about what union you belong to, what club what education, diploma you have. You got this ticket to the good life, and you had in here.
Yeah,
that's not it anymore. And you got a debt, and there's something different. Now we got 24 to 32 around in there. So we got and you're a little older than that now, Davi. You're getting to be an old man.
Yeah.
How old are you now?
36 or 7.
You're not a geezer,
I was born in 81.
You're not a geezer yet, but when we come back, I want to see predictions on the future.
Crimes of the Crown by Captain Mark. The Crown casts the world in shadow and claims to be our guiding light. Cowards clamor for security from boogeymen and ghost stories, while I say these hobgoblins are imaginary. I say those they propped up as our liberators are now subsisting on our bondage. I say there is freedom in the black, and that's exactly where we intend to go. The Crown banishes its own officers for exposing its crimes and tortures dissidents to the brink of madness. It dominates the globe and swallows the wealth of generations, leaving only blood and excrement. The Crown calls it piracy to explore frontiers beyond its grasp. So the time has come for us to define the conduct among pirates. I say the Crown has trampled our necks long enough. Need decentralized solutions to centralized problems? Looking for a community of like-minded scoundrels? Or just want some swag to let the Crown know what you think of it? Join the conversation at pirateswithoutborders.com. We won't be hard to find.
According to a new report released this week by the Pew Research Center, a rising number of weak, emasculated men are working as stay-at-home dads, with a steadily increasing number of feeble, pathetic fayboys choosing to spend...
Yeah, whatever, man. That probably sounded like one of the better ones. You know,
the Onion put out like a distress signal that was like, the Onion is going bankrupt and we need your support. Please donate. We can't seem to produce anything more ridiculous than reality.
That's good.
Especially now. I mean, you know, it's so bad. You know, guys, when we come back, you know, we'll take you one at a time. But I want to get the perspective. We'll start with the Mike. You're old. Mike, you're 32, you said?
34.
34. So 34, and, you know, what you think the perspective is on all the news, the economy, everything that's going and happening, and your foray into politics, and then you kind of, the future's going to be, and what you think's going to happen to the generation of yours, and then, you know, your family situation. Are you married? Do you have kids? Were you ever? Whatever, you know, motivates you, and give a perspective of what do you think is the future, what's going to happen, and then we'll ask Jason the same thing, and I give each of you, like, you know, 4 minutes to answer, okay?
Got it.
All right, so you guys be ready for that, because I need some prediction from your perspective, because my perspective, I mean, it changes over time and so on, what's important and not, but it's pretty much the same. You can see that you have to go through these like the fourth turning thing. You got to go through cycles. You got to go through, you know, you got to go through depravity. Then you get the, you know, like the economy goes or whatever. Then you get this like fight, and then you get liberty, and you get, but it's all based on, you know, fear and control and BS, and you don't really know what's going on. I'm wondering how much you guys do, or what you look to see, because I doubt you're checking the Dow Jones to see if that's going to determine your future. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, those are just numbers, right?
Yeah, no, the only biggest number I see is the price of gas. And they go, whoa, they're getting all antsy. We'll just lower that number. We'll make it, you know, $2.50 a gallon. They'll be fine.
Yeah, when I went up to Jackalope, it was great. It was $1 cheaper.
Oh, hell yeah. You guys, you're in California, right?
Yeah.
You know, so that's, you know, I when I go to California, I stop in Yuma, get filled up, and I can make it back to Yuma. They can suck it. All right, hold on. Here we go.
Videos on the YouTube channel for Lighthouse Law Club. Just search YouTube for Lighthouse Law Club and secure your future today.
What's up next? Visit the Liberty Radio Network program guide to find out at shows.lrn.fm. That's shows.lrn.fm.
To be a part of the show, call 602-264-2800. 602-264-2800. And now, Ernest Hancock.
What's wrong with the world, mama? People living like they ain't got no mamas. I think the whole world's addicted to the drama, only attracted to things that'll bring the trauma. Overseas, yeah, we trying to stop terrorism, but we still got terrorists here living in the USA.
I don't think we're trying to stop it, man.
The Bloods and the Crips and the KKK.
Yeah, arming them is not the best way to get them to stop fighting.
Then you only leave space to discriminate, and to discriminate only generates hate. And when you hate, then you're bound to get irate. Madness is what you demonstrate, and that's exactly how anger works and operates. Man, you gotta have love just to set it straight. Take control of your mind and meditate. Let your soul gravitate to the love, y'all.
People killing, people dying, children hurt, and you hear them crying. Can you practice what you preach? And would you turn the other cheek? Father, 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 help us. Send some guidance from above. These people got me questioning. Where is the love? Where is the love?
Right here on Declare Your Independence. You know, we got, Davi Parker. We got Mike Pastor, Jason on. You know, we kind of, just chilling and so on. There's a solution. And the solution is something you can't force on a society. It's individuals. You're going to free minds one at a time. And once you realize that, then you got other people creating more minds to free and stuff, and that's cool. But I'm telling you, it's going to come as I think it's an enlightenment. I've even said that over the last month or so. I'm waiting for the enlightenment. It's just going to be poof.
all y'all are, well, it must be true. I saw it on television. I go, it must be bullshit. I saw it on television. So that flip of the switch, when you lose that credibility, because I keep saying when we started doing Freedom's Phoenix, I go, the future is going to be about credibility. And I'm wondering where the different generations get their credit. So I'm going to ask Mike first. He's 34. He did the political process. He got all Ron Paul'd up in 12. He ran in 10. He got, why did you run in 10? Mike, were you involved in the Ron Paul influence from 08?
I mean, I was definitely pretty excited to see like YouTube videos of, this guy I had heard about for so long, like, talking about gold and, and liberty and all that. And, running for president, that definitely was an influence at some point in my life. Definitely. No way around that. Yeah.
Well, this is okay. So what do you think you go to the festivals, you talk to the guys, you're sitting around the campfire, you're hanging, you're selling stuff. Did you vend anything? Did you bring anything, or you just hung out at Jackalope?
I might have sold, things, yeah.
He might have sold some things. Okay.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
There were things that being sold. Okay. So what did you join the Liberty Lovers escort service? Is that how you made your money?
I mean, like, not the worst idea for some people, right?
Did you hear about this?
The flyer,
Bobby?
yeah, you showed me the pink flyer.
Yeah. Yeah, there was one that was a little explicit down one of the porta-johns. Like, the women, they were getting all upset. I go, well, here's a prop. Boom. I took it down, brought it here, and showed it on the show.
I mean, it wasn't anything that isn't littering the streets in Las Vegas, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't want Jackalope to be, just kid tolerant. I mean, I'd like it to be more kid friendly.
Yeah.
And a lot of people bring their dogs, but there was this one dog, man. He was being aggressive around people. Tie that some bitch up, or he's gonna be dead. So it's kind of bang. I mean, so I'm, this is how anarchist things happen. You guys missed. Were you there the year that somebody kind of, OD'd on some psychedelics?
I was most definitely there.
Yes, I was.
That was, that was an experiment in alphabets. I mean, we'll talk about that a little bit. I mean, stuff happens. So, how do you deal with it? And they were like, everybody's going, I think we should just tie him to a tree way up over there. Right. And somebody untied him, and he went stupid again. So we go, all right, fine. So he was having problems while Davi was sick with. What did you have?
I had mono and strep throat, and that might have been it. I also had like a really bad sunburn on a significant part of my body that wiped me out, and I was just not in good shape.
Yeah, it took him a week or two just to recuperate down here. But what happened was this whole consternation's going on around him while he's trying to sleep. Man, please.
It was in my campsite.
I know.
I'm trying to sleep in the front seat of my car because I just can't. I don't even have the strength to pull my mattress out because I have a mattress. I'm just like, let me sleep
I think
in my
the
car.
showdown happened right where Davi's car was parked.
Yeah.
Like when it eventually had to time down again, it was right where Davi was at.
I was literally watching it happen and didn't have the strength to get up.
We went ahead. Eventually, we just, rolled him up in a tarp or blanket or something, put him in the back of my Montero, and took him to the fire station.
Yeah.
We found this guy out he was going crazy. I don't know what you guys do. Here's his car, and then Alma, lodged his dog down in Payson. The next day, he's fine, and what he had other issues, but
why, yes, officer, my name is Samaritan. First name good.
Well, he tried to get me. He's like, well, I'm going to need your ID, and I go, no. And he goes, yeah, but I go, no. But I got a little piece of paper here with blank spaces. I need to fill. No. And I go, you got my license plate. I go, you know who I am. I mean, seriously, I'm not helping. And he's looking like, no. He's like, no, I got your license. I go, I know you got a license plate. I'm just not helping.
I got your badge number. What's your point?
Bite me,
my name is Nobody.
So yeah, nobody's going to stop the wars. Nobody's going to reduce my taxes. So I'm voting for nobody.
Yeah.
We got a campaign doing that. I just got it yesterday from some of the guys.
Oh, yeah?
They were asking for the nobody artwork. I go, James Babb.
Yeah. I got tons of nobody artwork, too. That one, forget the guy's name. There was a sort of organized nobody campaign for a while, but that guy disappeared.
There's been plenty of them. Well, Mike, when you ran in 10, why? What was the prompting? What motivated you to do that?
as far as like I could really see it is that we're going down this pathway, right? And it's not good. And it's all about control and filling out forms, and you can't do this and you can't do that, and we're going to tell you what to do because you've got, the badge or the FASCAS or whatever. And at the time, that's all I knew as an option was like, okay, I guess I'll run for Congress because somebody from the state party asked me to, and I go, yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah, if that maybe will do something, but turns out it don't. So,
well, did you get up close and look at how it really? And what was the story you were talking about? The campaign manager of a guy, what?
I don't follow. What? No.
Jason, quit making noise, man. Mute your thing or something.
Sorry.
So when you do, you were saying that on the campaign trail, you had some campaign managers.
Yeah. So the guy from Darrell Issa's office, right? So he didn't run a re-election campaign at all. I mean, they had people that had like titles, like, okay, this guy is the chairman of the re-election committee or whatever. But the guy straight up admitted to me on election night that they didn't print any signs. They didn't do anything. And I kind of knew they didn't, but, he straight up says it like, yeah, we didn't do anything.
You know what we do when we run the campaigns? They get pissed off because we have a presence. I mean, we'll do a bunch of signs and activist stuff and kind of, and get some earned media or whatever the hell we do. And they're just pissed off because it's not like they think they're going to lose. It's just you're making them spend money. And they go,
exactly. That's one way to do it. Yeah.
You made me spend a couple $100,000, you bastards.
Since time began.
That's an interesting way to look at it. Yeah,
it is. We would just
them, you
drain
just make
them.
Spend money.
We had them come. I even had them say this at the discussion grid. They go, "Well, you're just making them spend money." I go, "Yes, I am." You know how many millions of dollars have I cost you? Guys, suck it. And you guys, like, I'm supposed to be concerned that you don't like it. Hell, that's why I do it. So it's just. So when you came through all this, Mike, you just kind of, this isn't the answer. What is?
Right. And so then, like in the process of, running, like, obviously, like, I'm being introduced to, a bunch of different libertarians. And then, of course, I find all the anarchists down in San Diego, and I start talking to those guys. And, then they started kind of asking me what you're asking me, like, well, why are you doing this? And the more I talked to them, and I made a lot of friends that way, too, I'm asking for people to, like, submit to an authority. That's what you're doing. Is like, okay, yeah, I want this person to be my master over somebody else.
Amen, brother. Okay, so when you say anarchist, you go find them. What do you mean you go find them? They wear anarchist A's on their forehead or something? How you do that?
Oh, well, there used to be a cafe down in San Diego, like a coffee shop called Cafe Libertalia, and that was literally where all the anarchists hang out.
When I had my pizza restaurant, we didn't call it this because my partner was like, he got kind of antsy on it. But we had the artwork, everything all done. A pizza revolution,
Nice.
Yeah, it was going to be cool. I have, the drivers wear a little vest, like they're revolutionaries and kind of, we're just, and he's like, no.
Berets and whatnot.
And then when we opened the restaurant, the big Taco Bell Revolution dog took off, and I go, see? Butthead, you guys are so behind the times. So anyway, it's just, I try and not have to... I'm pretty cool with partner. Yeah, whatever. Let them have. I don't care. But it's a lot of times people miss it. They don't see what's coming. Like with the Levolution, Ernie, how did you know? I'm like, how the hell did you not know? What the hell are you guys looking at? And that's why I'm asking you at 34. What do you see coming? What's going to happen? And then I'll get Jason in this next segment coming up.
Well, okay. So the thing that I find really interesting, like recently, and this applies to the question, is what's going on in like Hong Kong. Like they're having this protest going on, and and they're coming up with these like really different techniques on how to like slow down the cops. Like they're using like laser pointers to obscure the cameras and just to kind of like distract the police so they can't do what they're doing. We have to get above the tech of what they're doing.
Yeah.
Because like down in San Diego, they've got in the city of San Diego, they've got cameras in the light posts, and they also have microphones in there too. And like the cops are listening in on people's conversations as they're walking down the street. Like we have to get above that, So that's the sort of thing that, as much as there may not be as many of us, we have to like multiply our numbers in the sense of being able to.
Okay, let me give you this one idea. This is years ago. Somebody came up with this really cool idea, and it's probably working better now. These little dollar laser pointers that you get, they got like 3 little watch batteries in it or something, and you push the button, and you get a red laser. These pointers, they work pretty good. He was taking them, and he wrapped tape around it so it stayed on. And you know how you do luminaries? You have like a little lunch bag with sand in it or whatever? He would put that on the ground or on anywhere, and he would, in the sand, he'd roll it down, and he'd have that laser pointer in the sand and have it fixed pointing into a camera lens for a stoplight or some crap like that.
Beautiful.
So it's just, you didn't have to do anything. You spend $1, you put it in there, boom. They lost revenue for as long as that laser would work.
Plus, they probably would take a long time to notice. They probably wouldn't notice until the photos started coming back, and they're like, what the hell's going on here?
They noticed way after the battery, was dead or something. And then they go, it's like, so what? Or you go get it and you put another one or whatever. Sure. It's on your street corner or kind of. See, you do these kind of pirate things, and then who gets in trouble? The guy does the webpage explaining it.
Yeah.
Or
there was a group for a while that went around putting.
We're back, and we're back.
Okay,
right, go ahead.
Oh, there was a group for a while that was going around tying balloons to those cameras. So you just you go up, you tie it to the pole, the balloons cover the camera, and so it just looks like a bundle.
Tell you, 4409 here. During Levolution time, while we're doing all this stuff, he would go up and put Post-its on it.
Okay.
You just put Post-its on it, but because you weren't painting on it, you weren't graffiti, and you could remove it, it wasn't vandalism, so there was no charges.
Yeah.
They had to physically go up there and take them off, and there was nothing they could do about it. I don't know if they changed it, probably changed that law or something, but it's so we've been talking to Mike Pastor and Jason, and Mike, the future is real quick before we get to Jason. Mike, just sum it up. You're thinking what's going to happen. You talked about China, Hong Kong protesting. You see that coming here. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I think it's important to take notes. Let's put it that way. Yeah. With everything that they're doing over there, they're kind of they're a little bit more towards that edge of dystopia than we are over here. So we have to see what they're doing and write it down, because we got to learn how to do that before that sort of system comes here.
I got my own opinion. I'll share it here a little bit. But Jason, let's give your due, man. Go ahead and what do you see is coming? What do you think's got to happen? What do you think's going to happen?
Thank you for asking. It all really depends first on context of what exact news is going around. So, for example, the recent news with Jeffrey Epstein, how that's all going scrambles with the news and the internet, and how people are thinking it's either suicide or people don't know what's going on. Personally, hypothetically, I don't think he's necessarily committed suicide. But personally, I don't know what the hell has happened.
Hell, I'm holding out the idea he ain't even dead.
Yeah.
Even if they bring out.
Well, yeah.
Well, we'll talk about that in the next segment. Davi and I were working on this last night, doing some art and different. It'd be interesting. But what do you think the point is? Is that people just lose confidence in institutions? What?
It all like I said. So at first I was saying it really depends. So it really comes down to what people are willing to do in spite of all terrible things that do happen in the world. Are we going to run to authorities to help, or are we going to find things to do off of our own volition, or are we going to find solutions that we can do within our own community or talk to our neighbors? So it really comes down to how can we change minds and the dynamics of how that works.
Minds to what? See, my thing is I have a little bit of land here. I got almost 2 acres. So I can, kind of do something. And my thing is, do I do a web page? I make another one, and it'd be Backyard Anarchist, or is it, Front Yard Anarchist? And I planted a tomato plant up front and wait for them to give me a ticket. So I just, what is it that we do? My mindset is anarchism is already here. Nobody makes me get up at any time. Nobody's forcing me to eat or not eat something. Nobody. They're trying to influence. They're surveilling. They're tracking every freaking click. They're doing all trying to influence or whatever, but not putting a gun to my head and you have to and you can't right now. Now they're saying anything I want to do, I'm going to do. They want me to get a permit, but we can pretty much live an anarchist life right now with wallet voting. I have since 2003 I have walletvoting.com because I can see, and I haven't even used it, it just forwards to the site, and I could see that it's all the little bitty dollars that we spend, all the time that we invest in something, how we educate our children. It's just little itty bitty every day 1%. I'm not going to get takeout or fast food, one less time a month or something, and their crap just falls apart. Because they're such on a tight margin, they can't take us withdrawing our consent from the system. You see my point?
Well, it's like they keep saying millennials are destroying various industries, and it's like, well, it's because millennials have figured out that there's no reason to buy a bundle of cable channels when they can pirate everything, and millennials have figured out that there's no reason to engage in these legacy systems when technological alternatives exist for free or for cheap.
Yeah, go where the real money is, merchandising.
And then they go, oh, these people are destroying the economy. It's like, no, they're just trying to survive in the economy.
Yeah. It's not a flamethrower.
Everybody's working two jobs.
Yeah, we have this attitude we revere all these institutions that we take for granted, and as if it wasn't for these institutions, everything would just fall apart. And it's just, you can go on day and night about how insane that really is, just completely, because even the alternatives that we currently do have, and even that we're currently using, it makes it very conducive to be more and more independent. And yeah, it also bears the question of what else can we do?
Well, what do you think? I mean, how would it be? I mean, the most anarchist thing that I see is probably mainstream would be Craigslist. And when they arrested Morpheus, because he would advertise on Craigslist for doing local Bitcoin stuff, he goes, he wrote an article for Freedom's Phoenix just a couple days ago this weekend on Epstein. He goes, let me tell you.
I gotta check that out. I don't even know about that.
He goes, let me tell you about. Well, go to. I think it's probably on the bottom of the page in the article section there, because articles and columns kind of last a little long. I think you'll see Morpheus down there, but he's going. Let me tell you how this suicide watch thing works. But I'm looking at the anarchist mindset of people I'll just do it, I'll make it, I'll get it, and maybe I'll spend a little bit more to support this person. That's why we're trying to help, guys like you and in your age bracket, you got some project or something. I'm always trying to promote something because many of these things take off. Somebody's like, woohoo, thanks, Ernie, and I'd be rich, or something. I'm like, right on, peace. But I'm just wondering why. Why do you think it is? What's coming, Jason? What do you think's got to happen? Because it doesn't happen all at once, but it does happen overnight, and people are starting to see that the overnight be a coming. What do you think it's going to be?
It's definitely a good question. If I had to draw anything hypothetically for what's going to happen, I mean, certain shit can definitely hit the fan, and more people could start asking, is there anything else? More and more people could start to learn on accident just how bad things really are before they start asking what alternatives there are. Or it can be a complete 180, and it just shit hits the fan. But I honestly don't know. Hypothetically, I really do think that more and more people are going to start to look for alternatives very gradually. But
I don't want the choices they're always presenting to me. It's like, did Epstein's dead? Did he commit suicide to get murdered? And I go, what makes you think he's dead?
Yeah,
that's not an option. Not an option. That's not in there. That was not in the multiple choice bubble that you get to do, and that was not one of your options. That's not an option. I'm going, why is that not an option? Because I'm supposed to just believe what you guys say? No.
Of course not. You should always question what's going on. Of course. I don't even believe he's dead. I mean, as you were just saying, why? And bears the question, why? And that just reminded me. Larkin Rose was actually making like such a fantastic point about that. I'm trying to remember exactly what he wrote about it. It was a phenomenal point about it, like how somebody, when they're in suicide watch, like they don't leave anything in your cell to like that you can hang yourself with.
What?
Like there's a lot
report
of
now
great
is he
points.
wasn't even on suicide watch.
He wasn't even on suicide watch now.
Well, that's a whole nother thing.
So, like, was it that he was, and then people are like, "Wait a minute," and they're like, "Oh no, he wasn't," or was it like misreported in the first place?
And the video cameras went out of the guy that showed. I don't care.
He's alive. He's got to be alive.
I think he had a dead man switch that they were like, "We'll make sure you're alive. We'll just get you out, and you can have your own. We'll put you back on your island or something." It belongs to the FBI now, anyway.
Really funny how the cameras never work when they don't want them to, right?
It's really, that's
this is
strange.
one thing we just got. They made a big. I just heard it on the radio yesterday. I got in the car. Where were we going? I was doing something yesterday. Oh yeah, I went to Dr. Frank's, and I had the radio on, and they were talking about. God, I lost my train of thought. What was it? Body cameras. City of Phoenix Police Department. We're rolling out. Woohoo! We're it now, and they all have their body cameras. And I'm going, yeah. Well, they tend to run out of batteries and not work at the most inappropriate times.
Right.
So I don't trust them anyway. These guys, I whatever. I think they're more for their protection than ours. They just, make it look right. But a lot of these guys are so dumb, and we've gone to trial on different. Well, I can do this because I'm a cop. I go, well, the statute right here says you can't do that. No, you don't have to produce ID if you're not suspected of a crime or going to do a crime or a crime. You just walk up and then everybody gets ID'd. And somebody didn't do it, they arrest them. They go through all kinds of crap and everything. Lawsuit. They won $26,000 against the state. But the reason we did it was because the officer. I'm a cop. I can do whatever the hell I want. Really?
And that's what a lot of them
Let's
think.
talk about it.
Yeah, they have that complete attitude.
In a sense, they can, because they did whatever they want, and then after the fact, there was a lawsuit, and then someone from the taxpayers had to pay off the lawsuit. It's not like that cop got in trouble.
Yeah, exactly. They very seldom do.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I didn't have the network up, so we're just blazed right through into the break. We'll be back in a little bit. But the one thing that I wanted to, I still didn't get it. Thought I got a clean answer. Is that, sum it down into a bumper sticker and tell me, hey, Tim, tell me, all right, the next wave of whatever is going to depend on what? You're looking for what? When you say Hong Kong, you're saying, we need strategy. We need to be able to confront these buggers, a better way of blah, blah, blah. I'm going, why confront them? Why are we confronting them? I don't have to confront them.
Well, they're confronting you in the context of Hong Kong.
And I walk away.
Well... Yeah, okay. I mean, you're probably not going to go to the demonstration at all.
Hell no! I don't want to be wrapped up in the orange tape, the orange netting. There's no reason for that when I could be a dick in so many other ways.
You were saying, Ernie, it pretty much starts in here. Like, you're free in here. Like, yeah, you have them externally trying to control you, but if you can reclaim ownership of your mind first, that's always a good start.
Boom.
But yeah.
Okay, I got this one graphic up. I'm sorry, what did you say?
Oh, I'm saying a lot of people are just kind of walking around like there's a cage on their mind. They don't want to think outside of this box that they've been told to think in.
It's uncomfortable. I mean, once you once you break free, and a lot of times they'll go, well, you don't have, most of the people don't think that way. And I'm going, I don't care. The people that do, they're the ones that actually do anything. You can just sit there and yell at me and pound on your keyboards all you want because I don't use Facebook, so I don't care.
Most people don't think every idea up until they do.
Yeah.
Like, the majority never embraces the new idea until they do, until it's some sort of a groundswell or enough people are persuaded,
this is what
or
I
they look
see,
in the telescope or whatever.
This is what I see in the media. They don't do the news. They do a spin on the olds. What they want to do is they after everybody sees the signs, after everybody knows that something's going on, after everybody sees, the banner, overhang, freeway, walk, whatever, chain link, something, after everybody sees it, then they come and report and tell you what it is according to them.
Yeah.
It's a spin on what everybody already knows. They will not propagate, something going on. Maybe they may try and nip it in the bud and say you're a Holocaust denier or something, whatever they're going to call you, conspiracy, whatever. But the thing is that you go, yeah, I don't worry about them anymore. I don't even trust social media. It is local. It's on their doorstep. It's in their face. And they were like, how in the hell did you do this Levolution thing? By just doing it. All right, we're coming back.
Freedom's the answer. What's the question? You're listening to Ernest Hancock.
There's a man going around taking names, and he decides who to free and who to blame. Everybody won't be treated all the same. There'll be a golden ladder reaching down when the man comes around.
Yeah, the man's always coming around. Do you care? And what's your protection? A lot of times people that don't have, I'll give you a good example. There's a story recently. It was a big university college quarterback, young black man that's driving. He was speeding, they say. They pull him over. What's this here white powder stuff on the hood of your car? And he goes, bird shit. And they go, I don't know, it's testing positive for cocaine on the hood of his car.
So they thought that he was smuggling cocaine by carrying it on the hood of his car
while he was driving. But they do this all the time. But they happen to do it to a popular college quarterback. Now, of course, he was suspended. Then it was reinstated.
What's this cocaine I found in my pocket?
No, they tested it and they said, it's bird crap. But it was just, because they could. Hey man, it looked like it to me.
Yeah.
So this is what they do to people, and sooner or later they hit somebody's daughter that they shouldn't have. That kind of thing. But that just means that they're doing it to everybody. So when you have a support structure, whenever you get, like we've had for a lot of us, it would be over here and there's like 4409, a lot of the activists and vloggers and so on during the day, and you could hear the police, they go, no, he's that guy, don't mess with him. And for me, it's always like when I had the same experiences. They're like, man, you'll be on the news, So it's just we have to have everybody do that. And then a lot of applications started going that way to where we could, communicate when stuff was happening, live video and all that kind of stuff. So of course, here they come after it. Then you got YouTube banning, deplatforming, all this kind of. What do you think the technological advance? See, I'm not for having the fight in front of a cop with a gun, sitting on the.
I'd rather not do that either.
Yeah, I would not advocate
nobody
that
wants
even
to do that.
remotely. Don't do that. You're gonna get yourself killed.
Well, what is it you think, Mike?
Don't do what? I missed something.
Don't be head to head with a cop in your face yelling whatever the hell.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is
I I'm good at that.
When those sort of protests get started, it's not that everybody wants to do that. It's out of desperation. Like
occupation,
yeah. Yeah, and it's funny you're kind of mentioning about we're talking earlier about how long people will endure this sort of stuff, and this, that goes all the way back to that's in the Declaration of Independence. People are gonna put up with this for a very long time before they eventually just say they're not going to put up with it anymore.
And then what? I'm not going to put up with it. Then I'm for just turning back, getting on my pirate ship and suck it. Anarchy's only 62 miles away, man. Straight up, boom. I'm out.
If we can get there, let's get there. Yeah.
Well, are we going to invite government? We're going to space and government's not invited, but they may invite themselves. And what do I got to do? Get an ion cannon or something? I mean, this is what happens.
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
Find a nice asteroid and and start farming. I guess I don't know.
But what's your guys' day job? When you say you're a practicing agorist, what does that mean? You live in your car?
Skip.
All right. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I got it. So you have a business. I got it. All right.
Yeah, same, a little similar, related. We could talk about it in person.
Yeah, got it. Hey, yeah, we got a big party this Friday. Jordan Page is going to be down doing a concert. We've done that before. That's a rip-roaring good time. So,
sweet. I met him originally at Pork Fest in 2015. He's awesome.
Well, how far are you from Phoenix?
Oh, I'm far. I'm really, really far. We flew. Me and my girlfriend flew when we went to Jackfest, though. We flew from Long Island, New York. So we're really
God.
far. Yep, we're really far.
Well, how did you enjoy it? Was it what you expected? Less, more? I mean, you going, what the hell, man? Everybody, you're like, oh man, she talks it up. Woohoo! I go, look, man, it's dry camping. You're out in the middle. You don't bring it. You don't got it.
Yeah, what is it? A little bit of what I expected because I went the 3 previous years, starting in 2016, but always come with a little bit of better expectation of what's going to come or who else is going to show up with new stuff. It's always a wonderful time. I love going to Jackfest. So
it's very mind clearing. I don't go to sell, to bend, to this, to that, to whatever. I put a stack of cash in my pocket and I just go. And then spread the love. And that's one thing, everybody goes, well, you should this, and you should. I go, wow, that's a good idea. You should do that. Seriously. Everybody's always what I'm supposed to do. And I tell you, let me tell you what Jackalope is to me. Of all the festivals I go all summer, Fork Fest, Pork Fest, Red Pill, Anarcho Vegas, Freedom Fest, all these I get. It's just so much stress and expense and everything. And then I go camping with a bunch of anarchist friends for a few days or a week or two. And I'm going, which one do you think's my favorite at 78 degrees up in the mountains there, where I can go, take my ATV a quarter mile and go shooting all I want, whatever I want, and have some fun and do and pace. I'm like, duh, which one do you think I like better? So when I go, it is because I don't want to do nothing other than go visit you and, partake in your agorism, you know what I mean?
Right on.
Yeah, I'm going up there to like decompress. It's kind of funny. Like you can get cell phone signal like way on the top of.
If you have to, if you need to do a Bitcoin transaction or something,
Yeah. I don't want to touch my cell phone the whole week. I don't want to do it. I don't want to touch it. I don't want to interact with it. I'm done. For that week. So that's kind of my thing. Get out there.
I remember when Pork Fest first started, that a lot of the young people they get there like, we can't get cell signal. There's no cell signal, and a lot of us are going, woohoo! There's no cell signal. I'm on that team.
Yeah.
Well, there's definitely not there. Well, there's a little bit. Sometimes you can get a text, or you might be able to, receive. Well, Bob down there, he has a repeater that he has a pole goes up at the top of the tree and whatever, and he can watch movies. He can stream movies. And then Derek Slopey, he went up there and he transmitted. I don't know if you were there that year when we had the bug out site contest. We gave out $1,000 for that. There was a couple of favorites, and he broadcast a signal from the top of the hill up there down into the valley, so anybody that signed up with this thing had internet service.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
So we could do it. It's just like, do we really want to? I don't care. It's just leave it alone. And then, but this Friday, Jordan Page is going to be here, and Nova, the flautist that was up there. He's going to come down and do a little bit, and he's going to be making us some pirate garb out of leather. So we're going to hook him up with some work. And so, what do you guys, plan on aiding in the future of the agorist things spiral into whatever? You guys are going to be good no matter what?
Yeah, I think I can adapt pretty well. It's just a matter of developing good communities. I'm kind of really getting in on that idea of like freedom cells, of having a group of people that you trust that think the way that you do, and you're able to contact in an emergency, mutual aid sort of a thing, like get those sort of things going are pretty important.
Yeah, we got a pretty wide. I keep trying to keep everybody just informed. A lot of people, they want to depend on the cell. They want to depend on the agorist. They want to depend on the movement to support them. And a lot of times, some of them the content creators do, or they got some cool thing or whatever. But it's really a side thing. It's you live your life and do it freely and be a light for others, and then all of a sudden we're all free. It's not going to be like a club thing. That's called communes, man. Is that one thing that you guys think about? Everybody's always, if we all just went and lived on this hill, we'd be good.
I kind of think that may not be the best idea. I think if you look through history, the idea of having your little, your little fortress on the hill or whatever, doesn't end well. I mean, you can go all the way back to like Roman history and like the siege of Masada. Like they'll take it, they'll get it somehow, some way. So you kind of just keep moving. Maybe go up into space. Find that asteroid.
There's one thing I mentioned this sometimes because it had such an impact on me. It was a gentleman that went through Kosovo as a 30-year-old. He was in his early 30s or something at the time. And when Kosovo happened, all the people that lived out on the bug-out Lone Prairie farm they're dead. They always got overrun, every time. But it was the guys that lived in the city that had an apartment complex or a building, and they would, in the patio, they went out and they dug a well, and they had foraging teams and defense and whatever. If they didn't have a community that could defend themselves against the snipers and the armies of or whatever, you were dead. Or you were inside their whatever the hell influence. So that's one thing. That's why I don't think there's a collective answer against collectivism. Our collective is going to beat up your collective against collectivism. I don't see that. It's an attitude that you practice daily with every decision, and we promote that.
Don't you hate that?
Don't you hate that? Yeah, that's it. Cool. Thanks, guys. Hopefully you guys got some cool thing. Maybe next year we'll start, if you're going to Jackalope, we'll start prepping it for everybody. I think next year, because it's 2020 cycle, and it's, I need to switch seats with Tim Doff. I think it's because 2020 election cycle that there's going to be a need for it. It's going to be right before the election. We're going to be up there and woohoo. We're going to do something right at the end, or we're just going to sit back and watch and be entertained, or we're going to try, because I think between now and the presidential election cycle, the economics is going to take a big giant dump, worse than 08 and 09. And when that happens, people are going to be scared. There's going to be we had a lot of problems back then, but if you know what's coming, what's going on, like my kids, they all benefited from, selling real estate and buying it at the right time, and they kind of, cool, I guess, dad's not a total idiot, and it's coming again. And I'm hoping that we have enough foresight that we choose wisely in what we buy, what we do, what we create, which internet we go on. I'm looking for a decentralized, off of the DoD grid. I don't trust them. I don't want to be on that, but I don't see Bitcoin as an answer either. Maybe some other alt or something. But
it may not be, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's GoldmanSucks.gov coin, and the problem is
there.
The thing is Libra is going to outdo them there, and they're not private, so they're just out. It's either your Libra or your Monero. I mean, it's like one or the other. So I'm going, the technology can save us, but it gets taken over. It always does. It's like the man's going to ignore it,
Walmart just announced they're coming out with a coin.
Here, hold on. I'm sorry, what?
Walmart just announced they're coming out with a coin.
Of course they are.
Well, yeah, because they want to pay their employees.
No.
Which chair? You want to be there or there? Is that camera better for that?
You want to switch? We can switch.
I'll see how it comes in.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, we're setting up for the next hour.
Yes, switch.
Well, this mic is easier for me to control. This one, you gotta I gotta have it cranked up all the way.
It's like work,
But go ahead and keep me informed of what's going on next year. I think into 2020, I might kind of get involved and make it more of a promotional thing, as it's a big deal. And the reason is because it'll be in the 9th year. I don't know if we'll make it 10. The man's just not. If we make a big deal in 2020, there's going to be, the man's like, you're having too much fun. You're not allowed, And we've had up to, God, there's only probably 100, 110. How many people you think were there this year?
When I was there, it was I want to say about like 120 on the weekend, but I was only there for the first week. I wasn't able to stay for both. I was hoping Davi was going to be there, but I guess he wasn't able to make it.
Yeah, I went to an event in. Is this mic on? Hello.
You got to be up on it.
Yeah, I was at an event in Williamsburg, Virginia that weekend.
Yeah, scares that care. Well, what we're going to do, I think in 2020, I may focus on it being a big deal, and whenever we do that, the man wants to come visit, and I'm like, yeah, whatever. I don't, who's in charge? I don't know. Jack. Jackalope.
Yeah, it's Jack. It's always Jack.
Yeah, it's Jack. Well, who got the porta potties? I don't know. Jack and Crypto. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Oh, yeah, the graphics that are up here, we got this one, red, black communist flag with the bear on it. What the hell's that about?
I don't know. Who put that up there?
Donna did. I have no idea. Where'd you get that from, Donna?
Google.
It had associated with them?
No, I was looking for California.
Well, that's California communist flag. Oh.
What are we trying to say here exactly?
I know. I'm just like, what the hell? I should have. All right, well, it's too late now. Everybody thinks they're communist.
Oh, man, the whole world now. Oh, no.
Yeah, whatever. Well, I got the anarchist in there, too. But we got Libertarian Party California. Okay. Well, because you guys don't have a lot of pictures up there. All right. Well, here, let's delete that one from the file. And I think I'll delete. Okay, Donna's not perfect. I mean, whatever, She put, we have a lot of guys up. They have run for office or some libertarian thing or something, and she'll put it up, and everybody they go, get that off of there, So, yeah, you guys weren't seeing it. Well, I appreciate you guys coming on and hanging. Maybe we'll do. I think if we're going to be pushing, for next year, all the guys that have been going a lot of that. That's one thing that we didn't do is we didn't. I never go around and get a database. Everybody's all, I get contacts, like I got your number and stuff, we do this and so on, but, it's like, sign up here. They even have one year Alma had a registration desk. What the hell are you doing? Oh, no, it's just to see if bullshit, So, but the registration. So I'd like to have a big whiteboard. People can, I got, kind of stuff. Each year is different. I mean, we've had a lot of different fun. This one was really a lot more relaxing and chill. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I really like this year, but a lot of people they want more action, man. We need some fights or something. We need like mud wrestling or we need Olympics or something. So there's a lot of things that we can do. We'll have some fun with. But hey, thanks for coming on, Mike, Jason. I appreciate you guys spending time with us.
Thank you so much.
All right, peace, brothers.
Yep, take it easy, Ernie. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Police reports that Kendra Klein, Ph.D., study co-author and senior staff scientist at Friends of the Earth, said the United States must follow Europe's lead and ban the toxic pesticides before it's too late. According to National Geographic, they attack the central nervous system of insects, causing overstimulation of their nerve cells, paralysis, and death. Support for the Liberty Beat comes from the Conscious Resistance Network, featuring videos, news reports, and articles from a spiritual anarchist perspective. Experience the Conscious Resistance at theconsciousresistance.com. How would you like to have your business featured on the Liberty Beat? You can. Just send an email to libertybeat@snls.news for details. This is the Liberty Beat, produced in partnership with SNOS News and listeners like you. The Liberty Beat is online at libertybeat.news and snls.news. I'm Mick Murrow, reporting for the Liberty Beat, reminding you, spread liberty with a smile.
Shortly after members of the New York Police Department found a super sharp Buck brand pocket knife earlier this morning, Lieutenant Joseph Mattioli spoke to Onion reporters at the scene of the discovery to update the public on this potentially deadly blade.
At 8:40 a.m., police discovered what seems to be a pretty badass buck knife. Investigators believe it to be basically the deadliest knife ever.
Mattioli confirmed that the pretty cool wood-handled knife has a clean edge and added that the blade must be, quote, at least like 8 inches long.
At this time, we'd like everyone to be aware that there's probably a man out there with an eye patch and scars all over his face that has access to these knives, or maybe even a samurai sword. We urge people to be careful when approaching him because he may flip out and chop both your arms off before you even realize it.
Following the announcement, Mattioli asked people to come forward if they had any information about the owner of the knife or if they just wanted to hold it for a couple of seconds. For more on this story, check this week's Onion Review.
This is the Onion News Network.
And now, live from the studios of Freedom's Phoenix, Ernest Hancock.
Believe me when I say we have a difficult time ahead of us. But if we are to be prepared for it, we must first shed our fear of it. I stand here without fear because I remember. I remember that I am here not because of the path that lies before me, but because of the path that lies behind me. I remember that for 100 years we have fought these machines. And after a century of war, I remember that which matters most. We are still here! Today, let us make them remember. We are not afraid!
Yeah, undefeated, and declare your independence. I'm Ernest Hancock and features on that. Who we got on? We got Tim Pachote, the Liberty Advisors, and explain it to us. You know, there's a lot of stuff. You know, sometimes you go, "Yay, Tim's on." What the hell is going on? Explain this to me. You know, but one thing I want to show you this. Here, guys, take a look at the screen. Okay, over here, what it says. Witness relocation. It's a big black hearse, and it says witness relocation, and it's got DOJ, FBI. All right, ask this question before we get into Davi's artwork. So on. Do you think that Jeffrey Epstein is dead?
I don't know. In your famous saying, I'd say 3 weeks. Need some more information.
Right,
But I was the one who did share the meme with you where, you know, you've seen this going around online where it shows, you know, different higher levels of consciousness where it shows one guy and then it shows brain wavelengths and then it shows another person with higher brain wavelengths. And let me try to pull it up, but I believe it was, you know, thinking that, you know, I sent it to you. So I'm just going to go. So if you want to kill some time while I go try to pull this up.
All right, go ahead and pull it up. You know, the one thing we need to get, there's a lot of economic stuff going on. When they drop the Fed rate a 0.25%, which I guess every 100th or something. Anyway, it's 25 basis points. So if you go 0.25 a point, they call that 25 basis points because they do. So then they're going, woo, man, it might have, you know, saved off a big giant, oh my God, but we're going to have to lower it 100 basis points. We need another whole percent because if we don't, we're all going to die. And I'm going, I need to know what that's about. All right, what you got there?
Okay, so the first one is, because I didn't want to screw this up, but it was Epstein commits suicide, and it shows, you know, kind of like a tiny bit of brain wavelength stuff going out. Then the next one is the Clintons killed Epstein, and then it shows like more brain neurons firing up, and then it shows the Mossad killed Epstein, and then it shows like a bunch of neurons firing up, and then it shows, then the final one is Epstein was put on a plane to Tel Aviv, and then it shows like the highest level of consciousness of.
I'm so glad this is, you know, Davi and I were talking about it. I was like going, you know, what makes you think he's dead? Yeah. You know, when the only comment I made on something somebody sent, and I just replied, and I go, they're arguing over, was he killed or was he suicide? Was he suicided or did he commit suicide? And I'm going, the third option, he's not dead. You know what? That doesn't even occur to anybody. And then this guy had the ultimate dead man switch. I guarantee it.
Yeah, and where's his madam? Where's Maxine Ghislaine or whatever the hell she is? No one knows where she's at. And do you know the whole story behind her and like who her father is and all that?
I knew her father was Israeli, you know, whatever the hell. But then you start doing it. 6 of the previous intelligence heads of the Israeli government, their intelligence CIA guys, were at his funeral. Yitzhak Shamir spoke at it and said, he's done more for Israel than you all will ever know. He was big Mossad that owned a bunch of media and so on in the UK and everything. And the movie Tomorrow Never Dies with Pierce Brosnan as 007, the bad guy in there was based after him.
Really?
You know, I didn't know that either. And I'm going, really? Because he was all about creating wars and news and make more money.
Who knows if he's really dead? Because he died underneath these really mysterious circumstances too.
He accidentally on purpose fell off his yacht and drowned
naked.
It is to laugh. So this all coming out, and the girl Maxine, or Maxwell, whatever her name is, that recruited all these girls, went out trailer trashing for him, literally, going through the trailer parks. Hey, that's a cute blonde. Come here, let me tell you a story. So they, her recruitment of all this stuff, she was the main recruitment for serving them up to Epstein. for some weird, because I loved him and I wanted him to be happy. Bullshit. That was her job.
And also, I guess she was into the females as well.
Now, whatever, man. She participated. So there's a bunch of shoes to drop yet.
Or was he working for Mossad and for the CIA? And then how are they working with each other? And then it's just...
I think he was had a bunch of material and became very powerful with all of the control he had over various politicians from around the world. Europe, South America, U.S., and he may not have only sold to Israel, worked for them. He just could have been an information broker to the planet.
That's funny. He's actually a financial advisor, and let's not forget that he was the financial advisor who set up the Clinton Foundation. Where's that lost in all this?
Wait! Epstein set up Clinton Foundation?
Yeah, I was commenting on this 3 years ago. One of the first memes I ever made was on this.
Tattooed on my forehead. I know nothing about this. Tell me everything.
Well, I mean, I haven't looked into it in like 3 years, but yeah, I mean, essentially he's the guy who's bragged on several occasions that he's the one that set up the Clinton Foundation and that whole pay-to-play scheme that was going on. And we also, of course, had, Teneo was the for-profit version of that, essentially. But yeah, no.
Oh, wait. Did he set up Teneo too?
I don't know. That was Doug Band, I believe.
I mean, he was the head. I mean, that doesn't mean he set it up. I mean,
yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look. For some reason, my computer, I had like 15 articles pulled up, and then my computer decides to shut down, like just black screen, no warning, right before I come on. So I'm still trying to.
We had the internet down, and right before the show started, the internet went up yesterday and today.
Yeah, it's the second I was on here, I had because it's funny, whenever I'm here week to week, I'm like, oh man, what am I going to talk about? And then when I'm not here for a span of 2 weeks, just so much stuff happens, and it's just like everything that's in my world, every watershed moment is basically coming together at once. You've got, from every side of things, whether it's the Federal Reserve or the first rate cut in 11 years and all this stuff going on there. You take a look at Drudge Report the past 2 days, it looks like it's something that could be from like Freedom's Phoenix or from, Wham report, making the headlines. It's just crazy. Even take a look at it right now. It's all ridiculous
stuff.
Yeah,
this is one thing. Zero Hedge was when we first started doing them, years ago. It was back when they first started. It was right when the crash happened. So it was 09, 10, around in there. Zero Hedge, Tyler Durden, who the hell's that? Well, Tyler Durden is from Fight Club. They were like, bring down the whole system and then that, reboots or whatever. Well, I was encouraged by this awakening, that their focus in the movies and popular culture and politics on what the real problem was. It was central banking, all the wars, everything, all that, which is why the presidential election cycle has never been about the Federal Reserve until Ron Paul. When that happened, we all got learnified and went, oh, now we get it. And people that were understanding why they were going after him. Well, now we got Tulsi Gabbard. She's communist, whatever the hell, I don't care. But her being anti-war, they don't like that. And that's going to be. I wonder where she is in the central banking thing. She's kissing.
She's one of the co-sponsors of Audit. I mean, I know you don't care about Audit the Fed, but she is a co-sponsor of Audit the Fed. So at least she's throwing us some sort of bone.
Better than not. My thing is you audit them. Why do I want to audit them? I don't want them to be there. I don't give a crap about audit. I wouldn't believe them anyway.
It's sort of like the coroner for Epstein. Like, I don't believe. I'm not like what type of proof? You guys were talking about this yesterday with Dr. Frank. What type of proof is it going to take me to believe any sort of report from the government, anyways, in terms of what happened to Epstein? Same thing with that. I mean, there's really no amount of anything that's going to.
We're talking to Tim Pachote, the Liberty Advisor. He's founder of Crypto Self-Direct Wealth Advisor, an innovative advisory. With Innovative Advisory Group. Now, Pachote took the time and understood what was happening with crypto and how these newly rich guys are like, now I'm rich. The hell do I do now? How do I, use this and not go to jail? He set up all kinds of stuff for this starting a year and a half ago. And all of a sudden now it's like, boom!
Actually, the first conversation came almost 2 years to the day. This was your pool party 2 years ago.
Oh, so it's 2 years.
Almost to the day. It was August 2017.
Woo!
From the sixth letter of Captain Mark. A pirate's life is characterized by voluntary interactions. Unfortunately, the Crown presses everyone into involuntary servitude. Landlubbers believe slavery was abolished years ago, but the Crown still claims to own us when it crimps us into service against our will. Given sufficient ambition, it would gladly draft thousands of hapless victims to kill or be killed. It's simply slavery by another name. Landlubbers are routinely commanded to serve the so-called justice system in jury duty. But before you swell with civic pride, consider that how you feel is irrelevant to the Crown. You will appear as ordered or face punitive measures. The Crown insists that you participate in your own oppression. A jury summons provides pirates with a unique opportunity to obstruct injustices. A juror can vote not guilty, even if it's proven the law was violated. A juror can acquit for any reason at all, and not even a judge can reverse that verdict. Receiving a jury summons is basically winning the sedition lottery. But if you reveal that you know this during jury selection, you'll probably be dismissed. If the Crown foolishly crimps a pirate into jury duty, it behooves the pirate to conceal their intention to nullify unjust laws. If a master takes 100% of your labor, it's called slavery. But if they only take 50%, they call it taxation, a difference of degree, not of kind. Whether the Crown claims a fortune or a cent is irrelevant. Most of all, a slave owner desires contented slaves, meaning thoughtless ones that accept their bondage. These house slaves see no contradiction in being drafted in a war to end slavery or summoned to a jury to prosecute tax evasion. An ideal slave knows no higher call than the master's will. The Crown's highest ambition is that its slaves revere the authority that subjugates them. But the Crown does not own me. I will not surrender my time and treasure to the Crown's ambitions. Join the conversation at pirateswithoutborders.com.
So you've signed the Shire Society Declaration and are planning your move to New Hampshire to be around more liberty-oriented people. Next, sign up for the Shire Society Forum at forum.shiresociety.com. There are a bunch of people there who are already in the Shire, and they want to meet you. If you're already in the Shire physically, you should also come by the forums. Remember, not everyone uses Facebook. New people are signing up for the Shire Society Forum every month, so drop in and say hello at forum.shiresociety.com. LRN.FM now has a Discord. Discord is a free text and voice chat platform, and we now have our own server with a bunch of channels at discord.lrn.fm. You can join other listeners as they chat about various things during our live shows, or anytime, day or night. Discord software is available cross-platform, so you can have it on whatever device you want and take your chats anywhere. Join our Discord at discord.lrn.fm. That's discord.lrn.fm.
Free Talk Live.
So we had a guy call in on Saturday, and he was really kind of befuddled as to why anyone would alter their consciousness at all. Like, he had done a little bit of drinking when he was younger, but he's an older guy, and he just really couldn't get it. And I imagine it's really kind of difficult for somebody who doesn't get it. It's really easy to look down your nose at that point. I imagine it's really difficult for people like that to understand, but the fact is that if you're not altering your consciousness as a being on this planet, you're probably in the minority.
Or at some point in your life. Because some people, they kind of get out of it when they get older for whatever reason. They just get tired of it, or they've had enough of that experience.
By definition, caffeine is a drug.
It sure is.
Absolutely. It's a consciousness-altering drug to some
Wait
extent.
until you give me a can of Diet Coke. I will flip out right here.
Free Talk Live, 7 nights a week from 7 to 10 Eastern, live on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM. You're listening to the best liberty-oriented audio streamed around the clock, on the air, and online. This is the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
To be a part of the show, call 602-264-2800. 602-264-2800. And now, Ernest Hancock.
Declare your independence from Ernest Hancock. We got Dobby Barker sitting in, and we're working for next week and a half or so on a bunch of pirate stuff and other things we're working on. And Tim Pachote, the Liberty Advisor, coming in, telling us what's up. All right, so let's pick up where we left off. Real quick, I wanted to ask, because I wanted to have some template websites for people, maybe merchandising or kind of, what do you use? How do you, when you go and doing, you're all about online being super duper geek, that, and you're not a really tech geek guy.
I'm a guy that you can just figure stuff out if I play around with something.
No, you're a
long
smart
enough.
guy, and I'm going to sit here and figure it out, and damn it. Now, you're the guy that, we need, before you leave, we need to put the stream on float.
Okay, yeah, I've already done that for myself, so I know how to do that for you.
So you did it for you.
Yep.
But you didn't do it for me.
You
just forgot about me? You don't care about me?
Well,
you
you didn't have Kingsley on until Friday, and then I think I was driving to the water park, and I think I heard him say like 10 words in the drive from my house to the water park. I did listen to the show.
No dead air on my show.
And then I did I did listen to the whole thing, and so I heard you and Davi talking about which name should it be, Mark or should it be yada yada yada. But yeah, I don't have your login credentials, so of course I can't sign in for you.
Got it. Done.
Okay.
Next.
And then my computer screen just went out again. I don't know
of
what
course,
the heck
bad computer. What is it anyway?
Surface Pro, but it's a 3, so it's not the.
I hate Windows.
Travel.
They're always out of date. Always out of. We're going to do a never and wrong one and time of. I hate it.
Well, this is the one where if I were to lose it or if TSA were to take it or something, I wouldn't. It wouldn't be devastating to me. But unfortunately, I don't have all the headlines in front of me because my computer decided just to go out right now. But if you take a look at even Drudge Report right now, if we were to pull it up,
I got a phone here. You want me to look something up?
Yeah, I guess I've got a phone. I guess I got a phone too, but I was all flustered doing Facebook stuff.
Now let Davi do it.
I got Drudge Report.
Yeah, but anyways, all the headlines are just everything we're talking about from yield curve inverting. It's even inverting right now because at one point Larry Kudlow, who's Trump's economic advisor, was saying something along the lines of, the yield curve inversion doesn't matter because it's only the 2 months or the 3 month and the 10 year. When that one inverts, then we have a problem. And then now that one's inverted as well. And so what do you mean
inverted? See, that don't mean I keep saying,
that's what I'm doing now.
Inversion of the inverted. I don't know what that means.
What it means is that we're in La La Land where actually you're getting paid more money to borrow money for 2 months than you will to borrow money for 10 years. And even at 30 years right now, we're at an all-time low right frickin' now. All-time low on the 30-year Treasury. I believe it's below 2% or right around 2% right now, which is sort of crazy. So it's actually below the overnight Fed funds rate. So for lending money out for 30 years actually costs less than borrowing money overnight, which is insane. Now, the reason that is happening is because people think that the rates are going to keep going down, and so you'd rather lock in 2% now than wait a few months and then have a 2-month bond. Now you've got to roll it over. Now your 2-month bond is paying negative 0.2% or whatever, like most of Europe. And the other crazy thing, while we're on negative interest rate bonds, I remember I did a video June 17th, and there was $11.7 trillion in negative interest rate bonds. Do you want to take a guess right now how much negative interest rate bonds? Well, last time I checked, who knows? It might be way higher than that now, but I checked a couple days ago. It was 11.7 June 17th. Do you want to take a guess how much negative interest rate bonds are floating around the world now?
You mean how much? How many?
Yeah, the dollar, U.S. dollar value of negative interest rate bonds.
I have no idea.
It was 11.7 June 17th. Now
11.7 what?
Trillion. Now it's over 15 trillion. 2 months later, it's gone up by almost $3.5 trillion.
All right.
Pause.
Here we have Trump comes in and he says, man, I need the Fed to lower the rate. You don't lower the rate. I got the guy's violin case is going to be, I'm going to replace you, or I'm going to whatever. I need somebody that's willing to do it. So he lowers the rate a quarter point, and then things go to crap. Powell's they're going, we're going to do it another whole point or so on. There's some metric that Trump was looking at, seeing that he had to do this because something was coming. What were they worried? And then would it have been worse had they not done the quarter point? Now they're ready to do it. They're going to, he made it very clear. And they even said, man, we may go 100 basis point more. We'll do 4 times the reduction that we just did if we have to. Well, they're going to have to. So I'm just wondering, is this their strategy? This is it? And we keep going negative, down.
The only reason this entire BS economy has been able to get papered over the past 10 years is everything has been predicated on more and more debt, getting us deeper and deeper into debt. And while things were getting relatively, air quote, better in America, it was because overseas most of the interest rates were negative. And so if you are a big pension fund, would you rather put it in, Denmark getting paid, negative 0.2, or would you rather put it in America getting paid 2.2%? And so it was a very obvious answer. And so a lot of money flooded into America. However, when everyone thought that the rates were going to keep going up, and we're on autopilot and all this other stuff that they said was going to happen that couldn't happen, it meant that it was going to cost more money for people to go deeper into debt. And so since everything is predicated on this whole house of cards of getting deeper and deeper and deeper into debt, they can't even afford a little blip of a tiny bit of people paying off debt, because this whole fractional reserve system is all built on a house of cards. And so what Trump wanted to do, in my opinion, and I had said this on your show I think back in March, is I think he's deliberately trying to F things up with these trade deals and other things, because as soon as he got, and there's actually a feedback loop, and I was trying to find this, of course, with my computer off, is Bank of America came out with a feedback loop, and basically it was sort of amazing that Bank of America would do this. And what it said was, stock market's good, and then Trump starts upping his rhetoric on trade talks, and then stock market goes down, and then Trump then sort of backs off a little bit. And so what I think Donald Trump was trying to do is he got his 25 basis point cut, but now he wants to ensure he's going to get a much larger cut. And so how do you ensure you get a larger cut? You deliberately throw a monkey wrench into the system, and in the form of all the China stuff going on. And so now you're throwing this turmoil into the market, which is then basically now going to get the rate cut that he wants, because he knows his entire presidency right now is predicated on the S&P 500 and the Dow Jones Industrial Average. And so right now he needs to do everything he can to F things up to get the rate cut that he deserves, not to say deserves, wrong word there, that he wants. Yeah, the big slip up there. And so, but again, it's all this though is not philosophically why I wanted Donald Trump to win, and it's all pissing me off because everyone that's listening right now knows that there shouldn't even be a Federal Reserve. It's not like, oh, well, I need to have my low rates too. And if you spot check guys like Alex Jones, well, now he's like, oh, well, Trump knows you can never pay off the debt, so we might as well just get into as much debt as possible. Well, guess what? That's not what he was campaigning on. He was campaigning on, look, maybe in over 8 years, we're going to pay off the debt. Well, yeah, that's funny because money is debt, so there is no way to pay it off, because without debt, there would be no more money on a debt-based currency. But maybe he hasn't, they didn't teach him that at Wharton, apparently.
No, they taught him at the focus group of I get elected.
Yeah, and he knows that that the stuff we talk about in the show is way over 99% of people's heads. And so he needs to do what he needs to do to get elected again. And getting elected again means he needs the stock market higher. To get the stock market higher, he needs the interest rates back down to zero. To get the rates back down to zero, he needs to basically mess a bunch of things up with these trade deals to then force a rate cut. That's why everything is happening right now.
Next. Can I avoid it? Do I have to care? Or do I just call the Liberty Advisor and they fix my stuff?
The new 4th edition of Healing Our World, The Compassion of Libertarianism, will take your understanding of liberty to a deeper level and has over 1,300 updated references, new cartoons, and a foreword by Dr. Ron Paul. With discounts for multiple book purchases, the 4th edition of Healing Our World is a great gift for the liberals, pragmatists, environmentalists, and Christians in your life who think libertarianism is cold-hearted. Get yours today at healing.freetalklive.com and use promo code FTL for a $5 discount. The LRN.FM social media channels have been revamped. We've eliminated Facebook and focused on other platforms like Twitter and Mastodon, the decentralized alternative to Twitter. On our accounts, you'll find posts from multiple LRN.FM show hosts together in one place. Follow us on Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm, or better yet, move to the decentralized Mastodon social media platform at toot.lrn.fm, toot.lrn.fm. I think you'll like it. Is spreading the message of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace around the globe worth $2 per month to you? As you may already know, in addition to our internet feed, LRN.FM broadcasts on free-to-air satellite across North and Central America, as well as Sub-Saharan Africa. And we've been available on satellite for free 24/7 since 2010. The LRN.FM free-to-air satellite signal is reaching some of the most oppressive regimes in the world, and there's no doubt our ideas are making an impact. You can learn more about the channel's impact by watching the 3-minute video at fund.lrn.fm. If you'd like to help free minds globally with our ideas of liberty, cryptocurrency, and peace, you can donate as little as $2 per month via fund.lrn.fm. You can help us continue and expand our satellite broadcast to multiple continents. Visit fund.lrn.fm today, and thank you for your help. Don't forget to share the link on social media. That's fund.lrn.fm.
Cell 411 is a free app for Android and iOS that replaces government-controlled 911. Cell 411 allows you to preset a group of friends or private organizations to show up in any emergency. Cell 411 is a nightmare for the state because it proves their so-called services aren't needed. Cell 411 has had thousands of installs, and of course it's covered by the BIPCOT no government license. Cell 411 because your friends won't shoot you when you're in trouble. Without the government, who would build the emergency services? You and Cell 411. Get it today at getcell411.com.
Imagine someone in your community getting in their car, turning on the radio, and hearing the Liberty Radio Network. You can make that vision a reality with your own micro radio station. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how you can put our programs on the air in your area. You can have LRN.FM running around the clock, and you can even add in your own local shows. Building a radio station is simple, but programming isn't. That's where LRN.FM comes in. Learn more at broadcast.lrn.fm. That's broadcast.lrn.fm.
I've been told no in many different ways.
I give you an order and you're going to obey it.
George, you can go this way. You can do that and you have to leave here.
You cannot bring signs into the rally.
Walk with me. Well, I'm comfortable here, actually. Whoa, hey. Who do you think you are? Excuse me.
There is no video or audio allowed in this office.
No, I have work today.
You ain't going to make it.
Wait on the counter. Now. Wait a minute.
Whoa.
Hey! Oh my God! Unbelievable!
Why are you running from me?
Because you're scared me.
You
What am I being detained for?
You're being served.
What is this?
You're being served.
What is this? Bureaucrats have a funny way of telling people no.
That's the sound of the men working on the chain.
Derek J's Victimless Crime Spree. Watch it for free and order the Director's Cut DVD at victimlesscrimespree.com.
Do you love Twitter? Make sure you favorite the LRN.FM Twitter account so you can receive our tweets at twitter.lrn.fm. That's twitter.lrn.fm.
There are those that just want to be left alone, and those that just won't leave them alone. Which one are you? The Ernest Hancock Show.
Turn on the tube, what do I see? A whole lot of people crying, don't blame me. They point their crooked little fingers at everybody else. Spend all the time feeling sorry for themselves. Victim of this, victim of that. Your mama's too thin and your daddy's too fat. Get over it. Get over it. All this running and crying, bitching and fit. Get over it.
Get over it! Woo! Yeah, just get over it. You know, when the Eagles came back with this, they've been gone for a while, you know, back my heyday, high school and the 70s, 80s, and so on, the Eagles, and they came back and they started performing again heavily, and they did their album Get Over. I'm like, thank goodness. Just get, crying and pitching the fit. You know, you're using your weakness as your SJW. I need as like a crutch. You know, I hate that attitude. This was the Eagles. Slap you around. They got some SJW, anti-songs. I'm hip. All right. So,
or how about, speaking of Get Over It, can we segue one before we get back into the financial news? Because I don't want to bore everybody with all the financial news all day, but we've got a ton of great financial news.
Go.
But did you see the video of Chris Cuomo freaking out over being called Fredo?
I did.
I thought that was absolutely hilarious. And
do you think the guy, he was there with his family, and he goes up and he goes, "Hey, Fredo, can I get a selfie with you?" And he went off on him, and it kept escalating. He goes, "Look, I thought that was your name. I didn't know."
I think the guy was just trolling him. And
he's probably screwing with him.
And then, especially when he said,
because Rush always refers to him as dad. I guess he listens to the right. Anyway, he was just, I don't know. It wasn't, but it went off about him saying that. But then he had been saying it before or talking about, and I don't.
Yeah, there's a radio show where somebody said you're part of the La Cuomo Nostra instead of La Cosa Nostra, and then he goes, "What does that make me, Fredo?" And so, so he referred to himself as that. But the best part of the trolling is when the guy goes, and I don't know if people caught this. He goes, yeah, you're actually a lot more reasonable in person than you are on TV. And and so basically just being a complete, you know what. But yeah, no, I don't know any Italian that thinks that is the N-word. I mean, there's nobody.
No. He trolled them, and Cuomo was triggered. Now, is he related to Mario Cuomo?
Yeah, it's his dad.
Okay, so this is the son.
Yeah, but his brother is the governor of New York. So that's why so Fredo is the weaker brother of the Godfather.
That's what was going on. Okay, now it makes sense.
He's the incompetent brother
of
the Godfather.
All right. This is what's going on. Mario Cuomo was governor of New York.
And his son is Andrew Cuomo, the current governor.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Mario Cuomo is governor of New York. He gave the Democratic National Party anyway, he's a big Democrat. He'd go up and give speeches at the Democratic National Convention, and he'd do an oh-ho, and the press would ooze all over him and everything, and he's Mario Cuomo. And he's got his own issues, whatever. You're governor of New York, you're not a good guy. So then he has two sons. One of the sons is now governor of New York again. The other son is an anchor on CNN.
Fake news anchor, yeah.
Okay, fake news. So when Trump was going on, Fredo, which was from The Godfather. The Godfather, he had that kind of the skinny, if anybody that's watched The Godfather, 1, 2, 3, you see he's kind of the weak link. He's kind of always eventually they just said, we just got to off him. So he goes out fishing, and he gets, bricks in his pocket, and he's in the bottom of the lake or whatever, okay? So Fredo got killed. He's the weaker brother. So when they Fredo, and they say this to him, it pissed him off because it hit a little too close to home.
And now that's going to be his new permanent nickname, Fredo Cuomo. You're done.
And he did it. By doing this, he was at some party, big tent, thing, literally one of those big white tents. It's a summer party in, Hamptons or whatever the hell the thing is. And he comes in, and he was accosted by some guy that, just seemed like a 30-year-old guy with his family. They go, hey, can I get a selfie with you free or something? And he just went off on him, and it kept escalating to where guys, hold me back, I'm going to kick his ass, and this is all being taped. Do you think that Cuomo knew this was being taped?
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I do, in some regards, I do side with Cuomo. That guy came up to him, was being a dick, and was saying something derogatory to him, and, who knows what he's going through. So I can see why Cuomo was getting mad over this, but now you've just
dragging it out.
But now you've just Streisanded this times a million, and now that's going to be your new name, Fredo. And guess what? You can't call me a racist because I'm an Italian New Yorker whose family's name actually comes from La Cosa Nostra. So there's no way you can call me a racist over.
Yeah, Pichot. What was that, like enforcer, assassin, or some crap like that?
Yeah, it's the bottom rank of like a made man of the enforcers of.
So you're like barely made.
The ones who, the bottom rank of being a made man. And actually, Mario Puzo, who wrote The Godfather, I found out about this because I read one of his other books, Omerta, which is the Sicilian Sicilian code for silence. I saw my name in it like 6 times. I'm like, hey, Grandpa, you guys never told me this. So they dropped the O, so my real last name would have had an O at the end, Picciotto, which is the bottom rank of La Cosa Nostra. So there's no way that so this is what I love about this, because all this, it's the Italian N-word. Well, there's nothing you can say about me about, making fun of Cuomo.
Call you Picciot. Picciot.
Yeah, which actually could be a derogatory term too, but who knows? Now
I got a little self-esteem, don't care.
But I'm going to embrace it. But anyways, speaking of getting killed, the Treasury yields, which I know we were talking about before, even Alan Greenspan is coming out to say, and we've got a Market Watch article that says, of course, we'll just have a pop-up. Ex-Fed boss Greenspan says there is no barrier to Treasury yields falling below zero. And so this is Alan Greenspan now putting the trial balloons up there for zero rates.
Yeah, whoa, no, it's not a trial balloon. It's an announcement.
Yeah.
They're going to do it. They have to do it. So the thing, when they did this in Europe, America, hell, even Obama probably made fun of them. So I'm what the heck? So negative interest rates means that I give you my money. Here's $1 million. I'm going to get like 1% or 2% less when I get my money back that I gave you, right?
Yeah, I forgot.
So why the hell would I do this?
Well, I forgot what movie it was from, but it's like you never go full retard because right now this is the dumbest thing that people thought wasn't.
Oh, that was. I know what you're talking about. It was with Robert Downey Jr. and Ben Stein in. God,
it was like a war zone.
Yeah, it was a war-made movie or something, and they were actors doing this. And this one guy, he went. The full retard on the somebody goes, nope, you never go full retard, okay? You got to be like a Forrest Gump kind of thing. You don't go full retard, so we're going full retard.
I mean, I honestly can't even believe it's even gotten to this point that, I mean, I forgot when the other central banks started going negative, probably late 2014, 2015 timeframe. And the fact that I thought, okay, maybe this would last for a year or two before everyone realized how stupid this is and before everyone realizes that the rates can never go up because when you have, and going back to 2011, the dot plots, which, let me explain everything. So the dot plots are the Federal Reserve governor's estimates of where they think the rates will be on a 1, 2, 3, and 4 year time period. They thought that by 2015 that the Fed funds rate was already going to be 4.5%, which means the government would be borrowing money probably at 5.5%, 6%, which means that the interest would be over $1 trillion. And how come I can realize this as someone in my 20s, a millennial who's, millennials are supposed to be retarded. So how am I able to figure this out years ago and getting chastised over this? And now people are finally realizing it and that the rates had to go negative because when you're sitting on $23 trillion of debt, you can't afford to pay it off. So now if you have the rates negative, well, now you've got like a negative zero balance interest rate credit card. They can keep this BS going on forever, which could which means that because I always thought as part of my prognostication that the market would go down once they had all this stuff that was going on in October, and I pinpointed October as when I thought this was going to happen. But then I thought there'd be a response by the Federal Reserve and other central banks that would then send the market up. The only question now is, will the market ever really meaningfully go down, or will be allowed to go down because they can keep this going on forever? They can keep buying assets. They can keep it's a whole BS artificially rigged system out there, and if you're close to retirement right now, you better know what you're doing right now, and you better not keep everything in cash permanently because you're going to go broke safely doing that because you're not going to be conserving your purchasing power. This is everything that I've thought about in terms of like my crisis retiring presentation I did at Anarchapulco, that this is what we're gearing up for right now. Going negative interest rates, Alan Greenspan saying it. Ridiculous.
We've gone full retard!
This is not the PC show.
Are you a cryptocurrency advocate? The Crypto Tip.
Oh, we're supposed to worry about that? They said retard. Whatever.
And Fredo.
I'm all right. So when we come back, we got one more segment, then we can go along.
Maybe we did make one more mention about the Chris Fredo Cuomo thing
because you can't hold it in. Go.
Well, I can't. Well, the best thing is I sent you and Dr. Frank a meme yesterday where it was Fredo Cuomo up there, and it said, I'm just gonna have to pull this up, but it's like, he says you should stop disparaging Italian Americans, and then threatens to break the guy's legs.
I saw that. I'll break your legs if you. And I'm like, he just really showed that these guys are not stable. You know who? I tell you who's like this. You saw, Cuomo going off on, he's just being. Add to that real rage, a red face.
John McCain.
And John McCain.
I knew it.
John McCain, fucking nuts. Okay. I never triggered him. I just avoided him. We'd be at a different thing. Hey, John, what's up? He knew me. I do, because I never run against guys. I run against their philosophy. Kind of, I'm for something. I don't want to be, and he just beat up on John. I don't care. That's not why I do this stuff. And it's also why I'm not and it's not because I'm afraid of him. I can sit there and slap him around all day. What good does it do? What? This is something we don't know?
Yeah, he's dead. He's dead. What good does it do?
Right.
What difference does it make?
What difference does it make after all this time? So I'm feeling that.
Oh, and then did you see Trump's tweet? I know about Fredo Cuomo. He has several tweets about this.
What?
And so, one of them, he goes, well, after this outburst by Chris Fredo Cuomo, that I think that we should take it.
Does he always say Fredo?
I'm not sure. He referred to him as Fredo several times. He goes, this is not the Italian N-word. He goes, means that you're the weak, incompetent brother to, and so.
Yeah, I want to be very clear what this means.
And
you're the weak, incompetent brother of, made family.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, it was pretty awesome. But then he goes on to say, and this validates every concern that every person listening right now has over these red flag laws. Trump tweeted out something to the effect, I'm just paraphrasing right now, but it was, if because of these red flag laws, I think you should have your guns taken away. Something similar to that. And it's like, exactly why we don't have red flag laws, because now Trump said because you name called and said a bunch of naughty words and F-bombs, that now you should be red flagged. To Chris,
so does Trump? Is he still doing? I want red flag laws.
Yeah, while he's advocating red flag, and then I've seen a whole bunch of America, Second Amendment, Trump people who are like, I'm all for the Second Amendment, however, or I'm all for the Second Amendment, but he's like, you can't be out there, name calling people like that. I'm like, suck my,
this is not going to go well.
Because of name. So, but you've got big, big truck people who are big time Trump and America red-blooded guys who are like, you can't be mean and name call, otherwise you're gonna have your guns taken. I'm like, you guys are and these are red-blooded Republican Second Amendment people who are saying who agree with Trump because it's their trust in Trump.
Trust in Trump. Give me some tit.
It's absolutely driving me nuts, triggering me.
Yeah, trust in Trump. So the Fed rate, the economy, the trade deals, the tariffs. Oh, yeah, and Trump pulled tariffs to get so we have like a good Christmas or something. Yeah. What the hell is that about?
That was one of my articles that I had up there as well. He said that, because of the Christmas season, he doesn't want electronics like cell phones and other electronics people buy from China basically to be exposed to the tariffs. Because, however, I thought if tariffs were such a great thing and that the Chinese were paying them and that we've got China on its back, well, then why should it matter if China's the one that's paying for it?
FM.
And now, live from the studios of Freedom's Phoenix, Ernest Hancock.
She was fooling, but she knew what she was doing when she taught me how to walk this way. She told me to walk this way, walk this way.
Yeah, walk this way. Trust in Trump. Goose step this direction. This whole thing about the red flag legislate go get somebody because we say and you need to arrest or something. This goes down a dark path, because that list is going to be the list of who they're ever going to go after for something of the list. They're going to be the list. And a lot of the guys, conspiracy-oriented individuals have always been, they're building a list. Is Ernie on that list? Well, if you're going to be on the list, be on top of the list. But, I'm not. It's very difficult now for me. I used to feel like I was on top of the list when we were doing, woohoo, we're a threat to that. They got other people to worry about.
Especially with all this Epstein stuff. I mean, it's like, I like talking about things that people don't know about. And I was talking about the Epstein stuff so long ago, and now there's so many people talking about it. I feel like I don't really have to talk about it because now it's something somebody else is doing. And so, but it's a good sign, though, that so many people are talking about this. And it's really sort of a watershed moment where all of a sudden now I had two people in the past week, refer to me as a conspiracy theorist, but it wasn't really in a derogatory sense. Like, I was talking about history and stuff.
I think derogatory efforts by this conspiracy theorist was a CIA psyop. They go, oh, you're a conspiracy. It started with the JFK thing. If you're not believing the tried and true official version of your conspiracy theorist, which is a bad thing. Now, for me, as I grew up, seeing all this stuff, going, yeah, this is a conspiracy theorist didn't have the negative connotation to me and the media, but it did, and they kept saying it. Like on the Southern Poverty Law Center, Freedom's Phoenix is seen as a conspiracy and bias site. So that puts me on the blacklist of some I don't care, right? So I'm like, oh, you're not on the list? Then what the hell good are you? I mean, that kind of thing, so I don't care. But the thing is that conspiracy was never really had that bad I know that they tried to make it that way, but I didn't really look at it that way. And then you get in the history of what it was and how it's supposed to be perceived and who gets called it and why and so on. And I don't think it has the same meaning to certainly your generation. You're not like looking at it as a, I don't know, bad thing, are you?
Well, I mean, it depends. I mean, the people I hang around with, no, but I mean, people I went to school with would probably still try to label me that as a, derogatory.
There has to be some break in your Facebooking family, friends back in New York. Are they starting to go, Tim, you're not as crazy as we thought you were?
Yeah, and actually now it's mainly even more like libertarians that I'm fighting with, and I've actually defriended quite a few of them recently. It's just, I'm like, you know what, life is too short. I don't feel like arguing back and forth. And like, I had some people that call themselves libertarians who are telling me I shouldn't be posting about my anti-police stuff when it's like the actual videos of this black guy with dreads in his getting kidnapped by the police in his front yard because he talked back to them about his dog being out or something. And he was in a nice suburbs, and he's like, what do you want me for? He's like, we got a warrant out for your arrest. He's like, what's my name? And the guy, like, he didn't even know the guy's name. He's like, hey, you're a black guy with dreads, and we're gonna go kidnap you. And he's like, well, you don't know how tough it is to be a police officer, and blah blah blah.
And you don't being a dick.
Yeah, and he's like, and you don't know. Yeah, and he's like, you would never have the balls to be a police officer, and they're heroes. I'm like, all right, yeah, well, whatever.
Well, a lot of these guys, they're trolls in there. Davi, he had there was a comment. There was a guy on the street that was doing a video, and he's like, yeah, fuck the police, and he's like giving them the finger and so on. They're down. So 3 of them just came over, tackled him, kicked shit at him, on video. And I'm going, I don't think this is going to flush the way that they think this is going to go. But people were calling them the cops pirates. Well, Davi took umbrage to that. He's going, whoa. They're not pirates. They're privateers.
I actually said in this exact same thread, the kid goes, and you're referring to police as pirates. I go, whoa. Don't offend pirates like that. And then I went into the whole spiel about privateers versus pirates. So it's funny that separately I did the exact same thing.
No, because that's a distinction that is starting to be found. There was a Mises.org article that got sent to me by a bunch of my Republican, libertarian-leaning, whatever, gray hair professional friends. They're going, oh, this is what you were talking about. And I'm going, God, man, you're never a prophet in your own land,
Exactly. I know that all too well. But let's bring things right back around to the term conspiracy theorist, because that was started over JFK. And wouldn't you know, and I don't know if you know this, and this sounds absolutely crazy, the pathologist and Fox News contributor Michael Baden hired by Jeffrey Epstein's team to observe autopsy. Well, who is Michael Baden? Michael Baden was the chairman of the House Select Committee on Assassinations Forensic Pathology panel that investigated the assassination of JFK, and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. is going to be the coroner that oversees everything for Epstein.
You're effing kidding me.
I'm not kidding you.
Okay,
I got it right here.
Let me see this. Okay, now wait.
Talk about how things just wrap into each other.
Now, see, I want to make sure that I got this right. Okay. That also highlights the fact that he was chairman of the House Select Committee on Assassination Forensic Pathology that investigate. Okay, that doesn't make it clear. Was he on the committee at the time of the JFK thing and all this kind of stuff, the committee of that, or was he chairman of the same committee that did it? I mean, was he contemporary with the investigation?
That's all I really know about this right now, because I saw some people post about that, and then as you started talking about the term conspiracy theorist, I'm like, wait a minute, I remember hearing about this yesterday, but there's so many things going on in the news. But that was just one thing that I feel like I couldn't
if he was chairman, well, he looks old enough.
He was part of the cover-up. Yeah, basically.
Okay, so he was a contemporary with. Oh God, man, you can't make this shit up.
You can't. This is like
it's like in your face. They're just so like, your mama.
It's like, and in case you want to link it back to JFK too, it's just, and that's what I'm saying.
Okay, I want the audience. I want get pen and paper. Write a couple. Read that again. What you just did, that little paragraph there. All right, wait. This is important. Okay, this is like 9/11 Commission stuff, Warren Commission stuff. That's in your face BS. So who can we count on to do it? It's Mueller being the head of this thing, doesn't know jack, and he's just going to sign it at the end and say I don't know nothing. Okay,
it gets better. He also testified about the murder trials of O.J. Simpson.
What?
So it's like
okay, all right. Go ahead and read the part that you had. Who you were in the House Select Committee? Go ahead.
I can't, for some reason, I went to a different page. Pathologist and Fox News contributor Michael Baden hired by Jeffrey Epstein's team to observe autopsy, and now I'm trying to scroll down further.
So Michael Baden
was chairman of the House Select Committee on Assassinations Forensic Pathology panel that investigated the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and he also testified at the murders for O.J. Simpson and Phil Spector. I'm not sure who that is.
Chairman of the committee that investigated JFK and Martin Luther King Jr.
Yeah, and now we need to go pre-search.
Hired by the Epstein
guys. Okay, this wasn't even government. This is Epstein guys.
Yeah, to oversee it.
All right.
Well, I feel better knowing that the JFK overseer is overseeing this now.
Well, then this autopsy don't mean shit. Epstein lives. That we should do a T-shirt. Epstein lives
in my basement. I don't know.
He's in a basement with some kid
with two. All right, now I'm trying to go to the Wikipedia page for the United States House Select Committee on Assassinations, but the internet is going super slow. So yeah, we'll find out more about this. But yeah, it's almost literally cannot make this stuff up. I mean, it's just too.
They're making fun of us. They're doing it in your face. Watch what we can get away with. It's got a shiny badge committee of something, and I don't care. I'm wow. All right.
And I liked when what Davi said. I was trying to think, driving in here. I'm like, Davi said something really funny yesterday, and it was about the we need to have a sacred Jewish burial where we sprinkle him over the seas in accordance with Jewish law, because they just made it up for Bin Laden when they killed Bin Laden.
And everybody bought it.
I mean, I didn't buy it, and you didn't. Well,
I mean, the media did. They just go, oh, okay. Well, at least you got a reason. You did it. I mean, it's like they're making fun of you. In the Middle East press, they're going, what? And they're do whatever, but, they control. You are not getting the news. Even online, all this it is so filtered and echo chambered. I remember, okay, I got to tell you this. Where echo chamber thing came from. Now we're going to go into the break. We're going to go into the show. All right. You guys go on the stream. We're going to yak it some more.
DLive.tv/Ernest Hancock.
And Twitch and YouTube. I don't know. Is Facebook doing it anymore? I don't know.
No, I'm not sure what's going on with that. But
yeah, it's Facebook. That's why. I don't even look. I don't care. We did. I go, how long we? They cut the Facebook feed. We made it! Yay! Like I care.
And this committee was way after. It was September 1976. So
yeah, that's why I think it was a reinvestigation thing. So he was like, all right. So he wasn't the original. It was after everybody and all the conspiracies, everybody freaking. We have to have a new investigation, just like they're going to do a new 9/11 investigation. And what do you see? It's the same delay in time from when JFK was killed to when they finally did some bullshit investigation, and they're doing the same thing with 9/11. Ooh, we're going to really investigate it now. There were pre-placed explosives. Was there? You going to believe them?
This is Michael Dean from the Freedom Fiends. 1996, and have used over a dozen web hosts in that time. AgrosHosting.com is the only one that...
AgrosHosting.com, yay! That's who we use. That's Derek. The investigate. There needs to be a conspiracy investigation on
everything.
The Fed. Yeah, on Well, now they got. There's a big thing going on about the whole government going in using Amazon's cloud for all their crap, because their government, they can't keep up with blah blah blah.
It's like their Jedi program or something like that.
Yeah. What
I don't
is
know.
that?
I don't.
We know everything.
I can't know everything, but yeah.
Jeff, will you run our crap for us? Oh, sure. Don't worry about it. We'll interface it with our, Prime subscribers.
And one thing people don't realize is the actual amount. I remember last year I did a story on this where the amount of profit that Apple, we're talking profit, not revenue, the amount of profit that Apple had over one quarter was actually more profit than Amazon had its entire existence. Because if you look at their profit, it's with absent the CIA cloud contract.
I don't think Amazon's made any money.
The only reason they made money is once they got the CIA cloud contract is what that's like their breadwinner is their whole AWS cloud is what
he's going for market share and to drive all competition out. And this drone thing is really going to do it. And how they do it is not that they got some great tech, is that they don't allow anybody else's great tech. So somebody will come in and go, I got a better drone that'll go, no, you're not allowed. You're not approved of. You're not. And it's just the same thing with these social media things. They're going to go in. They'll say, you have to have a compliance team and the blah, 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 and you can't do it. And that's coming. I guarantee it. And they're going to have this IP license. They keep talking about this. There's going to be some big, whatever the hell it is, they're going to say, yep, and you got to have a license to have an address of any web of anything. And you already do now. You got this
security certificate, and you got to, the ICANN register of make sure they know it's you or they'll shut it down, or, all this stuff. And I'm going, yep, we're going to have to move off of there. And that's why we're prepping all this stuff. Oh, the boxes that we have for the pies over there and everything, we figured out what we're going to be doing is I'm going to order a laser cutters. They make these boxes. You can, little dovetail kind of, Derek had, I go, hell, why didn't you tell me about this? I'm going, woo, this is good, Ian did. So Bob is going to come over Friday, and he's going to pimp out. We have the same 3D printer, so he's going to pimp mine out, get some software and different stuff and make it to where I can do the precariats. Because I got the same 3D printer. How come I can't print like you? Because it's slicing software and then blah, blah,
I saw a story about a guy yesterday who 3D printed like a Lamborghini Aventador or something.
Yeah, him and his son. I saw that.
I didn't actually click on it, but if you go to Zero Hedge right now, here's the top story. Epstein's madam found Ghislaine Maxwell living with tech CEO in multi-million-dollar oceanfront mansion. So nobody's known where she's been at for 3 years, but now because of all this hoopla, she's been spotted in New England.
Facial recognized from something.
Yeah, I mean, now it's one of the top stories
in
the
nobody's
world.
Seen her for 3 years?
I mean, yeah, no one's really known where she... Because the whole reason all this stuff was
She trying to not be dead?
The whole reason all this thing was reignited, I believe, was because she was slandering one of the girls. And so after all of this, then the girl, I think it's at Virginia, I can't remember her last name, Giroff or something, she sued for defamation. And then this is how the whole thing was able to get uncovered. I think even Mike Cernovich had a hand in helping get this back. But yeah, no, it's just crazy how many things are just coming about between, the Epstein stuff and then all the Federal Reserve stuff. And then it's like every single thing I cover is all like in one, even crypto, having, Trump tweeting about it in congressional hearings. It's like every single thing between crypto and the stock market and conspiracies all coming together at once. Like I can't even, can we just relax for a little bit so I can, so I don't have to try to feel like the need to cover all this stuff. So.
Okay, CEO Scott Borgerson. So who the hell is he?
I don't know.
What does he do?
Too many investigations today. All
right, well, let me go ahead and pull him up because I want to know what the hell he does. Okay, Scott.
Council on Foreign Relations.
Really?
Shocking.
I mean, is he?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay, well,
one thing
shit,
I see.
There you go, right there. All right, what am I going to do? DuckDuckGo. Boom. All right, let's see what's up. Clinton cat. That's not what I wanted.
Then it shows her at Chelsea Clinton's wedding.
Yeah, all this stuff. Whatever. They're all. It's a big incestuous relationships of scumbags are us kind of whatever.
And you ain't in it.
And you ain't in it. Okay. What? LinkedIn? You got to sign in to see stuff now.
I don't use LinkedIn regularly enough to know what they've
well, now to
updated.
Look at it, you got to log in. Screw them. Okay, he's CEO of Cargo Metrics. Council on Foreign Relations. Dr. Scott G. Borgerson is CEO of Cargo Metrics Technology. I guess it's the same guy. Prior to co-founding Cargo Metrics, Dr. Borgerson was a visiting fellow for ocean governance at the Council on Foreign Relations. Wow. I feel better already. Ocean governance.
It's actually on Council on Foreign Relations letterhead. If you scroll up to the top, are you on a CFR website?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so.
No. The fact that the Council on Foreign Relations, they're going for ocean governance. Seasteaders, we got you, man. Scott's going to take care of it for you. I just you can't make this stuff up. All right. He also served as a senior research scholar at the School of International Public Affairs at Columbia University, which is Brzezinski stuff. I mean, we're
Obama
trilateral commission crap, and here we go.
Barry Soetoro.
An expert on the Arctic, Dr. Borgerson has published numerous landmark articles on the subject. He advises national and international leaders on emerging Arctic issues, and he is a co-founder of the Arctic Circle, a global NGO. Holy shit! These guys suck, man. It is all right.
Maybe Joby knows him with all his Arctic exploring.
Right. Yeah. We're gonna. Hey, Joby, what's up? All right. How should I?
do this. I mean, I need to write a story. All right, Donna, come here, baby. I want to show you something. This is how we do it. This is how we do it. Okay, this guy, Scott Borgerson, okay, I need you to find whatever articles, kind of do a little profile, a wiki, a couple of kind of who he is, and, and put it in one article that also includes Ghislaine Maxwell and, found at this. This is a Zero Hedge article. And the Zero Hedge article, top of Zero Hedge right now is this guy is where she's staying. Okay, so you can pull the name from here, put this up, and put some other links to who this guy is, and his Council on Foreign Relations link in bio.
I've never heard of him until right now, so this is the first time I've ever heard of this guy.
Can you do that for me, Donna? Yeah. Thank you, baby. And put that in the third hour archive, too. Okay, this is another...
layer.
Yeah. Another tact, a layer. This is the whole thing is going to be exposed. And this is why I'm starting to feel that this is why this QAnon thing was necessary. This is what my son was arguing. He goes,
and remember what the FBI did right beforehand, that they criminalize, conspiracy theories, or not criminalize it, but now you're on a list, or they say it's terrorist activities to be propagating.
Of course it is.
And 8chan was taken down right before this too.
Oh yes, right.
What a coincidence that right before all this stuff goes down.
Yeah, here's another thing. When they did you read the 4chan thing from the guy in the prison?
Yeah, where it was like half an hour before that they scooped the news on what happened. Yeah,
right. So I go. I'll put 4chan Epstein guard or something, That should come up. But 4chan reported details. All right, 38 minutes prior. Now, this is the thing. The New York City Fire Department is now investigating how a detailed account of billionaire pedophile Jeffrey Epstein's death and the efforts to revive him were posted on 4chan 38 minutes before it was reported anywhere else. Don't ask me how I know, but Epstein died an hour ago from hanging, cardiac arrest. Screen cap this. The poster wrote before diving into the details in a series of 6 posts. Now, this was, let's see. The 4chan user made 6 posts about Epstein's death. One of them claimed that attempts to resuscitate Epstein were made for 40 minutes before he was transported to hospital, at which point medical personnel tried to revive him for another 20 minutes. Those details are at least partially consistent with the information regarding Epstein's death that had been publicly released by the Federal Bureau of Prisons, yada, yada, yada. But that's not the actual post. I want to get to what the guy said, because it was freaky deaky. Okay, let's see. So what was the first you heard of this?
Just actually right away. I happened to wake up probably 6 o'clock in the morning, our time, Pacific time, on Saturday or Sunday, and I put it on my Facebook at like 6:10 in the morning or 6:13 in the morning on Saturday, like immediately as soon as the news broke, because of course I'm a big nerd of all this stuff, and I'm addicted to Freedom's Phoenix and Drudge and Zero Hedge, so immediately I was on something like as soon as the news broke, or like 2 minutes after it broke, and then I had a flood of text messages from everybody of like, oh my god, you see the Epstein stuff, because I was making memes about Epstein in 2016. Some of the first memes I ever made were about Epstein, and so to see this finally coming to light, it's just like I don't need any like.
Well, what they don't tell you is what the guy actually posted, and I read it, and his thing was it's like they brought in another body. They're doing a switch out, or they were just something. The thing is that you're going, well, I go. Prison guards or guys at federal, they all got 4chan accounts. Is that how that works?
Oh, and then the prison guard wasn't actually a real prison guard. It was like a substitute. And then they also found out that both of the prison guards were actually asleep. And then was reading this morning.
They got been gassed.
And then when they were asleep, they then went back to falsify their records and say they did check on them every 30 minutes. And now these two are going to be the 2 patsies that are, going down for this whole thing. And then the other, assassination attempt or suicide attempt, it happened to be like just when when like the New York City power outage happened. And it's just like, come on, like you couldn't even. It's like
wait, Trump.
The movie. Okay, so you're saying that in the suicide attempt that they had on Epstein before was when the New York power went out.
That's not what I'm saying. That's what happened.
Okay, that's what happened.
Yeah. So.
Wow.
Like, can you really? I mean,
New York City power went out so they could hide to get out. This is a good movie.
Just think about the economic hit of having power go out for an hour in New York City, or however long it went out in New York City. Like the inconvenience and the amount of, like, we're gonna f up, however many tens of millions of people's day and all the economics and the business going on in New York City, so we could half-ass try to kill Epstein, and they apparently didn't even do that good enough. Yeah, craziness. You know what? Another good thing to pull up that I forgot that I had, it completely unrelated. So I don't know if we want to shift off Epstein yet or not, because it's like. Well,
I'm looking for people go look for the. See, that's one thing they're not putting the 4chan post.
It was on Zero Hedge. Yes, maybe. So if you search on Zero Hedge from at some point yesterday, it was on Zero Hedge. Maybe 2 days ago. Yeah.
Yeah, we had. I think we had it on the site. But the actual post. I want to read that because it was freaky. Let's see. That's not it. See, this is one thing. They flood.
They memory hole it.
Yeah, they flood with other competition. They put that down. You don't see it. It's not there. Whatever. There's some weird stuff that happened. Epstein's dead.
I think it may have been on this one.
Arrested for infused telemetry, yada, yada, yada. The president. I just want to get the actual post. I saw it somewhere. This is not it. Anyway, he was describing what happened. They came in, all of a sudden it's 4 a.m. and this ambulance shows up and there's no, I don't know, got the paperwork. Hey man, I got it back. It was like watching an action movie.
It's like Ocean's 11, but getting out of the prison, or I'm sure there's movies about that too. But yeah, it's just. You can't you couldn't screenwrite this any better. Or if you wanted to give fodder for conspiracy theorists, I mean, you couldn't have given any more fodder. But then I'm also wondering what else is happening while everybody's distracted
Donna,
by this.
did you put up Davi's Facebook facial thing? I sent you a link. Okay, but it's not its own article. Make it its own article. Okay, so we got I guess we got to go into the show notes here. I was wondering where it was.
Did you happen to see, switching gears a little bit, one of your friends I thought had an amazing interview yesterday on Fox Business, Patrick Byrne. I don't know if you saw like his 3, 4, or 5 minute interview. Absolutely amazing. So if you want to search when you get a chance, Fox Business, Patrick Byrne, that he apparently has, it's just a bombshell interview. Like, so you're going to see this interview and be like, wow, this is...
Oh, she put it at the bottom of your thing here. Well, and Donna, make a note. Go ahead and Patrick Byrne, get the his Fox News thing. What do you have to say?
I think that this is big enough that we might even want to play it right now. That this is, it's... All
right, well, let's go ahead and finish with this. I want to do this. What we did, there was somebody had an ear comparison. You got a little sliver of him laying, and I guess he's dead, but they got him, not covered, and he's laying there on the
actually some homeless guy, not him.
Yeah, you never know. So they put him laying him there, and he had his ear. You could see by the contour, everybody has a unique ear pattern. It's like fingerprints. So they had it, and somebody put up, and they go, "Look, this is not him. This is not the guy. These ears aren't the same." So we're going, really? Well, let's go take a look. Davi, you're Mr. freaking, Photoshop. Let's go, do it up. So he pulled out from 04 a picture, 08 and 19 when he's laying there dead. Now he's got that neck brace on. I guess SOP, whatever. And he got that neck brace on. It's kind of, pushing up on his ear. It might give it a little bit different contour, but you can't change it that much, So we're looking at this, but in every picture, do this for Epstein. You go into, we'll go do Google here just to make a point. Google. And you go in Jeffrey Epstein pictures. Jeffrey Epstein. Boom. So I go into images, and what I'm seeing is every time you see him, anytime he shows the side of his face, he always shows the right side of his face. The only picture that shows the left side, guy's blocking. Ooh, there's another one when he was young, left side. There it is. This is what we were looking for. Davi! Let me see. I got this picture. There it is. Okay. We could not find a single picture with the left side of his face. Now, this one is... God, man, they cover it up. Sons of bitches, man. It's always... I'm going to have to do a screen save here to get it before they got some crap covering it up. Let me see. Get it up there and screen save. Did I do it? Screen save, print screen. Boom. Got it. Okay. Now, copy to clipboard. I want to do it save as a pic. Because what Davi did is he put up in, I'll save that. I got that now. In there, they had lines tracing out the shape of the nose, creating maybe a false conspiracy theory. You see what I mean? They always see, they don't know what they're doing. They just, they got this wrong, and they're full of crap, like polio.
Like Obama's fake birth certificate where really he was born here, but underneath Frank Marshall Davis. Yeah.
Right. Well, maybe it was real, and then it wasn't. And then they said that you said it wasn't when it really was. It's just bullshit.
They put out some red herring, some strafe to get you to catch something else.
So they can say that your credibility is crap and see the internet's full of conspiracy and they don't know what they're doing.
Oh, see, Pizzagate's crazy because we seeded this crazy information and you now copied it and repeated it.
There was a dungeon underneath and there was nobody there. Ha. I mean, that kind of thing. So anyway, but they had a dungeon. So you go to these pictures. And he was doing the contour of the ear here and saying it was different. Well, he goes, it's kind of squished up a little bit. And he's got, they change over time. How far off are we? And the one that they showed was totally different. It didn't look like him, But, when we went through and we looked at it it does look kind of like him. Does that mean anything? Well, one, I would prefer to have the left side of his head to compare to the left side, but it looks like I just found one here, and we'll add that. But, that's not the point. You want to get the guy out. He needs to be dead to get him freaking out. What does he do? Change into one of the, the firemen or something, which could be, that's another thing. But I'm going, how many times do we have they give you an injection of, slows your heart and you're semi-dead and you're laying there and they, kind of act like they're doing something to you, whatever, and they put you in the thing and you're done. Then what do? Well, now it's got to be get rid of the body. So I'm thinking there's a dead man switch and there's other stuff coming, and a lot of people may not have cared if he went out.
Maybe when the cremation person's maybe taking a nap, that Jeffrey Epstein will go cremate himself too, so we won't be able to find this out. That's the next thing that's coming, is that there's some sort of mistake where none of the evidence gets out and he gets cremated and ashes drop somewhere.
Ashes.
And how many people, and how, what are the odds that these coroners, end up dying, like the Andrew Breitbart ones, or the Sandy? I mean, there's all sorts of stuff going on. But yeah, you definitely, can you also try to Google, or I hate to even say Google, pre-search or search Patrick Byrne Fox Business, because I'm telling you, this is right up your alley.
All right. Well, Donna hopefully is putting it up, and I can just click it. Do you got it up? She has not done that yet. Okay, so I'm looking for...
just type in Patrick Byrne, Fox Business or Fox News.
Patrick Byrne.
And if you're listening right now, believe me, this is worth it. This is, the type of guy you want to support. It's about the T0 accredited tokens, but they of course, they tried hitting
2 days ago?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So we got to get some...
Get some volume.
Which they bring him on to talk about blockchain, but then
it's only 4 minutes, so it's not that big.
Well, they bring him on to talk about blockchain, but then they immediately pivot to something else. The one I'm looking at was 6 minutes long. So I'm not. Let me just make sure it's the same one as I'm pulling this up. Yeah, this is from August 12th. So what's today? Yeah, I mean it's probably the same one, but this is the beginning portion of it.
Well, listen, you want to get the whole thing because it's MSN, MSNBC. So you just got to go to. Fox.
This is video.fox Business in particular.
Let's do it up.
But the funny part is, and I'll just sort of kind of like set this up right now, is that they want to they bring him on and talk about blockchain and Bitcoin, but then immediately start hitting him about Clinton and Russians and all this different stuff to try to discredit him. And then he ends up kicking their ass so much that then they want to bring it back over to Bitcoin. So he just did an absolutely amazing job. Yeah. So we're on Fox Business right now. We've got it pulled up. Yep.
Overstocks, Patrick Byrne, and how blockchain can help build trust in financial institutions, central banks.
Yeah, they don't talk about the first part of what he was saying, but yeah.
This is 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So this one, the headline is Overstocks T0 security tokens now tradable by non-accredited investors, but that's not really the story. That is a story. Believe me, that is a story. I can. Would it be better if I sent you a text of it, or?
Yeah, please. Send it email, and
let's do it right now
to Ernest Hancock at Cox or Publisher or something like that. Because you could. This is called show prep, man. Damn it.
Well, right. I mean, the amount of things that we covered here, was a lot. So here, Patrick Byrne.
Okay, there's
boom. Just sent
I finally
it over.
got a. All right, we got the Epstein thing. What I'm doing here is I'm showing you. They're showing graphics of him, with in 1992 of him sitting with Trump. So that's their big thing. They got to have them some Trump, whatever. I don't care. Okay, where is it? Now he banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago because he was being a dick there. He recruited.
Well, there was a few things. There was a real estate deal gone wrong. Where do you know anything about the real estate deal?
They were both wanting the same property or something.
What happened is that Epstein came to Trump in confidence and was like, "Hey, I'm looking at this piece of property," because he thought. And the rumor at the time is that Trump was absolutely broke. And so he was like, hey, I'm looking at doing this. I'm going to flip this. I'm going to make this type of profit. And I just sort of want to get your opinion on this. And then Trump's like, yeah, I'll give you my opinion. I'm going to basically outdo you. And so then he went. And so he already told Trump what he's going to bid and everything. And then Trump went in through Deutsche Bank and got a loan for, a little bit over the amount that Epstein was going to bid on because he already had the inside information from Epstein. And so he outbid him, stole the property, made a bunch of money from that, and then also apparently he's trying to recruit from girls at Mar-a-Lago, and he got him banned around 2003. Was part of that, and I dropped the phone on the table. Sorry about that.
Okay, I finally got. Let me take this screenshot. God dang it.
The left ear.
Boom.
Make sure you might have had the mouse over the ear if it screenshots the mouse as well. So you might want to move the mouse when you screenshot it. Unless
I can see it.
Okay, it doesn't have the mouse.
So let's do this. I want to send this to Davi. Let me see if I can do this. Okay, and go right. It'll paste in there. Come on. Boom. Okay, cool. We were looking for this. I have to go to a video to find it. God. Okay, so I go Davi.
Left ear.
Stein. Left profile. All right, because we were looking. It was obvious that he prefers his right side in any, but it was like every picture. And I'm going, the only time I'd seen that was when Carly Fiorina, you didn't have anything but a headshot of her standing at a podium, and she was... Had a Hewlett-Packard. She worked with the NSA and the CIA. She ran for U.S. Senate, one of the most expensive races ever in California, and lost. And she ran for president in 2016. She. And there wasn't a single candid photo. We had like one, but it was, okay, well, they'll let that through. I'm going, who the hell could do this? And certainly HP, CEO and Google friends of government of whatever. NSA. I mean, this is how this stuff happens. All right. So let me see if I can finally freaking, find
Patrick Byrne video.
Patrick Byrne.
Yeah. So it should be in the email now.
Oh, so I'm looking at my email.
Yep, I sent it
with all my penis erectile ads. When they know you're over 50 or something, man, you start getting it. We know what you need. I need a joint and a cup of coffee. That's what I need, man. I'll take care of business. All right, so we go.
Speaking of trying to get the video up.
Right.
Getting it up.
Okay, now this says it's how long? 6 minutes, 51 seconds.
Well, it's the exact one because I sent it to you. So.
All right, well, maybe. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and let's crank this up. Let me pull this down because it's going to be too loud. All right, here we go, guys.
This is gold.
We're going to do the Patrick Byrne, and it was, 2 days ago?
Yeah, very recent.
All right. You going to tell us why it's such a big deal, or we just going to watch it?
Well, let's just watch it. I think
Our CEO,
All right, here we go.
Patrick Byrne, the founder and CEO of Overstock, who's getting into cryptocurrency in a big way through the company. But I have to ask you, Patrick, about a story that I never expected to see. One that Sarah Carter wrote about, a journalist that's familiar to our viewers. It's called $1 Billion CEO. That would be you. A convicted Russian agent and the FBI. Now, the convicted Russian agent is a woman named Maria Butina. She's now serving out her sentence after she pleaded guilty in 2018. But what's the story with this, and what does it say about her FBI? That's the kind of interesting thing for me.
Well, first of all, I thought we were talking about blockchain. I'm happy to discuss this. I haven't gone public in a very limited way to a couple journalists. One thing, I don't work for the FBI.
Gotcha.
I've helped them twice in my life. Once when my friend Brian Williams got murdered, a famous NBA player, and you can Google that, and I helped them there. And I helped them with Wall Street and that big fight with Wall Street 10 years ago. So I don't, Rasta, as Bob Marley sang, Rasta don't work for no CIA. I'm a Grateful Dead, I'm a Grateful Dead loving, flag waving, pot smoking guy. So I'm no, the problem was the FBI. The FBI, I wish, when you walk through an airport and you see some kids dressed, going off to in uniform, young soldiers. I wish Americans felt the same way about the FBI, about the men in black, is all I'm going to say.
I do.
They're great young men and women trying to protect the country. They aren't the problem.
I think most people can distinguish between the folks who put their life on the line every day, like the brave FBI agents do, and the folks who got kind of politicized. That's the problem.
It isn't even the brass versus the front line. It's within the brass. There are people who got there politically. They're the problem. So anyway, let me give it to you in a nutshell. In a very strange way, by a weird fluke of history, I ended up in the center of the Russian and the Clinton investigations. I have all the answers. I've been sitting on them, waiting for America to get there. Last summer, I figured out. I have all the answers to both of those. What they all are, it's all about political espionage. Had nothing to do with law enforcement. I thought I was helping them in some law enforcement. It was all political espionage. Here's the bottom line. There is a deep state, like a submarine, lurking just beneath the waves at periscope depth, watching our shipping lanes, and a nuclear icebreaker named the USS Bill Barr has snuck up on them and is about to ram them amidships. That's about to happen, and I think we're about to see the biggest scandal in American history.
Wow.
As a result. But it was all political. Everything you think you know about Russia and Clinton investigations is a lie. It's all
back to Bitcoin.
It was all political espionage.
And you think Bill Barr is going to get to the bottom of it?
I think he has gone to the bottom of it. It was, believe it or not, there was political espionage conducted against Hillary Clinton. And I can tell you, two of the names involved were John Brennan and James Comey. But there was political espionage conducted against Hillary Clinton, against Ted Cruz, Mark Rubio, and Donald Trump. And everything you think you know about the Russian collusion investigation is a lie. Well, it's all going to be exposed.
It's a fascinating story. There's so many weeds. I don't want to get too pulled down into it, but you can read Sarah Carter's piece. You Google Patrick Byrne and Sarah Carter, you'll find it. It's a fascinating story about how you got sort of dragged into the whole thing.
Oh, no, they wanted to immediately pivot off
this. I think the most important part, which you just explained to us. Now, let me talk, if I can, about cryptocurrency and your jump into it today. Go ahead.
Well, we have, for 5 years I've been involved in blockchain. So the main event is not cryptocurrency. It's not Ether or Bitcoin. It's the technology under it, which is called blockchain. We are reimagining the world based in blockchain. Everything from land governance and identification and medical records to to supply chains, but a key part of any society is a capital market. And we created a blockchain capital market called T0. It has come live as of today. I think as I'm speaking, they're putting out a release that the security tokens we issued last year have now reached the point that unaccredited investors can actually trade as of today.
Freaking time.
So there's a whole new Wall Street coming to life based in blockchain that is going to make obsolete the Wall Street that you're sitting in the middle of. And T0 is a leading player in that blockchain.
Well, I would hope it also made obsolete central banks. I mean, there is the whole side of this, which as a public policy person is of greatest interest to me, is whether I think the great damage that central banks can sometimes do to an economy might be undermined by your efforts in the private sector.
Hallelujah, brother. Hallelujah. Well, we have another company that is doing blockchain central banking. It's in Barbados. It's called BIT. It's got the first contract with central banks in the world to create blockchain central banking. That's going to be great for the world's poor. It's going to, for 50 years, economists have been talking about the problem of financial inclusion. The poor are not even attached to the system. Well, we're going to be able to do that through blockchain and mobile apps and biometrics. We're going to be able to do everything that these institutions like the big banks are supposed to do in those countries. We're going to be able to get done on mobile apps and blockchain.
Millions of people working in the private sector together. The amalgam is much more important and informed than a couple of old folks sitting in a room somewhere.
Mandarins. I call them the mandarins. The people who think that the mandarins should organize society from above.
I agree.
No, it should be peer-to-peer agreements.
I agree.
Thank you,
I agree.
David.
I wish I could talk you out of marijuana, but that's the only problem I have with it.
It's not a drug. It's a pot. What are you going to do if God comes back? You're gonna arrest her. You're gonna say you created this plant.
All right,
all
right. I'm not for arresting. Just understand that it's the drug itself that I have problems with. But it's always great to see you, Patrick. I don't want to end it a sour note. Great to see you. And again, your story is an extraordinary one that most Americans, if you care about the future of the FBI, at least, you should read it. Go ahead.
The DOJ are the heroes. We're going to have law enforcement in America again.
All right. We got to leave it at that. Good to see you. Patrick Byrne, Overstock.com.
Really? Okay. Let me tell you what I know about this story.
A lot to unpack there.
Yeah. This is what happened. At Freedom Fest, did you send it to Donna, that link?
No.
Yeah, go ahead and send it to Donna so she gets the right one. All right. Patrick Byrne, about 3-4 years ago or so, he was at Freedom Fest where we were, okay? And Maria Buta, what's-her-face, the Russian Second Amendment advocate, he thinks that she was just a girl from Russia that was Second Amendment, and you be Second Amendment Russia girl, and kind of cute and willing to walk around and know how to fire an AR. Then all of a sudden you're the new Republican, love you long time, and they'll use you to promote whatever the hell it is that they're doing. Well, she goes to Freedom Fest, and she sees Patrick. She introduces herself. She kind of gives him what up. Oh, I'm a big supporter, and you the man, and kind of whatever. And he's like, oh, all right, cool. And either later at the same one or the next year or something, I think it was later at that same Freedom Fest, she really, buddies up to him, hitting on him, whatever, and he's good. Patrick's like, yeah, whatever, you get in line, I'm a billionaire American. Well, of course, the fact that she's Russian and there's a billionaire, woohoo, boy, I scored, I get some. Well, she knows some people in Russia, and you come, some politician, everything, all of a sudden, you're the new agent up. Just like the FBI would want to talk to Patrick about her, I'm sure there's some former whatever KGB of the man of whatever the version is now of the secret something in Russia with her. So he kind of, sparks a, relationship with her, kind of just being nice and everything. And she wants to talk to him about something. There was something that was going on. She wanted to work with him on something, or she had contacts in Russia that he could meet. So we'll get you going in crypto and whatever. Freedom. It seems kind of off to him. It seems kind of weird. So because having worked with the FBI before during, he had a friend or something that he was talking about. But a lot of it was the lawsuit that he had on naked short selling, that he had discovery in this lawsuit. He spent 30-something million. I've been having him on since 9-10 or something. That's how I know him, is from the naked short selling thing. Well,
and actually now, because of a rule change, if he were to basically, because of the Trump tax code now, somebody, unless they're like a billionaire, would never do that, because they're actually not allowing you. And this is a quick little segue. So, he spent like $34 million to win 35. Well, how they're doing it now in terms of the taxation is they aren't allowing you to write off like your legal expenses. So he wouldn't. So now they would count that full like $35 million of profit when really only had $1 million of profit. So he would actually lose his ass winning money against Goldman Sachs now because of.
So they changed the taxes. You can't write off legal defense.
Thank you, Donald Trump, for that. Okay.
Yeah.
Quick aside.
All right. There you go. So this is, I'm going, all right, we have a contacts at the FBI. When the Russian little girl doing the kind of, he's like, this just seems kind of off, So I got the impression that he called them and he let them know, and they encouraged him to have a relationship with her. Keep it going, Well, if we're going to be meeting and so on, we got to have kind of a cover. Well, I don't know who suggested it, or I think, whatever, it doesn't matter. So in their texting between each other, it was kind of communicate where they're going to meet or something as a romantic relationship, okay? He's meeting with her somewhere, Vegas again, or somewhere, wherever the hell they were going to be. They got a 2-suite room, a connecting door deal. And by the time he gets there, she had, the ruse was, she's like serious about it. She's like, answering the door in her negligee or something. I mean, whatever. He's like, okay, I did not expect this. So I don't know if they had a physical relationship or not. I think so. And this was encouraged by the FBI. They said, yeah, she's going to want pillow talk on you. Be careful and get pillow talk on her. And if you both, make the O face, well, that's just a bonus. It's all good. Don't worry about it. So during this time, he's kind of reporting what's going on. Then, by the time they arrest her...
Taking one for the country. Service.
Yeah, he's
act of service.
He's being 007. So, she gets popped for influence. It was political. They arrest her.
She, met with, Donald Trump Jr. about, adoption or something for 5 minutes, and then he didn't, remember it, and so now I think that was the whole big thing.
They were just making this shit up. So... when they did this, he goes, well, after a year or so, the system will flush it out and they'll get somebody for, because he knew what was going on. Well, he didn't. She may be going away to jail forever and always, and kind of he's like, whoa, 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 whoa. So at what he thought was the appropriate time, he went public. He goes, look, and that's what he was saying there. I know everything. I'm not sure I'd be saying that.
Hope he's got some dead man switches.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was a good idea. But, he goes, I know exactly what's going on. So he made this public statement going, look, I thought, and I told them, she was just a young girl activist, one, getting in the head, he probably naive, that had the right idea, that using Second Amendment stuff to bring Russian and U.S. relations together. Because Russia, I don't know if they're disarming anybody or not. I have no idea. But she's, on this issue of Second Amendment, guns make you more peaceful, better countries of whatever. So when she did this, he's thinking that she's going to be exonerated and she really wasn't a threat or whatever. Oh, no, she's a top model Harry Red Sparrow of whatever. And he even said, she might be a Red Sparrow. So he was kind of concerned. But as time goes on, he's going, she's just a naive young girl that, is just, I think, what she says she is. Well, none of this comes out. He comes out, hell, I was communicating with the FBI, I was sleeping with the chick, I was telling you what was going on, and then none of that came out in her trial. None of that was used to exonerate her. There was no exculpatory evidence that I gave. You're just picking and choosing. You're using this as a political witch hunt and doing kind of you scumbags. And I'm not going to sit here and let you do this without at least telling the story. That's what came out in the last few weeks or whatever.
I didn't know any of that, so probably...
No, it was an article. That's what this guy was talking about. Oh, yeah, read the article and, Vanity, whatever the hell it was. And Patrick's going, and I'm sitting there, I know he's going, that was not the whole story. I go, that is not. You go, yeah, just read that, and it'll be. I go, no. He goes, that is not. That's some sanitized version of whatever the hell they did. He's going, yep. You want to know the whole story? I'm going to do a podcast with Ernest Hancock, and then we're going to get everything out one time. That's one thing. Donna, send it to him. If he ever wants to talk about and do, and go ahead and send the email. Pat said, Ernie says, look, you want to get it all out, and we just do the podcast, no commercial interruption, do the whole thing, get her done. Let's do it. I make myself available.
And make sure it's live streamed so that way you don't get Arkansas-cited. So.
Yeah. We'll live stream it too, whatever. And we won't even announce when we're doing it until it's like done, or something. So anyway, so Don, take care of that. Now, I know Patrick, and I'm telling you, he's legit. He has self-confidence. He's extremely intelligent, and he keeps learning more and more how the system really works. And how he learned, what really opened his eyes was 9, 10. They were trying to crush his company, Overstock. They were trying to put him out. And it was just to make money because they can, whatever it was. And he goes, there are more shares out that they're trading that are in existence, and they're driving it down with these fictitious naked shorts. And how the hell does this work? He went through.
And he's like a Stanford PhD in math.
Yeah, so the boy's got skills. That's why he recognized blockchain.
Like Warren Buffett wasn't Warren Buffett like one of his mentors too?
His father was the head CEO, president, ran something whoopy-dippy in, was it Berkshire Hathaway or something? So he ran that, and he's like, Uncle
Warren.
So he's Warren Buffett would come over, and he saw how smart he was, and he kind of helped him and brought. So he's like his mentor, physically in the presence of, was Warren Buffett. So with all of this, he still had a little America in him, and the worship of God. He's going, look, man, these guys on the field, they may be up, but the political appointees, all this, politicizing, investigation, all that, they're scumbags. And for him to say Barr is a big, giant nuclear icebreaker that's coming up on their little just beneath the periscope waves of the deep state, and you're going to plow through them. He goes, oh, you think he's going to know? He goes, no, I think he already does know. They're just, and that's what this QAnon thing is about.
Let's talk about blockchain now. So now we go, I don't want you to drop this huge bomb-breaking show on my show. Let's change the subject.
I tell you what's going. All right, here's Ernie's prediction. Any of you that are still listening? Okay, this is the prediction. When the 2008-9 crisis happened, that's when Satoshi Nakamoto did the white paper, and here comes blockchain. Okay, when he did that, it started. Man, boom! Here we go. Malcolm Gladwell wrote the book about 10,000 hours. You become an expert if you're 3 hours a day for 10 years or something like that. Kid practicing the violin. If I got, you're an expert. 10,000 hours. The reason Bill Gates and Steve Jobs were like the big guys, because they had early access to computers, bunch of smart little AV nerds at their school or something. They learned computers. They were the first ones to kind of figure it out, and applications for filthy, stinking rich. There's 15 gazillion guys out there smarter than, Gates and Jobs now, but, they were first to market. Blockchain technology, it's been 10 years, and it's now for the first time that we start to get these guys that have 10,000 hours. So there is a whole bunch of experts, here it comes. What's going to happen is when the economy takes a shit, when it goes again, when they do that and they can't fix it, it's going to go immediately to T0. Because anybody around the world can have an account without a DNA sample. Boom, I do it, no cost, it's on. Now, he's using biometrics. They're going, we just want to make sure this person's there. So they're going to have some kind of central banking, digital, whatever the hell. And then that's going to have off-ramps. And that's going to have paper wallets. And that's going to have, it's done. It's over. And the big bad guys
if you want to have
freaking out.
If you want to have it in a self-directed IRA, you can go to the libertyadvisor.com, and then we can walk you through how to get T0 in a Roth IRA to get tax-free gains in the event that it does go to the moon. But past performance is no indication, and
blah 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 blah. Yeah, disclaimer of whatever. Go to the Liberty Advisor and be healed. Now his T0 when this first came out, and Patrick
on your show.
Yeah, no, he announced on the show. I mean, he's been really good. He knows where.
And Colin Cantrell was on that show too. Like that's one of my favorite shows you've ever done, where it was you and Colin and Patrick, and then I think Colin then stayed for like 18 hours. That's pretty.
Was that one the one? Colin. That's the one that edits down to like a 9.5 hour just me and Colin on how freaking blockchain works. I go, today's the day.
It was like July 18th, 2017. I don't know why I remember that, but I've got like some sort of weird photographic memory.
Whatever. Very cool. All right. Well, Tim knows then. So Patrick announced it. Now, of course, Colin was interested in this stuff. So when he said we're going to do this T0, we got long story. What happens is when you have this 3-day settlement of trades, and I think they changed it to a day now or something, but it was 3 days. During that time before it settles, they're making up all kinds of trades and naked short and selling and buying stocks that don't even exist. I mean, it was just that's what this naked short selling thing that he exposed came out, and the motivation for T0 because it's T0. There's no time to wait for the transaction to complete, to settle. It's transaction 0. It's like T freaking not later. It's now. So that's the point. When I go in, I'm going, I want to buy into this. I already know where this is going. Give me some. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you a special investor, advisor, super duper net worth of you're allowed to buy into anything? And I'm going, no,
You're not allowed to get rich unless you're already a rich guy. And so now a year later, the non-rich people can then decide that they if you don't have enough money to lose anyways, then it doesn't really matter. I mean, if anything,
it just pissed me off.
And there's a lot of dumb rich people too, so.
Right. Yeah, they just know somebody. They're Clinton Foundation. Anyway, so he now is saying, yep, anybody can buy it now. So I asked you, what the hell is he talking about?
It means now they've had a certain vesting period that
T0 or Overstock?
T0 that the SEC. So when they first raised money, it was underneath a certain regulation that was probably easier to raise money or less scrutiny. So in order to open up to everybody, there's so many hurdles and costs and BS and all the yada 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 you have to go through.
Which ICOs bypass. In initial coin offerings, when they would do this, anybody would do it.
Yeah, now they're starting to come back to get their asses handed to them. Like one of the guys, Reggie Middleton, who's a pretty big, a lot of people know him. He's definitely on the scene. He was promoting, I believe it was Veritasium, along with like Bix Weir and Cliff High and some other YouTube personalities. Well, now the SEC, I just read a brief article yesterday on it. They're coming to get some, and they are charging him they're froze like $7 million of assets of your EFT to Reggie Middleton. So a lot of people, Reggie Middleton, he's been on Max Kaiser a bunch, and a lot of people in the space in this circle know who he is. And he did the whole ICO raising money, but and his whole thing is, well, I was selling a piece of software. I wasn't really selling a security, but the SEC is like, you know what, that's a security and you're F. So a lot of other people, that were in the Wild West days in 2017 who did it in America, they're starting to have their due now.
Well, Patrick went through it. He goes, no, I know what I need to do. And he has like attorneys, I think they were in Denver or something. And they were up at
Aspen.
Yeah, Aspen
Nexus.
when we were up there a few years ago and talking about this. And they're going, look, we have a way to do an ICO that is SEC compliant. And you can go, and it's, yeah, but I'm just a, 17-year-old coder that, I put it out and people buy and kind of, nope, got to go. This is what I'm talking about. Entry level, you have a solution, but you got to go through the compliance of you gotten paperwork. Now, of course, they're saying for the customer, and so people don't get scammed. And I'm going, how people don't get scammed? By a bunch of people getting scammed, and they go, I don't do work with that guy. That seems like a scam. Of course, then Tone Bezos says everything is a scam coin, but, it doesn't tell me anything. So how am I purchasing T0 now? Now, he told me, he said, if you want, just buy Overstock. It's kind of underneath that. Was that what you're talking about, or is T0 separate now?
No, you can buy the actual T0 token now, but I believe you have to go to the T0 website, and then their it's weird. I think their actually trading platform is actually called Dinosaur. I think it's sort of making fun of like the traditional system, like a dinosaur legacy system. And so once you create an account, and I haven't done it yet. I'll probably end up doing it today. I was sort of looking at this yesterday. I think you've got to do all the KYC stuff, but you can create an account as a non-accredited investor now by going through T0. So I don't think you can go on like Bittrex or one of these other exchanges to get it yet, and I don't know if that will be the case. And I do have an interview that I did at where was it, the Crypto Invest Summit with Jor Law, who at the time was like one of his top consultants for the T0 project. So, and I was trying to get it out of him of when non-accredited people could buy into it, and apparently now, 2 days ago, is the answer. So, not investment advice. I'm very big on the philosophy of what they're doing, and I think this is going to be the wave of the future. And I'd rather have it be somebody like Patrick Byrne than Goldman Sachs.
All right. I'm filling it out now. Dinosaur powered by T0, and you guys can't see. So I'm going.
I'd be interested to see what it's trading at today versus what people were buying it at. If it's actually maybe you may have lucked out, Ernie, by not getting in on the accredited. I
thought of that, and I'd take a look. I don't care. That wasn't the point.
That's the point. Yeah,
because a lot of the stuff they shoot up and they go down, and you're better off buy a little bit later. But I'm not sure. That it may be. Well, what other stuff do you want to do before we, sign off and do all our crap we gotta do?
I don't know. I mean, we've covered the watershed quite a bit. I mean, it's probably worth pointing out that the Dow Jones is also down 650 points too right now as we're talking.
No way! It went back up to almost where it was. All of a sudden, it took a dump again.
Yeah, so now it's back down to 25,625, which is less than what it was 2 freaking years ago, almost 2 years ago, January of 2018, when I was on the show talking about that now is the worst time to be in the VIX and everybody's complacent. 2 weeks later, the VIX blew up. People I know someone that was in a fund that lost all their money.
VIX. Now this is the volatility index. It's going up, down. Volatility of what? What are they talking about? And why is it an index that they're trading? They're just saying that it's going to be volatile or it's not going to be volatile. I mean, that's the question.
Yeah. So if you think so, I mean, what they were doing is a lot of funds were selling the VIX, so sort of like a naked short selling type deal, and because they were making money because they were thinking, okay, well, we can make a good premium by selling the VIX, and but the problem is if the VIX were to explode up and you weren't covered, that basically you could have your fund blow up. And I think there was 3 funds that actually went to zero. And one of my clients, they had some money with me, most of their money with me, a little bit of money with another advisor. Their other advisor put them in this fund, and they actually lost all their money with that other advisor. But luckily, it was a relatively small percentage of their net worth because most of it was with me. But yeah, they had part of their.
Well, how are you doing now? I mean, things are going up, down, and all your people like Bob, invest with these like woohoo, man. Is my money safe? I mean, how you doing?
No, we're safe, but we're not. We sort of started in the strategy September of last year, right before everything started hitting the fan, and the only thing that I sort of wish I did in hindsight was to sell the put options at their peak. So right now people have experienced very little volatility. I mean, sort of the worst case scenario is if the market just is flat and all this up down results in us essentially being flat. So and some people we've got some gold in there, some people we've got some crypto, but it depends on how much gold they have outside because if someone already has a S-load of gold, I don't necessarily need to then put them into gold. And if someone has a bunch of Bitcoin, then I don't necessarily need to put them into Bitcoin. So, people have been sleeping a lot more soundly with me than I think they would be if otherwise, especially if they're retired. And I remind you, I was very big on if you're retired to looking into at least having your minimum amount of needs covered. So let's say you've got $50,000 a year that you need to have in retirement. Well, let's get you that guaranteed as cheaply as possible. The cheapest way to do that is through an annuity. I'm using your son-in-law Tim Gustafson to help me out with those. And for right now, I was absolutely dead on when I was in January, came out with a podcast called why rates are staying low forever with Tom Hegna, who's one of the biggest guys in the annuity space, or potentially the biggest guy in the annuity space. And then prior to that, in December 28th, I had a podcast called When's the Next Rate Cut? And there was a 2% chance of rate cut this year. And now everybody knows that there's going to be a rate cut. So we are, I'm not money morning quarterbacking this. And for the people that did get into annuities, they're having way more income than the people who are sitting in bonds right now, way more income. And the deals that I got for people back in March are way better then than they are now, because and really, if you're thinking about this, stop thinking, give me a call, shoot me an email, because probably at the end of and actually Tim Gustafson told me this, that probably come September 1st, a lot of these rates on the annuities are going way the heck down, because guess what? They're able to hedge themselves partly by buying these longer term bonds. And so if you are able to get, 3.5% on a 10-year bond, and now you're getting, 1.5% on a 10-year bond, guess what? The companies are now not able to hedge their bets as good. So you're going to either get less benefits or have to put more money in to get the same amount of benefits, which is really the same thing. And you got to be proactive on this. So if you have right now, you're the average guy out there, you've got 40% of your money in bonds. It's a stupid idea. If you're, heading into retirement, there's other ways to do it. And, everything is, it's not cookie cutter advice. Because if you've got a whole bunch of money and, you live well below your means, maybe you don't need to do this. But for a lot of people, they're not in the camp of having way too much money. And guess what? You're going to go broke safely keeping, half your money in bonds if you think you're going to be able to retire off, 1.5% yield. And the problem is, if the Fed loses control, or when they lose control and the rates eventually do go up and the Fed has nothing to say about it, then you're going to get wiped out through interest rate risk. And so if you're on a 10-year bond and rates go up 1%, you lose 10% of your principal if you are then forced to liquidate. So it's all this stuff. None of it is going to be a surprise to me. Go watch the Anarchapulco speech. It's on my BitTube channel, or BitChute channel rather, about crisis retiring, and you'll see what's up and all that. But yeah, give me a call. And I hate to make this a big plug, but guess what? I made a big plug on this in January of 2018, talking about what I thought was going to happen, and that's exactly what the boat that we're in right now, when nobody thought that was coming. But unlike other people like that, rhymes with Peter Schiff, that we actually were making money on the upswing, because we were I didn't want to fight the Fed, and I thought the Fed was going to keep printing money and doing this manipulation, and I thought that'd be good for U.S. stocks. And so we actually, relative to him, we're doing way better than that. And then we got hedged right in time. And the only thing I really regret is not selling those put options in December. But yet, let's say if that scenario didn't play out and bad news became bad news again, well, then what? Am I going to tell my clients, oh, well, the reason why I sold your insurance was because I thought the news was going to get a lot worse, and I thought the worst news would mean that the Fed would then lower rates, and that would then cause the market to go up. But if that wasn't the case, which it was, then I think a lot of clients, especially who weren't libertarian, would not be very happy with me. So we still have the insurance policies on people's accounts, which on a day like today, those are skyrocketing right now in value. So for people checking their accounts at the end of August, if this keeps continuing, I'm hoping that the market crashes, so that way I can exit those put options for big profits, and then go on and sign up again through the 2020 election, because I think there at least is a coin flip chance that a Democrat will be in there, although most Republicans think
wow, so your status, a lot of your advice is based on which party is going to occupy the White House?
Well, no, a lot of people think that, take a look at, do you think that if the Democrats get in there that they're not going to massively try to raise taxes and and again, I've criticized Trump economic policy, to the sun comes home, and there's every other show I've done with you, I've talked about that. However, get Elizabeth Warren in there, which now the predicted markets actually show Elizabeth Warren actually pulling in front of Biden now. Warren makes, Bernie Sanders look fiscally conservative. And so either way, I think, no matter who's in there, it's just a perception. So it's not me that thinks that, okay, if a Democrat's getting in there, things are going to get way worse. It's that the perception, and the perception is the only reason things have been so good is because, God Emperor Trump is in there. And if he's not in there, well, guess what? A lot of people are going to shit their pants and pull their money out, and the stock market's going to go down, in my opinion. And, And I think there's at least a coin flip chance of that happening, especially if you've got more days like today with the market going down 600 points. But, it's been going up 600, down 600, up 400, down 400. And when you're at 25,625, down 600 doesn't really mean too much. But if we can start getting back down to 22,000, 20,000 again, then 600 points does mean quite a bit. But these are all signs that are indicative of an economy that's not the strongest economy ever, and that's all I want to say. So.
All right. Well, let's take a look at. I want to show the audience here real quick. The where we're at. If I can get the internet to freaking go. All right. So here on the top left, you'll see Bitcoin is at 10,346. So that's not like a big giant dump. Gold is up again, 1523. So that's been the highest since for a while. Silver's at 1733. That's been highest in a long time. And but it's not like $1 billion.
We've started seeing the gold silver ratio going down too, because it did peak out I think at 93, which was an all-time high, and now it's like 80 something. You could just do the math on that.
Yeah, silver is the one that in my opinion, if I had $1 million, am I buying gold or silver? And I'm going, probably mostly in silver.
So that's a better way to get to 5, turn your million to 5.
What?
So that'd be the better bet to turn your 1 million into 5 hypothetically.
Right. So this is silver is I bought another chunk because it hit like 1390 or something, like a couple months ago, and I'm like, oh man, I wish I had me some money. And then I had a little bit, and I'm going, I could do this. I'm going to buy some silver. So I go, do I buy crypto? This, that, and I'm getting a little bit of I'm really feeling good about silver being, because it went in the 14s, then it broke above 15, then it went down in the 14s again. Boom, that's when I bought. Now you pay a premium. It was like $1.80 or $2. I mean, it was it could be. I remember buying silver dimes at 79 cents an ounce under spot.
It'd be good to get either like Ed Buchos or Jeff Berwick on to talk about this, because Berwick did a really good video. Actually, he's over in Europe right now, but he did a really good walk and talk video about silver and all the things going on. Sometimes Ed can be a little bit boring, but his knowledge is pretty spot on. So he might be a guy you want to get on to talk about the silver markets.
All right, Donna.
Or David Morgan again. I mean, he'd be another good one.
The Orgasmo guy.
No, that's no. The Orgasm. That's Scott Danielson, I think.
Yeah, I'd like to get Scott on.
I've got all
Jeff
the contacts.
Berwick and
Ed Buchos.
How do you spell Buchos?
Bujos. He's Jeff Berwick's partner, so at Dollar Vigilante.
I've had him on, haven't
I? We were hanging out with him.
I
want
to talk about silver. The one guy. The Orgasm.
He's a crypto guy.
I know. That's why I want to make sure she knows it. What's his name?
I forgot if it's his real name. I have him on my Facebook as Scott Daniels. I've got his business card at my house. And
okay. Well, the guy that we did on crypto trading and the Telegram grouping of whatever from Anarchapulco. We'll talk about it, but I want.
I'll go find his stuff.
Talk about that. But what I really need is I want to do the silver thing, and maybe we can get Mahoney on. That would be cool. All right. So I'm sitting here looking at this. What I'm going to do is I got my own custom module thing that we'll be sharing with everybody one of these days, and I go into Dow Jones. Let's see what we got. Minus 750. Holy crap. Wow. I bet Zero Hedge is saying something about that, See, after the show is when I start doing all the...
We're too busy tracking down Ghislaine Maxwell and the coroners being the same. Yeah.
All right, let's look at the bloodbath here. Well, he's talking about Whoop, there it is. Second story. Dow futures dumped 700 points to critical support. One slide is accelerating. Oh, China's got issues too.
Scott Sorensen, that's his name. I've got his stuff right here.
The
Cryptogasmic guy.
Yeah, Cryptogasmic. Scott Sorensen. Cryptogasmic. Now I just keep going because making money is
feels so good. Well, the thing is, he's got a different name on Facebook, so now I can never remember what the real name is.
I know. I put my name on there. Just screw it, man. Whatever,
They made me put my real name on, or else they locked my account until I sent in my ID. So they forced me to. So I got reported.
Well, I'm sitting here filling out my investor BS with
T0 dinosaur.
Yeah, so I gotta do this. Maybe I'm gonna do passport. Does it want me? Oh, it wants me to take a picture. God dang it. Whatever. All right. So I'll finish this out. Now, on Zero Hedge, it goes, Dow futures dump 700 points to critical support 1. Tell me about China. China, we got State Department, doing advisory Hong Kong stuff, whatever.
Well, there is one thing I do want to mention about that, because Trump came out and was calling them a currency manipulator. Actually, the Treasury Department officially designated them as a currency manipulator. I'm not sure if that's still stuck or not. However, what is really interesting about that comment is what China had been doing recently. Obviously, they are a currency manipulator, just like every central bank. But what they were doing, and you'll find this fascinating, is they were stepping in to make their currency stronger. So actually, when they stopped manipulating their currency, when they stopped buying their currency to make it stronger, that is when Trump called them a currency manipulator. So they actually were manipulating it before. And the other thing is, if this whole trade war is to cause China's economy to get weaker, like Donald Trump was saying, then shouldn't Trump's own actions through the tariffs then be responsible for making the Chinese yuan go lower? So he's calling them a currency manipulator, while at the same time saying the Federal Reserve needs to cut rates by 100 basis points, aka manipulate our currency. And so it's like the pot calling the kettle black and all this stuff, but it's over everybody's head. So it's actually, they got labeled, they being China, a currency manipulator when they stopped manipulating the currency. Yeah. So it's just like, you can't even make this stuff up. But very few people have that type of knowledge to understand what's actually going on, which is probably why you have me on the show.
Yeah, well, so have people going to Liberty Advisors saying, Tim, you gotta help me out, man. Keep me. What are you doing? Trying to save wealthy guys' money? You trying to make them $1 billion? Both? I mean, what are you? What's your main
when
focus?
the price of Bitcoin was low, I was pimping the IRAs, and then now the price of Bitcoin is over 10,000. That we're getting people set up with the Bitcoin early adopter strategy. So I actually there's a small revamp to my website where I've got 2 different pages with tons of info. So if you go to the main Liberty Advisor page, the Liberty Advisor, you'll see that down towards the bottom there's like 3 check boxes. One of them, or boxes you can click. One of them is about the early adopter strategy and estate planning. The other one is about IRAs. If you click on those and give me your email, there's all sorts of lead magnets or all sorts of info on there through a lead magnet where, the top 10 things you need to know before you sell your crypto for a big, capital gain. You've got the, list of 75 different alternative investments you can make. You got, if you're new to this, you've got the, top 10 things you need to know before getting into crypto. So I've got the getting into crypto and getting out of crypto list. I've got, the top 6 mistakes, rookie crypto investors make. So depending on where you are at in the spectrum, that you're just getting into it, or, you're trying to diversify out of it a little bit, because, hey, you're sitting on $10 million of Bitcoin you bought for, $100, maybe it makes sense to take, $1 or $2 million and put it off on
Silver.
Yeah, and then you could, diversify into there. And through our different charitable giving strategies we have, that it is ridiculous. Everyone is a philanthropist. You're either going to be a philanthropist for the government, or you can, do what all the big guys and girls do and create your own foundations, get all these big tax breaks. And it costs more money to not, quote unquote, give away your money than to give it away based upon how it's set up. Because while you're alive, you're giving the money away to yourself legally through these charitable trusts. And it's what I've been spending now 2 years focusing directly on this, thanks to Ernie getting me focused on this subject. But if you are, let's say a guy that's 60 years old, or you probably want to be over the age of 50 to really, where it really starts making sense because of the tax breaks and how the stuff works. But, where it's a slam dunk is, hey, you're 50, 60, 65 years old, and you bought crypto early on. It is going to cost you probably 100 times more to not talk to me than to talk to me. Creating a win-win-win. And, Charlie Lee of Litecoin didn't really sell his Litecoin. He sold it to a charitable trust. I know what he did. He told me what he did, because what he did is what I'm helping other people who are listening to me right now do for themselves. It doesn't have to be with Bitcoin. It can be with stocks. It can be with be your own business, but you have to do this stuff beforehand. And maybe a trust isn't good for you. And believe me, most people listening right now, 99% of you, it's not going to be a good idea for you unless you got in really early. But there are other things that we can do. I'm the guy to talk to when it comes to that stuff. And actually now, if you Google Bitcoin Financial Planner, I'm actually now on the first page. So I just got that distinction within the past week or so.
First page of what?
Google. So if you search Bitcoin Financial Planner, I show up like almost very close to the top now.
Just automatically, or did you pay
No,
something? Or?
no, I didn't. I wrote a bunch of content, having the words Bitcoin, IRAs, and venture planning all in one big ass, blog thing. So
you SEO tricked it.
Yeah, but that's not my main forte area of specialty.
You're not on the list to not get listed yet.
Who knows? I didn't have enough coffee to understand that one. So.
No, I mean, you sometimes they'll go, we don't give a crap what you write, what you do. Tempechota's on the freaking list if you don't get promoted, and you're going to be on page 15.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, they're giving me that treatment on Facebook where if I go live, it reaches maybe 100 people out of 32,000 people following me. And it shows me how many people it reaches. I'm not just sitting up here, complaining about it. But that's why, I was focusing on doing other things. And right now that other thing is, helping people that got in early, save a bunch of money and not pay the IRS to go, put bombs on brown people somewhere. That's what we're helping people do right now.
There was one thing on this dinosaur.
Sell your Bitcoin and don't have it go towards bombs. .com.
Right. By T0, I'm doing this and everything. Are you a politically politically? I went past a page, but it was
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, what is it? You're politically exposed person or something like that. Publicly exposed political person. I'm going.
Like if your dad.
I don't know. Maybe I am.
Like if your dad is, James Comey or Hillary Clinton or something, and you're trying to
influence some policy or something,
or sometimes big like Marine generals or Army generals, that be on the list as well.
I don't know, man. Media, your talk show hosts, you're going to have a special category. They call it an influencer. Kind of imagine that if you're a big YouTube guy and you got 1 million followers. Does that classify? Are they going to have that? They're going to change it later. I guarantee it. You must comply. You're not allowed.
And then it becomes, what's that threshold, or and what's your reach? So who knows?
Yeah. I think I'm good.
Yeah, it doesn't apply to me. Yeah, it doesn't apply to me right now. So,
all right, cool. Well, thanks for hanging, guys. We're just yakking it here, entertaining those that got nothing better to do than listen to how the world's going to end.
We covered a lot today. I mean,
yeah.
Even though all the articles I wanted, my laptop shut down and didn't cover. I'm glad I remembered the Patrick Byrne thing because I was like, you know what, Ernie, this is right up his alley.
Yeah. It's top of the page right now. Go there. Donna's got it up. That's another thing on the equipment. Stuff is going. We're doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes, and I am, what do we operate on? Yesterday, last couple of days, the internet went out and didn't come up until right before the show, both days. And we're going to just do a podcast anyway, or we'll, save it and then we'll post it later. I mean, I got, a different skills, a way we can, we can do internet, or we can do phone, or we can do cell, or we can run it through the system. So I got, more options than a lot of people. A lot of people, the internet goes down, their whole freaking life blows up, and it's important for us, but I have also my computer, I just do a hotspot with my Verizon, or I got another little secret hotspot and none of their business. But, I can get access to the internet. So I'm just like, yeah, we're good. The problem is that a lot of people don't have the back. I just know better because I'm like grandpa. Grandpa always brings the extra stuff. But except this year at Jackalope, and I, didn't bring all my tools, and then I needed it. But I am of the opinion that we have to have another way of communicating. It is going to happen. It's ones and zeros. It will be ones and zeros, I can tell you that. So ones and zeros over what? Radio waves? Is it going to be from satellite? Is it going to be mesh networking? It's going to be not this. Whatever the hell they're doing on the internet and the DOD, we rule you. So I just want everybody to know that.
Speaking of DOD, let's change the DOJ. That Barry Hess just posted an article where Attorney General William Barr, not Bob Barr, and those, he's talking about police, this will make everyone safe, the police, suspects, and the community at large, he said. And those who resist must be prosecuted for that crime. We must have a zero tolerance for resisting the police.
On which what?
Well, on anything. So it goes, you will comply first and complain later. Basically, you've got no ability.
Well, that is, Mark Victor's thing. He goes, man, you don't argue constitutionality in front of a cop on the dark road out in the highway of that. That's not the time.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But it's just this whole slave.
But you videotape the shit out of it.
Yeah, but it's this whole attitude where because you see this time and time again where all of a sudden a guy could be on the ground, both handcuffs, completely complying, and all of a sudden
They're kneeing him to the head,
or the cop will be like stop resisting, and so it's just like you guys think. I know that most of you cops out there have 80 IQs, and I get that, but you don't think we're smart enough to realize that you're just saying stop resisting, so that way you could say, well, he was resisting. Didn't you hear me say stop resisting? So that's why I had to kick the shit out of him.
No. That happened in when was it? It was the 90s. Yeah, it was still in the 90s.
Remember it happens 20 times a day at least.
Yeah, well, it was a friend of ours. It was a quality, engineer that had his own firm in Mesa. He ran for U.S. Senate against Kyle in '94. He was county chairman of the Libertarian Party for years. He was, great guy. He's one of those just good people, just salt of the earth kind of, not the crazy libertarian, just a, American kind of whatever, cowboy hat wearing, dress, cowboy jacket kind of guy. And he was turning into a Home Depot, and they had some cones there. They were doing some thing down at the corner or something. I don't know what the hell they were doing, but he just kind of went through the cones to go into the parking lot. And there was a traffic control from down. I don't know what the hell was going on. So he goes and he stops, and he's getting out going into Home Depot. Some plainclothes guy goes, "Hey, you!" And he's like, turns around, it's just some guy yelling. It's like, I don't know, he's probably not talking to me. He just keeps walking, The guy goes, hey, I'm cop. You got to come back. You went through the cones over, 300 yards over there or something. And he's like, what? He didn't understand what he was talking about. And he's like, well, I'm going in the Home Depot. So he just kept walking. Another cop, plainclothes, gets behind him, and they talk, we're going to take him down. We're going to show him what. They're sitting there just building themselves up and threatening him as he's walking.
Conspiring.
And just a jerk with him. All of a sudden, boom, he's tackled from behind. They grabbed his hair, and they ground his face into the asphalt. Hot summer, okay? It's always hot here on the asphalt. But anyway, they put his face in the ground, and they just bloodied the shit out of him. And the whole time as they got him chicken wing behind the back, their knees on his back, taking his head and grinding it, sanding it on the asphalt, screaming, stop resisting arrest. They take statements from anybody around. What do they know? All they know is some guy was on the ground and the cops screaming, stop resisting arrest. Then they took a mace or a pepper spray and emptied it in his face, in his mouth. Then for 24 hours, nobody knew where he was. He was just gone. His wife is freaking out. I was county chairman at the time. He became county chairman later. I was county chairman at the time. And I go, all right, I already know where this goes. And we had the newspaper.
It's like the same way they create terrorists is that they're creating people who are now anti-police by them acting like assholes to everybody.
No, they picked the wrong guy on this one. So what we did is immediately we wrote a story about what had happened, that we knew, and put it in the paper, made a big deal out of it. I get a call from Mesa, Internal Affairs. Mesa Police Internal Affairs calls me and they go, well, we got records.
They must be pretty busy.
We got records. No, they wanted to do that. They knew what was coming because Mark Victor was his attorney too. So we gonna get some. He goes, we got records, and the people there all say that they heard the officers say stop resisting arrest. And I go, of course they did. You think I'm surprised?
First rodeo.
I go, let me tell you what's going to happen. I just want to make sure you know what's going to happen. We are going to do everything we can to get as much record and doxing and past performance and personnel record and everything on the officer that did that. Because I guarantee that that's not the first time. Yeah, that's what I thought, bye. So that's what we did. And it was just, and all of a sudden, all of Mesa, it was just a big thing. So they wanted to get some. Whenever we go down to any of the court appearances that he had to do, we go down there, whether he was there or not, or just as attorneys or whatever, we go down and check our firearms and then go in. Check our firearms, go in. We probably wouldn't do that now, but then we're just like, I was so pissed, and there was a big gun. We were making a point. This is why the citizenry are armed, because to protect us against assholes like that. Well, it was kind of amping up. So they didn't know what to do. They wanted, because he was an engineer, he has some certifications, and they have felony resisting arrest of whatever is a felony they wanted to go for. If they did that, he would lose his licenses and his livelihood and everything. So he's like, look, I get to stay out of jail. They do a misdemeanor, they plead down whatever, and I don't do time. I'm good. We'll do that. Mark goes down. He just can't do it. He sees it in their eyes that there's something cracking. He goes, no, I think we're going to go to trial. Walks out. Finally, they came back with some misdemeanor, little piddly. They didn't make it just all go away. They didn't dismiss it, but it was some piddly something. Misdemeanor doesn't matter. So I'm going, okay. So he kind of held out a little bit, got that. But Scott was scared. Him and his wife Barb, they were just like totally devastated. He has a bunch of engineer kids that work for him. His sons and daughters and so on. So he has a big family, and he has a lot of support. His wife died not too long after that of something. I think it was cancer or something. He just got remarried last year, so Don and I went to that. And people go into, he has this big giant garage where he rebuilds cars. He's got he's an engineer. He's got it going on there in an office there. People go in there and they see his signs running for U.S. Senate and everything. A lot of his friends go, you ran for U.S. Senate? What the heck? He goes, yeah, we'll talk to Ernie. But I go, let me tell you a story. That kind of thing. So it is much always the personal experience I've had with these guys being assholes. So I have and it's always the guy that did it. I guarantee he did it before. That's what we uncover.
I won't even go to Mesa just because of the police. Like, my dad was in Mesa, and I went to
South Scottsdale, same way.
Yeah, so I don't even. And Heather was like, well, "What parts of the valley would you move to?" I'm like, "I'd basically move anywhere except for Mesa. Like, I just won't even go there." Just look at I'm surprised the police were like, well, would it make you feel better if we just suspended him for $5,000 a month pension for the rest of his life? Would that make you feel better? Which is what they did with Phil Brailsford. They've I think they gave him like a $2,800 a month pension for killing the guy who was screaming begging for his life that they assassinated. And it's time after time. I know that there's a case where like an 84-year-old grandmother got beaten up. Like, I think another 80-year-old grandma got beaten up in Mesa. Everything is in Mesa. And it's just crazy that, at this point, it's like the cops in Mesa need to be like designated as terrorists at this point. I mean, I don't know how the entire place should just be shut down, which would be for me talking like this, which is why I don't go into Mesa ever. I went there for like a Ron Paul event. Oh, and what happened when we went there for a Ron Paul thing back in the day is when they put us in free speech zones, so, back in the 2012 debates when they had the big...
No, it's to the point now, during that time, we were in the mindset of trying to convince the populace and the press and the people that there even was a problem, that this was out of control. They were up. It was a dystopian nightmare of anytime you just don't, kiss the ring, or if you're vulnerable, if you're easy prey, if you're just, they need to make money, if just go along, get along. You live in the best country of them. Don't worry about it. Quit being a dick. Well, we were really pressing this stuff. I don't feel I have to now. It's not because I'm older and I'm just whatever. It's because so many people know, and this Epstein thing and all this deep state stuff, and I'm going, yeah, who the freaking was telling you this stuff was going on step by step by step by step by step in our newspaper? This was happening. Who was that? When was that happening? How long have you been doing that? Do I need to do that anymore? I don't need to do it anymore.
And actually, if Davi's here, if he wants to come in, that I made a post about basically trying to relate the frenzy that you had during the Kavanaugh hearing and all the...
Oh, yeah, you banned Davi.
Yeah.
Well, Davi banner?
He was the third person that got banned that day. So I just was on a banning spree. It's the first guy that really pissed me off. Well, Davi really didn't piss me off as much as a lot of the stuff that he posts is stuff that is more feminist, social justice warrior. I'm like, I don't want to see that stuff. I'll hang out. I think you're funny. I like hanging out with you, but I just don't want to see that.
It's not on Liberty Advisor page.
No, and so I don't want to see it. And then I know that there's certain, if he wants to come in here to, help defend. I don't like talking about people.
Tommy!
But then the big thing is I think that the main thing that I was posting about was, you know what it was? It was always believe women. unless they can expose, wealthy Democrats. And it was because, the whole, always believe women thing that was going on.
Well, now you got all these women in Epstein and everything. Yeah, but they're liars.
And then Davi's saying that basically he was saying that the coverage of the Epstein stuff was just as good as the coverage of and that there's no suppression of evidence. I'm like, all this fucking stuff was going on in 2008 and it's only being talked about now because he's dead. Don't tell me there's no suppression of evidence. And so I didn't even engage because I already know where he's going with it, and I don't need to waste my time because I've got other stuff to do. And so I'm like, and he was it was the other guy about the police that pissed me off, because this is the guy who, not talking about Davi, but another guy who voted for, Gary Johnson, and Bill Weld helped bring him in there. And, and this guy was saying, oh, well, you shared it. Now this article, it wasn't an article, it was a video of the police acting like assholes. And so he's like, and I'm like, listen, I don't need a libertarian telling me that of what police videos I can and can't post. And so I was already triggered that day, and then I deleted somebody else who I'd never even talked with, but they were just very negative. And then Davi just happened to be the third person that day that set me off.
Okay, I took a look. I took it. You got banned, man. You're banned. You're banned on the Liberty Visor banned.
No.
And I go, well, what'd you do? What is it? You defriended, or how's that work?
Yeah, well, I think I unfollowed a while ago. Then I defriended it because you were the third person, and your thing was the most minimal out of all of them. The other guy
I was asking you to substantiate a claim. I wasn't even claiming
because
anything.
the claim was so ridiculous.
No. I looked at it. I didn't even read it. I just looked at it, and it's like, well, substantiate this claim of whatever. So Davi goes, link, comment, link. I'm going, whoa, I banned you too. Shit, just say it,
But the thing is, all this shit was going on back in 2008 when
what
all
are we
this
talking about. What's going on in 2008?
Epstein.
Oh, okay.
See, exactly. The press was
so the point that I get the gist of it. What the point that Tim was making is that you have to believe all the women when they criticize, like Kavanaugh. Any woman says anything, I was touched, raped, done, whatever, you have to believe them.
Even though her dad was CIA and her brother was CIA, and then she was ahead of the Stanford mind control program of stuff I've already forgot about, but continue.
So you do that. Then you got when it's the left side and somebody comes out, well, he didn't go, she was trailer trash, or it doesn't matter, and then they don't get called on it. There's no big giant Me Too movement out there freaking out that you got to believe these women that were molested by Clinton or something like that.
Sure.
So, I'm going...
See, I thought you were talking about something going on right now, and I thought that there were people who were saying that Virginia Roberts was a liar or whatever, and I was like, show me that. Because I was
they're buried. They want to ignore it, so they would rather not
I just never heard... I literally had never heard of her. But it goes to the name, so that's why I went and Googled it.
That goes to my point that in 2000, that everybody knew, I can't remember her name, Blasey Ford, everybody knew about that going on, but yet all this Epstein stuff, I knew about this stuff back in probably 2010, and there's other people, I'm sure, like Alex Jones is probably talking about this probably in 2008, but the fact that he gets a slap on the wrist deal where, essentially he got 16 months of house arrest where he gets to be out for 18 hours a day and just checking in at the local Palm Beach County jail.
Yeah, that whole over a year he did there. A lot of people don't know. He was not there he only had to check in at night and left in the morning.
Yeah.
He went and got his massages, man. He was all good. He just slept there. That's bullshit. Somebody needs to have
the guy who then gave him that approved that sentence was Acosta, who was then Trump's labor secretary. And the 4D chess QAnon about this conspiracy theory is that Trump deliberately did that, so then people would then say, hey, Trump must have a connection with Epstein as well, and that now he hired this guy, and so they were trying to dig up dirt on Trump and Epstein.
This has been his modus operandi that I have seen what's happened.
It was a brilliant move. If that was the case.
This is what's happened. When he had Prince Priebus come on, which was the RNC chair, to be his chief of staff, I'm like,
slimy weasel.
The hell is that about? Everybody he likes this. They won't confirm, so he gets these appointed guys, a temporary appointed whatever, they're filling the spot of whatever. So he can go through them as fast as he wants. He's fired, and you're fired, and you're fired, and change another guy and fired without sending confirmation. He can do whatever the hell he wants. And I go, yeah, don't confirm him, you dipshits. I can do what I want. Then he has Acosta come in. If he knows Acosta is part of this Epstein thing, which we just watched the thing, Patrick Byrne was on Fox Business 2 days ago going, I know everything because of this. What was her, Matrina?
Maria Butina.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, I was thinking.
I'm going. Okay, well, that's some nadules right there, you know.
And you need to follow it up with, and I have a dead man switch.
Yeah.
So this, he has a lot of,
So the other sort of wrinkle in this one is that, to me, there's a significant difference between the Me Too movement, which is a populist thing that happened on the left among civilians for the most part, and that politicians then jumped on the bandwagon.
Before you go any farther, I don't want to just take this as fait accompli. That's how it happens. When people go, it's just this viral thing that kind of took off here, on what? On Facebook and Twitter. You think they don't generate this crap?
It doesn't matter.
You think they don't
it doesn't matter who
create
did it first.
these people.
People are involved. Civilians
are involved. Damn
so
skippy they're involved.
the thing that the Me Too movement is, and the hashtag Believe Women thing is, no matter who hashtagged it first, it is a populist thing. It is Democrats and leftists at the civilian level,
fueled by intent.
Oh my God! Can I make a fucking point?
See, I don't want. You're saying no. The people did it. No, they fucking didn't.
You're missing my point.
I'm saying a lot of these. Well, there's got to be credence. There's got to be credence to the fact. Yeah, there are people. There are 15 of them. There's 1,500 of them. There's 2,000 of them. There's 300,000 of them. There's something. But
I'm going to finish this sentence one way or
I'll let
another.
you. But there's more that is generated from the extreme, and I saw it with the Me Too thing while you were here.
Yeah,
they take the extreme left, the extreme right, they fight, the top 6% of the people, and everybody else is supposed to take a side. And who fuels that? Is it a bunch of people going stupid on everything? Yeah, probably. But how is it up there? Does that happen with other important stuff? Hell no, because it's limited and you're not allowed to even post. If you say something, it's gone. God forbid it be Christchurch or some shooting or some other bullshit. Facebook and Twitter control the viralness of these issues.
World Alternative
and I
Media is banned
guarantee they wanted this Me Too thing at that time, got pushed. Does that mean there's nobody out there? Of course there are. They're given a big giant platform and fuel voice more than they would have had because I guarantee there's 50 gazillion other issues that are more important that people care more about and do, and they suppress that. And that's why when anybody says, well, the people, I go, how the hell do you know? We don't even know if Epstein's really dead. And you're sitting there telling me that these platforms like Facebook and Twitter are manipulating the shit out of this? I say they are. Now, with that manipulation, you wish to say what?
Okay, so phenomenons like Me Too or Believe Women or things like that, they have a populist presence. Even if they were originated by elites, even if they're manipulated by Facebook and Twitter, millions of people are participating, and those millions of people are real people. So those phenomenons I encounter as conversations I'm having with real people in my life. People who are my friends and family or Facebook friends or people online or whatever, but it's at the civilian level. It's a horizontal discussion. When you talk about Epstein and not believing Virginia
what's her face?
Roberts, that is a decision that's made by somebody in a position of authority, a Democrat elite, somebody high up in some political structure who's like, no, I am individually going to bury this story. Yeah, that's a decision that's made by people at the top protecting themselves, and it's not a populist thing. It's keeping the populists from seeing it. So you can't point at that and say it's hypocrisy when you're talking about two different people. They're both Democrats, but this is a group of people who are upset about something who you can have a dialogue with, and this is a Democrat in power protecting their power. So you can't say, well, they say believe women and don't believe women at the same time, because we're talking about different people.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
No,
I know it's not what you're saying because you won't let me finish a sentence.
Oh,
but that was my sentence.
It's a long sentence. No, but this is what I'm saying. I'm saying they're going, well, they have these people that are, given credence and these people are not. When you have this discussion, if it comes from the people, those are the ones they squish. They only allow to go blow up what they want. And to think otherwise is to be fucking naive and stupid and not paying attention. When you have any of the big giant breakout stuff, if it's something that's important and attacks them, you ain't going to see it. I've been seeing it with this pedophile shit for 30 fucking years.
Yeah.
And I'm going, it does not get out. When it's what they want and it's the Me Too kind of thing, or, and this guy did and it's targeted for and hey, we hate this guy and we like this guy or something, sure as shit, they'll manipulate the fuck out of it. And I am going to sit there and think that doesn't happen or these things aren't created.
That's not what I said.
Okay, I'm like, man, don't even, the people, it rises up and I'm going, not so much, man.
I'm saying Hillary Clinton is a shell candidate put in by a shell, system. But all of the people that
and you
go
have no
out...
information on her just so she doesn't suicide you.
Yeah, I don't know anything about her.
I don't know. Patrick's done.
I hear the Federal Reserve has information that can lead to the rest of Hillary Clinton.
So no, but the thing is, both of these things are true. All right, Hillary is a Clinton that is selected by an elitist system, and she is not a populist candidate. However, all of the votes that went to Hillary Clinton, all of the votes that were from real people, are from real people, and those real people exist, and so there is
even
a
if
populist.
they're dead.
Well, dead people are real too, but
zombie dogs,
especially Epstein because he's not dead.
My point is that
zombie Epstein.
That both of these things are true. There is both an elitist component of these phenomenon and a populist component of this phenomenon. If there wasn't a populist popularity for Hillary Clinton, it wouldn't matter that she was selected by the system. Like all of the population that voted for Hillary really exists.
However, there's a certain outrage.
So what does that have to do? What do you mean? How do you equate?
I'm saying you can't just say, oh, well, Me Too was started by so-and-so, therefore it's invalid. There's a population that exists.
No, that is not what I'm saying.
Can I say, so basically, and I agree with what you're saying right now, but what there is that there's this whole outrage culture of people that are watching MSNBC, watching Rachel Maddow.
Plenty to be outraged about.
Yeah, and the thing is, there's a shitload of stuff to be outraged about, but they dangle out all this bullshit for us to be angry about.
Bullshit!
I mean, when they're never talking about, priests, raping little boys or all these big sex scandals that happen. Yeah, next.
But you can throw that mud the other way too, because the left is plenty upset about concentration camps and children being pulled from homes, and the right isn't.
Wait, this is exactly my fucking point right now. Because who put those cages in? Barack fucking Obama. Who deported more people? Barack Obama. Like leagues.
Okay, wait.
You're
doing exactly what I just said. You're doing exactly what I just said.
I'm just
you're screaming hypocrisy.
Yes.
And I'm talking about the population that's outraged, and you're talking about the elite.
Because they weren't fucking outraged when
that's
Obama
was doing it.
Because
that's not the same people. Obama is not the one outraged about concentration camps.
Because he was installing them, and then
populist
sitting there saying jack fucking shit about it. That's the point. Is that they were saying nothing about it.
A lot of them
didn't
know about it until
they didn't know about it because the same fucking media that's going through foisting things upon us.
You can't call it hypocrisy because the elites did something wrong and the populists just found out.
Okay. Here's a perfect example. What they're talking about is that the left and the AOC...
Not to mention you seem more outraged about the left's hypocrisy than the fucking concentration camps. Put your outrage in the right place.
Okay, see, this is how the argument... Here it is, right here. This is it. Occasional Cortex, what's her face? She comes out...
Alexandria, etc. Cortez?
Yeah, something.
No, which one? Say it again. We got to use real
AOC.
We are talking about her.
Alexandria Ocasio, is that how you say it? Cortez?
Yeah.
Occasional Cortex helps. It's easier for me to remember. Anyway, so you have
etc. Yeah.
AOC is out there doing the crying thing, the concentration camps.
So you're immediately impugning her motives. Do you think she's not upset about it?
Well,
I think it's a total political. She may be upset.
It was a random offense that she's crying over.
She's not looking for the real cause. She's not looking to stop it. She's not looking to make it better. She's not looking to work a deal with Trump. It's like, hey, let's go write something. I mean, they're not. That's not it. It's for 2020 election cycle. It is for them to get what. It's not for what.
President. It's about the 2020.
It's the whole cycle. It's Congress. It's Senate. It's Trump. It's what else issue does the left have? What issue do they have? What do they got? The economy? I mean, what do they got? So let me finish.
This is such naked collectivism, Ernie. What issues do they have? Individuals have issues. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has issues that matter to her.
My individual issue is that from my individual mind and my individual issue is this. The hypocrisy of certain people, whether they have access to the media or whatever.
Okay, can we agree only individuals can be hypocrites? A collective cannot be a hypocrite, right?
We can debate.
Collectives,
yeah,
so.
we can debate that in a little bit. I'm looking at the idea that they go, look, we have all these people that are coming, they're flooding in, encouraging them to do it. They're kind of
Who's
overwhelming.
saying this? Well, I lost the thread.
And now they're going to red flag me because of this conversation. Good job, Davi. Now my guns are going to be taken.
Here you have all right, I'll ask you. We'll do this Socratically because you're going to play Davi on me. You want to play Davi? Let's go up against Ernie.
Okay.
Are there or are there not a shitload of people coming to the border? Yes or no?
Probably, yeah.
Are they or are they not being encouraged by other people? Probably.
I guess.
Yeah, maybe.
They're being encouraged.
They're showing up with some cash and money and whatever. We got a bunch of people.
So wait, just get specific. We're talking about people in Mexico are coming to the U.S. border.
I don't people from anywhere. They're on the southern side of our border coming into America.
And they're trying to cross. They're kind of cross undocumented. So yeah, that's happening. Obviously.
Okay, happening all over. As they come in, you sit there and you go, all right, well, this is, you're doing asylum. If you want to come, I'm like, I'm kind of a, open border guy. I don't give a shit anyway. This is not my personal fight. I don't care. Okay.
Yeah.
So the government's always the ones complaining about more customers. And if you, had all these entitlements gone, I got all kinds of libertarian answers for whatever. But that's not the hypocrisy. The hypocrisy is with prominent individuals that have access to the media, that have either elected officials.
Right, we're not talking about immigrants anymore. We're talking about
Americans. We're talking about
Okay.
Operation Mockingbird.
So we have people that will see this and they'll go, how do we take advantage of this?
Sure.
In order
that's good capitalist thinking.
That's exactly what they're going to do. Rahm Emanuel, you don't let a good crisis go to waste. So they see the crisis, the border crisis. Yay, we got a crisis. What crisis? Where's the crisis? There's a bunch of people, and you have families being separated. You got little kids screaming. Then the right will go, yeah, but some of those aren't really their kids. I don't care. Okay? That's all ouch, quit it, and the numbers of, and I'm not down there, and that's not the point. You have children there that are being exploited by people that may not be their parents. If they are their parents, maybe they just want to come in. They go, look, I got problems. I don't have a job here. They're going to try and kill me in Venezuela. I'm a freedom guy or whatever. Let me in. So they need to have the manpower to process, to go through and say, all right, who are you? How is this? What's your deal? Classify, check off boxes.
Wait, who
either
is
they do that. The border people.
Why do they need this?
That's a requirement. For them to give them a political asylum, they ask them questions
if they are going the asylum process.
Okay, for the asylum process. So they sit there and they go, all right, they ask questions. So, well, if you got, 40,000 people sitting there and 3 people doing it, you're going to be a while.
Yeah.
So what do you need? You
need borders.
That'd be my first vote. But, so what do they say? We need to have more people to be able to process them. The Democrats, we don't want them processed. We want them there at the border because it is an advantage to us having this crisis and little kids screaming for mommy. So what do they do? They do not give them the resources. They won't vote them the money. They won't fill out, the law, the kind of whatever, to give them the resources to process these people doing that, because they don't care about the people wanting to come into America. They care about the issue. That's the hypocrisy to me.
Okay. So that is a function. Okay, well, let me back up a little because I lost the thread somewhere like 2 sentences ago when you said they need more funding and they don't want to give it to them. So
Congress.
So who is asking for more funding? And first it's ICE. ICE is saying we need more staff because there's all these people in line. And the Democrats say,
nope,
we're not going to give you funding for staff because we like the long line.
Right. Because we want, just let them all in. We don't want to process it. We just want to open the border.
All of these people making these decisions are like Congress critters who are voting on stuff, right? So the Democrat who works at Starbucks, who's upset about this, isn't a hypocrite in this scenario, right?
No. The point that you were making is that they don't know this. Had they known this information, they might have a different opinion. My point is they want to make absolute fucking sure they don't know it.
So you're waving this big flag saying, look, politicians are hypocrites. And I'm like, yeah, but when you say Democrat instead of saying politician, you're lumping in this vast amount of human beings
I'm not saying
that are
Democrat
horizontal to you, not congressmen.
I don't know, you didn't get me to say that.
And you can't say that those people are hypocrites because they're not the ones doing the manipulation you're talking about. They're not the ones in favor of the manipulation.
But they're the ones who, at this stage of the game, are too fucking stupid to realize that that the whole world around them is all basically a CIA mind control program.
Well,
that they
that's
are
not
being
their
bought
fault.
into.
If you're right, they're the victims here.
Yeah, it's
No.
I'm not.
I'm talking a hypocritical coverage of it. When you have the press comes in and they go, "Oh, look at this poor," I'm going, "Well, let's fix that. Well, this is how we should fix it." They say they fix it this way. Go fix it. They don't want to fix it. They like the problem.
And also, to liken this to a concentration camp, I think also is insensitive to people that were actually in concentration camps.
I come from a Jewish family, and I don't disagree at all.
Oh, really? Like in Nazi Germany, the Jews weren't sneaking across the border to get into Auschwitz. I mean, this is...
You're right. They're being detained for different reasons, but concentration camp doesn't contain the reason they're being concentrated. It's like saying, you can't say it's a prison because different things are illegal in Nazi Germany.
Well, a lot of what's going on is child trafficking across the border, where people will bring in children that aren't even there, so they've got to do DNA tests to them because we're trying to act like this stuff doesn't go on. But
no budget for it.
There's a selective outrage where no one gives two shits if Obama was doing it, maybe to a span that was 10 times more than Trump's doing it. But Trump's doing it, so now it's a big concentration.
But I'm seeing people on the right who don't give a shit now.
No. I'm not whether somebody cares or not, or the advantage of the hypocrisy to
that's
me
exactly
is
what
when
we're
you
talking
have
about, though.
we're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
You
Tell you what I'm
can't say
talking
the
about.
problem is outrage and then say it's not about what people care about.
Initially, we were talking about Me Too.
No, I'm saying it is media manipulation.
So you don't think it is valid to be outraged about this? You think
I think it's be outraged for the right reasons.
People are outraged because they're manipulated, not because it's outrageous.
People are outraged because they think it's going to give more votes to whoever Trump's running against.
I am outraged by the manipulation with false information.
Okay, but you're not outraged about the crisis itself. You're outraged about the manipulation.
But who am I supposed to be? It's like anything with government.
ICE.
Government's always...
Obama
Why is
and
it
Trump.
ICE?
It's fucking the whole industry.
Obama shipped out of this country way more people
How can you
than
say
Trump.
There are children being torn from their parents and there's nothing to be outraged
Because we
about?
don't
know if they are their parents.
What am I outraged about? What
Children
should I be outraged?
being torn from their parents.
Who should I be outraged with?
The people tearing children from their parents.
But we don't. But what if those kids were kidnapped?
Are we going to be?
Not really their
Are
dad?
we doing law? We're not doing law. Obama passed this law. We're going to follow that one or not follow it. Are we going to? Trump is supposed to do it. See, I'm for doing away with the whole thing, and I don't care, and whatever. But that's not my point. My point is that look. We have this law, this government, this process, and all that. All right, here it is. Let's do it.
How about the guy
we
that was
need to
picked up-
amplify and increase the workforce to be able to humanely and U.S. be good guys and process and make sure and whatever. No, because the Congress doesn't want it solved.
What you're doing is gaslighting, Ernie. It's exactly what gaslighting is. You have people who are outraged about things that are authentically outrageous. And
I'm not saying they're not outraged.
And you're saying your outrage isn't valid because you're manipulated.
Well,
that's what you're doing.
Authentic outrage.
That's what gaslighting
I'm
is.
saying what should I be outraged
You should be
about?
outraged that children are being torn from their parents.
Aha! Why?
Because children have a fundamental right to be
why
with
are
their
they being
parents.
torn from their parents?
Because it's a fucking fascist concentration camp.
Okay, why? Why is there a fascist concentration
Because
camp
it's a fucking fascist country.
Okay, why is it a fascist country?
Because
nobody ever asks why anymore. I'm asking why. Why is it a fascist country,
Because
Dobby?
because fundamentally what fascism is a collusion between government and private industry in a way that you get to subsidize costs and privatize profits. That's fundamentally like what it is.
Mm-hmm.
There are all these other external things that sort of are, the canary,
ancillary to that.
They're like the canary in the coal mine. They're the thing that's telling you that this relationship is
something wrong.
going too far.
There's something
and we
wrong.
are seeing lots of those canaries going too far. And one of those canaries is children being torn from their parents and being thrown in concentration camps. That's one of the historical markers that says your fascism is going too far. And so you got to be outraged about that, or fascism is going to keep going further.
Why and at whom?
You got to be mad.
What happens to me if I go sneak into Mexico right now?
You
what
should be
happens
allowed to do that.
And I'm not. I'm going to be thrown into a fucking Mexican
here's
jail.
the thing. You're either saying that Mexico's policy is right, or you're agreeing that Mexico's policy is wrong.
Well, you've now successfully taken the conversation away from what we initially were talking about was the whole Me Too, Me Too outrage culture of the selective enforcement of what you're going to be outraged about. In 2008, when all this shit went down with Jeffrey Epstein, where was the media? Nowhere. It was only guys like
you're
Alex
thinking
Jones.
that I'm arguing over the hypocrisy of people. Like you're saying, these people, if they knew, and it's starting to come out, if the left or whoever
And
is
I'm trying to tell them
if
that they're
anybody's
shadow banning on
outraged,
Facebook.
if they're outraged about children, 8-year-old kids, I got grandkids, to have them, picture them sitting in one of these camps without their mom and dad, hopefully you're trying to put them back together, without their mom and dad. They're sitting in this cage or doing whatever the hell they're doing with them, for them, force vaccinating them. I'm sure they're getting that. You have whatever's going on there. Man, I got empathy. I got sympathy for him. I'm kind of, no, the hell no. I would be, as a mother or father, I'd be on the screen screaming, crying, begging, whatever the hell too. That is not the point. My point is this. The people that get all outraged on it, whether it's Me Too, whether it's concentration camp kids, fill in the freaking blank. A lot of times, it's always out there in some other country or something else that doesn't have to do with what's going on right next door to them, their local politician or whatever. But, they're outraged. Should they be outraged about children in concentration camps? I'm going, hell yeah. Where's the fix? Who are you going to concentrate your effort? I'm just going to and scream and cry and get Trump and get Trump derangement syndrome or something? No, I want to go at the root. I want to strike the root. I don't want to be there playing branches or pulling leaves. Let's go to the root.
Welfare.
What is the root?
What's
is it
the root?
ICE? Is it Trump? Is it Obama that created this stuff? And when you find out that previous administrations did this and they are continuing it for an issue, and I go, all right, people, what do you think of this? This system was created. Somebody else comes in, Trump. I don't give a shit about Trump. Trump comes in and goes, hey, yeah, you're right. Melania and Ivanka are crying and telling me I better fix it. All right, we need more money and we'll get some military. Nope, not allowed. You can't. We'll sue you. You're not allowed to fix the problem. So I'm going, what is the hypocrisy? The hypocrisy is in the media. They cover what they want. The tech giants use Twitter and Facebook to manipulate what goes up here, which photo gets. We create this consternation, and their goal is not to fix the fucking problem. They don't want to fix the problem. They need the problem. So I'm going, when you have the information to trump this, for lack of a better term, you go, look, this is what's really going on. We don't want to see that. They push it down. Hypocrisy. That's the hypocrisy that I'm talking about. Not how people feel about it, not whether it's a tragedy or not whether I go, when information and facts come out to have a fully informed populace to be able to make a decision, you're not fucking allowed to know that because it doesn't fit our agenda. That's what I'm upset about.
Okay, so if you're being authentic and this is the way that you feel about this
feel this
issue,
way.
Then the way that you're speaking is not strategically sound. What you need to be doing is you need to be making a distinction between the elitists that are causing this problem and the population that could be on your side if you would just talk to them in that way. But instead, you're collectivizing them all together. You're saying the left, the Democrats, the people.
I don't say Democrats. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, you said the people who care about Me Too. The people who care about. Well, that's the population you need to be reaching out to if this is how you feel about it.
And guess what? We're not able to reach out to them because we're fucking shadow banned.
Because you're gaslighting them. They know this. They listen to you and they say, hey, you're treating me like my enemies. You're treating me like your enemies. You're obviously not my ally. That's what
I think you got to be careful to throw me in that because I've,
That's what you're doing right now.
Give me you're
just
pissing me off.
You just
I just what? Give me just what? Give me my just. I just what?
The people who care about Me Too. That was the phrase that you used for the category you're going to criticize. That category
the people that care about Me Too. What? Saying that's
what you said.
Yeah. So
triggered.
You
word
threw a net around the people who care about Me Too.
Me saying people that care about Me Too. So you're saying there's not people that care about Me Too. What are you saying?
No. I'm saying you're throwing a net around the people who care about Me Too.
Yeah,
and you're saying some of those people are elite Democrats and leftists.
I didn't say anybody's anything.
Some of those people are the media and the manipulators and the elites, and they're the right person to be mad at. But some of the people that you're wrapping up in this net of people that care about Me Too are the people who are upset at those elites, the people who aren't engaged in the hypocrisy.
Where's the criticism from the Me Too from me? I don't see what the hell you're talking about, Davi. I go, the people that care about Me Too care enough to engage, to go on, to learn, to watch the videos. They do. Now, some of them may just be, trolls and plants and they, whatever, and I don't care. But the people that genuinely, I care about Me Too.
You're throwing a really big net
I care about Me Too. I'm
people.
in that same category, and I'm still calling bullshit on the tech giants that are manipulating and saying, certain statements and certain things are more important than they really are according to the people. It's the techs that are doing it. And when you start going out about the thing about transgender bathrooms that we gotta have, it's a big. I'm going. Is this a big thing with a lot of
and
people?
You're alienating
is it
people
really?
Who would agree
is
with
it
you.
really? Who gives a shit? I'm not sitting there about trying to make friends. I'm trying to be accurate, uncovering the secrets and exposing the lies. I want to be telling the truth. I mean, I don't think I'm lying. I want to expose the lies.
More like slop.
Could Donna give me some popcorn right now? Hey, congratulations if you're listening right now and you've made it this far to the feed.
You pissed off Ernie.
This is exactly why I defriended you, because I knew that this is exactly how it was going to play out.
This is exactly where it would go.
I knew it.
I knew that you were smart for banning this conversation because it would do exactly this.
Well, 1 in a million times I was smart enough to do that. Most of the time I'm not. But I
I want to back up another paragraph. When you said that Trump had a solution and the Democrats wouldn't let it happen, and you're saying, what's the solution?
I didn't say the solution.
And so it seems like you're saying that you're criticizing the people on the other side for not having a solution. And from my perspective, I see.
Do they want them processed, through and get the kids out of the cages or not? No,
I do. See, you just did it again. You threw a big net around people, and they're not the same people. When you say, "Do they want this?" You're talking about the elites and the people you're criticizing.
I'm not talking about them.
I'm talking about
the media.
I'm talking
about the politicians.
Well, then
I'm
you're
talking
not
about
being
the parties. I'm talking about the people that want this issue so they can go there, put their head down, and cry. Well, does AOC really care? Does she really care?
Stop.
She really cares about going down there and doing that.
Well, it was like a random fence too. It wasn't.
I'm talking about the population. Because the population, the horizontal Starbucks employees, are the ones looking around saying, this is outrageous. How do we fix this? And a lot of this discussion is, we don't know. We don't know how to fix this. Somebody tell us how. How do you stop?
Rachel Maddow, tell me how to fix this.
Seriously.
Being manipulated and lied to by big tech and the media. Quit listening. They have no credibility.
That's not a solution. That doesn't get a kid out of a concentration camp, Ernie. How do you get kids out of a concentration camp?
Why does that not? How do you think they're staying in? It's because of it.
No, Ernie, that's not a solution. So either Trump has a solution that's being blocked by Democrats or he doesn't. Either you have a solution or you don't. And there are lots of people, not elites, people on the ground saying, what the fuck are we supposed to do with this? We don't know how to stop this.
I'm going, if you are not being given the full information to even be able to make a decision, you can't. You can't do a public policy, go in and say, I say this about Mike Rowe.
Public policy is the solution. Is that the venue?
I'm saying it's public opinion. People just do it.
Public opinion is concentration camps are bad. And then there's a disagreement about whether or not they are concentration camps.
No, I don't give a shit whether they're concentration camps or not. I got a little kid not with mom and dad.
So what's the solution?
You've also got kids who are not with mom and dad because
horizontal
they were kidnapped.
Starbucks employee people on both sides who are saying, what the hell is the solution?
Stop supporting the concept of government.
Done. I'm done with that. What now? What next? What's phase 2?
There has to be a phase 2.
The kids are still in concentration camps, Ernie. It's not a solution if there's no phase 2.
Well, if you're willing to take on the responsibility for your actions, go down and bust them out.
Is that what you think the solution is?
What about
that's an individual decision. Knock yourself out. Peace.
No.
What about the 4-year-old who's being taken across the border?
How much are you willing to do?
I don't own a gun.
What about the 4-year-old who is taken across the border who's not with their parents right now because they were fucking kidnapped as a child trafficking slave, and then now, through the DNA test and stuff, we can figure out if that Jorge over there really is his father or not, because that sure as shit is going on.
It's a minority of the cases, though.
Oh, minority of the cases. So just because of minority,
it's gotta be.
First off, Phoenix is one of the biggest child kidnapping places in the world. It's like second.
Yeah, Atlanta is second, I think. I live in Georgia. I follow this stuff too. I know this stuff. Okay, that's not the point.
And actually, there is a big amount of people. Then you wonder, how do they start coming across the border? Oh, because there's ads being sent to Mexico of like, oh, come up here and get your free Obama phone and get your free this and that. Which the Obama phone was coming from whoever their big gazillionaire was down in Mexico, Carlos Slim. And
I'm not hearing any solution whatsoever to the problems going on.
Okay, the solution is create an outrage, get Joe Biden in there, because Joe Biden, the one who helped bring the cages installed.
You're not being serious. I'm saying, is there a serious solution? Does anybody have
Democrats,
a proposal for a real solution?
I got 15 gazillion solutions, but none of them are anything that I would get behind or push. I mean,
so there's no solution.
Trump's got a solution. He's like, give me a shitload of guys to process them. We'll get them in a day. Rock and roll and send back the scumbags with too many MS-13 tattoos because I don't like them and they cough.
Is that the solution you want?
That's his solution.
I want to know what you think is a real solution to the problems going on.
Elimination of government having the ability to even have a border.
Okay, how? How do you get the kids out of the concentration camp?
See, that's not what you asked.
That is what I'm asking.
No, you're saying a solution.
There are
you got to be
massive
specific
problems.
what the problem is.
There
you
are
want
massive
solved.
problems. There are huge wars. There are people being torn from their homes. There was a dude. This guy was a freaking American. He just wasn't carrying his
give me your
papers.
solution. What's your solution?
I don't have one. I'm saying I don't know, and you're alienating the other people who are looking for a solution.
No, I haven't been engaged.
I don't know
I'm
how
not
to
on
solve
Facebook.
this.
I don't do all you guys crap. Ouch, quit it. Because I think it's all bullshit. Because I'm arguing with people that were promoted
you
up to the top.
said that the people at the horizontal level are bullshit. That's what
I
you just
am not.
said.
No,
and they're not going to be.
God dang it! You want me to play it back?
Yes, go play it back. Go ahead.
Nah, I'd have to stop and copy and paste. And
You're saying to the people...
No, I tell you exactly what I'm saying. Quit putting words in my mouth. What I am saying is the people that have the power to fix this or influence it or report on it or whatever are not genuine. They do not want to get those kids out of the concentration camp.
And the people without power need a solution.
And how come this wasn't being
And the first solution is to know that you're being lied to.
Check.
You're being manipulated.
What now? Lots of people know they're being lied to.
Holy shit!
Lots of people know they're being manipulated.
The entire 90s.
Phase 2?
The whole thing. Now we're phase 2, 10, 20 years later. In the 90s, we go through and we say, look, there is a problem. This is what the problem is. This is what they're doing. This is what's going to happen. This is how it's going to play out. Then it does. And they go,
okay,
wow, okay, well, maybe let's not do that anymore. The first thing is to know there's a fucking problem.
Okay.
The second thing is what is the solution to that? Well, not support the mechanism and institutions that started the problem. Quit giving these people the power to have the problem. You get the power yourself so you won't have a problem. And you go, but how do you get the kids out of the concentration thing? I go,
how do you
that's the first fucking step, Davi.
How do you
is that
actually
you don't do
solve
that
anything?
step? What, you don't do that step? What is it you're
I've
talking
already
about?
done
What
that
is the
step.
solution, Davi?
I'm already not supporting any of these things. I'm already saying, okay, I know the problem. I've been blogging about this shit since I wrote for Silver Circle, okay? Like, you don't have to tell me you're manipulated, you don't understand the problem. I'm saying people are sick of it, and they say, what are the solutions available? And I'm saying I don't know, and you're saying you don't know, and Trump clearly doesn't know.
No, I'm saying I do know.
Fucking knows. Okay, what's the solution?
Get rid of the government that does this.
Okay, how?
In your mind.
I've already done that.
So get more people to do it. Write more pirate letters.
If that's what you believe, you're doing it strategically wrong because you're calling the people you're saying you're trying to wake up bullshit.
I don't call people nothing.
Go play it back. You just called them bullshit.
I make declarative.
You said, I don't deal with that bullshit, those people out there. That's what you just said.
I am not dealing with people that are promoted artificially that may not even be people.
I'm talking about my friends and family who I know in person.
I know who I'm talking about.
People who
whenever I go on any of these debates, I see the debate. I see the stuff. I'm not an idiot. You know, when I got this stuff coming across, so and so, and people in the rage and the trending.
Echo chamber. You've got yourself on every screen in this room.
Exactly, an echo chamber. It is an echo chamber where the tech guys. I mean, tell me if you think I'm wrong. The tech guys, just so they have engagement, so they get this kind of rhetoric going across. You get people all impassioned. Ooh, I gotta type. I can't not type. God damn it! Give me my keyboard so I can say this to this robot. I'm going, are you fucking kidding me? They amp up extreme on this side to get a trigger extreme on this side, and then everybody's supposed to pick a side as if they were right. When the real option is I don't want any of them to have the power to take children away.
Neither do they.
Who?
The people I'm talking about. The people you're calling bullshit.
I'm not saying the people are bullshit. I'm saying the false representation of what that issue is represented on social media.
Okay, great.
It's bullshit. I don't believe it. I don't know what it represents. It's manipulated. So the engagement for me on social media with these people, be they people or not, is a total fucking waste of time. Because I think it's an echo chamber. You'll have it. It won't change. We were at Freedom Fest when Tim and I were there, and they're doing the immigration thing. You had Candace Owen and Wayne Allen Gag Me Root, up there doing whatever.
Against
America.
Doug Casey.
And then the other side was Doug Casey and the guy from India. I can't remember his name. So they were up there arguing, and the whole thing was, everybody raise your hand if you're for not, controlled immigration or legal and that bullshit, building the fucking wall. How many of you are for the wall? What was the percentage?
70-80%.
It was a overwhelming build the wall.
So they are not implementing your solution.
Hell no.
I don't think he was done with where he was going with all this stuff.
No, my point is that there are people that are triggered by this issue, and they put them in a category, and they're not going to change, and it's manipulated and pushed to create engagement, to create a problem. They're not looking for a solution. They don't want a solution. They whom? They, them, those. That won't leave me alone. It is not in their best interest to have a solution. Sure shit, not for Trump to get any kind of credit. I mean, that for damn sure. This ain't going to get fixed under him. They're pissed off that he's making peace with the world. The fact that North Korea and Russia, we're not like going to go to war over Hong Kong or something. They're like, oh my God, you're not willing to go to war for Hong Kong? What we got to fucking do to get you to go to war, Trump? So they don't want a solution. Who's they? They, them, those. Won't leave me alone. Now, when you say the people, when I don't ever, this is one thing, make sure you get my language clear. Whenever I'm on social media and it's kind of a big issue like this, I don't engage because I don't believe they're real people. Now, there may be, they're influenced by bad facts, manipulation, promotion of one side over another, making sure this extreme guy gets up on your feed here versus this extreme guy, so you got to have an opinion. I sat there and watch it.
What about the real people at the conventions I go to? Are they real people?
Sure.
Because I engage in conversations with them,
I
too.
do constantly.
So, I don't call them bullshit. I don't, disregard them because they care about me,
I don't disregard them because they're people.
I don't even disregard
online,
them.
You ain't people. You're online, thus I know you and you did, you're bullshit. You're not people. The manipulation, I'll give you that. Ernie said that they're not people online. Game freaking straight.
So there you go.
They're not people. Online, you're all bullshit, manipulated to pretend people.
But those are the people. Those are
pretend
the people. Those are the people who you are saying need to wake up as a critical mass. There are people behind.
Not them. Since when do I say Facebook needs to wake up? Fuck them. I don't care.
No. There are human beings on this planet that are both human beings and use Facebook.
Maybe.
And you just said all those people on Facebook are fake people. And some of those people are real people in the real world that use Facebook. Hear you.
Okay, people.
Say, well, shit, I guess I'm not his ally.
Okay,
I guess I'm not going to be part of his solution.
Yeah.
I guess I'm not going to believe the propaganda.
Okay, I want to be clear on this
because
here's Ernie and Davi, going to push it out of me. Okay, here we go. You go on Facebook. You have your friends, not friends, this, that. Because I got, thousands and 5,000 friends, 3 billion friends, whatever the hell it is. I get friend, I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't look.
Some of them are bots.
I don't look because I know what's going to happen. I could go on as an experiment right now, and I go, blah, blah, blah about this, something controversial. What's going to come back? Most people go like, I don't care, or I say this about that.
The extremes.
But within 10 minutes, there will be some bot troll extreme, some guy sitting in the basement, doesn't have nothing else to do, whatever, just go ape shit over here. Then there'll be somebody on the other side, the other side, going, ouch quit it, and never really get to what the issue is.
So
I don't waste time with social media because it's not just because of the people, because I'm not convinced they're real people. There are stuff that I'm going, God, this can't be. Then what do you find out? Years later, there's bots. There's AI. They manipulate. They control your news feed. They put up what they want to get you triggered. Now they got emoticons on there. But how do you... We think we know how you feel, but we need you to click on this emoticon so we know how you feel.
There was government contracts going back to 2009 where they were talking about we need, basically... contracts to go in there to basically mess things up in the comment sections, or not even have comment sections, or have bots to be able to because a lot of people are herd animals. They're involved in groupthink. They go down to the comments, and then that comment is going to influence their opinion because they don't want to be seen as having some sort of extreme opinion. They want to go along to get along, be on the winning team.
No, it's Chinese social credit score that when you go to employer an application, they want you come into the country, they want to know your Facebook.
And that's why the kids
so they
these
go
days,
see this shit. God forbid you comment to somebody.
And that's why
something.
these kids these days aren't even getting on it. And so it's not like I don't like Davi. Actually, I really like the comment he made yesterday about the Jewish law. In accordance with Jewish law, we're gonna go.
I'm waiting for the headline that Epstein will be cremated in accordance.
I'm
with
like,
Jewish law.
even though I did just unfriend Avi, I did laugh out loud about that one.
No, and I don't see, and I don't engage, so I don't have to do the friend thing. But I would have, if I'm got a business and I'm doing this and I'm kind of bringing out whatever I want because of this conversation.
Yeah,
ban Davi in a heartbeat.
So here's my point. If what you're saying is true, then you need to find a way as a communicator. It's the intelligent strategy is to find a way as a communicator to divide the fake people from the real people and find a way to communicate with the real people in a way that they're going to be amicable to your message.
Hello?
Right.
I don't know no bot that's listening.
Right, but what you're doing is using that microphone to call all of those people bullshit. So why should they listen to you?
I am sorry for the miscommunication. All people, I said all people on the Facebook or the feed that I get in Twitter, why I don't do social media, because I don't believe that they are people. And if they are people, they are manipulated by every one of them of what extremes each one of them gets on any issue is what they, them, those want them to get to benefit them. And to think that that doesn't happen means you're not paying attention.
I would like to address all 57 genders that are out there right now.
Right. Now, I don't even play. Yeah, I don't care. So when we're doing float, we have, Tim's communicated with Aaron and Kingsley, and they may come to the party Friday. Well, these guys have their own social media platform that they just released, and it's all blockchain-y, blah, 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 whatever, called Float, F-L-O-T-E. F-L-O-T-E.
You got it right.
.app. And they are, well, our policy is, and we have, whatever. So that's what you were doing your art for.
Uh-huh.
I want to change that and get that up. They're going to be here. They're going to be here this Friday. We're going to load that up. He's going to, as soon as we get done, you're going to get me live streaming on Float because we can, and we'll start, working with that. But this is exactly what I'm keen to. When I go on there and if I engage, I don't engage on any of this shit. I engage on Freedom's Phoenix. You want to know what I think? Ask me. So I go on there and I'll do some float. Okay, do we do mines? Do we do float? Do we do what? All right, man. I'll give you a solid. We'll start streaming and we'll start see what comments and we'll see. And I don't even care about the traffic. And I go, woo, but you got to go where the people are and YouTube and Facebook, and I don't care because it's manipulated. It's a wasted. I don't give a shit how many numbers I got. Ernie, you're not getting the benefit of the what benefit? I don't believe that fucking number anyway. So I'm going, Float, somebody I know. I go, okay, I'm looking for, and I told them, like when you were on the show with us, with them, I'm going, look, you want attention? You want to get traffic? You want, man, I'll QR code every freaking, put a vinyl of silly state as taxes are for slaves on every gas pump everywhere inside the stall of the bathroom of every high rise on the overpass. If we've done trash can fires, we've done this before. I will get tens of thousands of eyeballs going kind of look doom whatever. But why?
You wake up some minds. I get it. That's step one.
No, I mean, wake up minds is good. I just don't want to be on. I'm not going to go to a platform that's going to bullshit them. I go on and say, go to my Facebook page. You don't see Facebook page in our printed material.
Yeah.
Most people do that. They have a QR code goes to it. They go to my page. Follow me on Twitter. I never do that. Now, we have the icons at the bottom, and I showed Kingsley. I said, you see this icon? It goes to our Twitter, Facebook. And the Twitter's still up there. I didn't even know it. I didn't even look. For years. I don't give a shit. It's because we set that up back when we found out in 09 and 10 when we started doing it, when we were at the workshop there, we set up all our social media. And immediately, I can say, that was when the story started coming out that they were manipulating your news feed. And I go, I'm not helping with that. At a principle, I am not helping them bullshit my audience. It is not happening just because they're friends. They're family. I'm not doing it. So I'm going, where can I do it? I'd love to have a social media community. Freedom's Phoenix is that social media and technology and memory and the speed at which we can become our own social media with your own accounts and even your own pages and your own. It's been for decades set up that way. We may do that. So then I'm going to be in a position, well, who bans, how do you ban, filter? So we're talking about that. Tiger's working on it right now. We just talked about it last night.
But you're just solving the problems of social media. You're not solving the problems of concentration camps.
The social media, when you say these people have a valid concern, or they're not being hypocritical, or they know what's going on, I'm not saying, one, you're assuming I even believe that person's a person, and then the other thing, they're being manipulated, and they're having arguments over stuff that's bullshit. And I'm going, the solution. You say you got a solution. You damn skippy, I got a solution. Eliminate the fucking border. How do you do that? Get rid of the crown. So I'm going. That's what we're doing. Changing public opinion. This is exactly what happened. We got consent of the traveler. We got the kids going to be talking about. We address each one of these things, and you and I
have not addressed breaking people out of a concentration camp. I don't know how to do that. Let me take it down a notch, okay? This is a more specific problem I'd like to solve. Ross Ulbricht is in jail. He's a political prisoner. I don't know how to get him out. I can stop believing in the government, and lots of people can stop believing in the government, but that doesn't factually get Ross Ulbricht out of jail.
It's the only way he's going to get out of jail.
Well, so maybe. So the options are, you could either form a covert ops team and try to literally pirate him out of jail. You could break into the place like Pirates of the Caribbean, the first movie, and get him out. That's one possible strategy.
We could have all of Tucson's power go out strategically and have all the guards fall asleep.
And the doors open.
I'm not. I will neither confirm nor deny what kind of conversations go on once we're all out of Wi-Fi, but The other possibility is an army of lawyers who goes into the system and tries to find whatever wrinkle there is in the bureaucracy that can technically get him out. That's another option. These are
what's been going on.
That is what's been going on, and that's what the left does in the case of political prisoners and that is what the left is doing now. The ACLU, various.
Chelsea's back in jail. Assange is going to die. From all the treatment that he's getting, and Snowden's in Russia.
Right, but this
is the fake left.
This is something that people on the political left broadly have embraced as a strategy,
the fake
which is to
left.
send lawyers after the things they want to solve. Right? And don't tell me fake, because I was married to one of these lawyers for 7 years, and I've met dozens of them, and they're sincere people who are really
I call it fake right too.
Who are really trying to get but these are not them. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about real people who are really lawyers who really have decided not to pursue a profitable legal career, but instead to get into civil rights and send armies of lawyers after the problems in an attempted solution.
Facebook and Twitter is promoting the shit out of them, right?
Well, they're using Facebook and Twitter to promote for sure.
No. And I'm saying that the machine, the algorithms, the blah, 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 they're going, let's go give a leg up. Let's go help somebody solve a problem. Let's Facebook. We're going to promote this great and wonderful, rights-bearing fruit of effort over here. Well, they're not.
This is a strategy that works sometimes and doesn't work sometimes. It's not a root-striking strategy. It is an expediency strategy. But it is something.
Okay.
Is there a solution that somebody listening now could actually start going and doing?
Here's a solution. Here we go, solution. Everything that we've been doing on decentralization of everything. When you have a communication network, because I experienced it as an activist starting in 93. When we first got our own email accounts, and anybody could say anything to anybody about anything and learn and ask a question about whatever, back then, people that would come on these boards, these bulletin boards, they were libertarians from all walks. Judges, lawyers, doctors, politicians. Well, no politicians. But
Except for the Bill Weld supporters. We didn't let them in.
So, no, they didn't want to. Why would they come in? What good are we? We're just a few little kind of whatever. You ask any question, you get an answer, and it was solutions, okay? But when you started getting more and more influence that the internet had, what did they do? Yeah, it has way too much fucking influence. We need to ban, censor, and manipulate as much as we can, or we'll get like a Trump elected. And then he did anyway, and they're like, oh, holy crap, which may have been part of the plan for all I know.
And then Google came out and said we need to make sure this never happens again, and you had
of course they're going to do it. Of course they're doing it.
And now most of the media says, and conservatives are crazy to think that, and Trump is
That's the gaslighting.
These crazy conspiracy theories that the conservatives are being shadow banned on Facebook. Well, I can tell you right now, I've got I have 2 things that were shared 500 times a piece in the past week, and yet they reach like 6,000 people. So for every person that it's shared to, it reaches like 10 people on their feed out of the 1,000 friends that they have.
The other thing you got to realize is that I'm on Facebook because I understand that it's a manipulated environment, and it is the place to reach out to the people who are being manipulated. You got to go where the people you're trying to reach are.
I'm glad that you're there and you do it, and I know you get them thinking, a different way and so on. But for me to give credence to political thought and persuasion and groups and ideologies and what, it doesn't mean anything to me because it's so fake. So when you have there's people going to come out, environmentalists. The big thing in the 90s here, and a lot of our politics was environmental. They were really trying to push the environment. Of course, it took off and later in global warming and all that BS. But, environmentalism was a machine that they were using to control sustainable development. The sustainable development thing has been around, since, freaking forever. Kyoto Treaty or Rio, whatever. They've been doing this sustainable development thing for a while. So then you get Behind the Green Mask by Curie, which is a lefty, liberal, Democrat lesbian that, finally found out what they were doing because she was doing it as a bureaucrat out of San Francisco. So she's going, whoa, they are not for the environment. They're using this for developers to benefit from blah, 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 blah. So I'm going, yeah, they can come up with the information. So you would think, here's a left liberal lesbian from San Francisco going, look, she comes to our Freedom Summit, she comes on the show, she wrote the book, she's like, this is what's really going on. Yeah, I'm with libertarians on this one because it's all bullshit.
And so is the founder of the Sierra Club and the Weather Channel. All these guys have come out against what's going on in the modern
So
neo.
Is she with all those credentials and everything? How big a Facebook presence being interviewed on the left of whatever about? They don't want the truth. They don't want to know. This is so hypocritical. And I'm saying that is, so for me to participate in any discussion about anything on that platform, I know it's going to be suppressed. I know you're going to just trigger the troll of whatever is going to engage you and waste your time out, quit it trying to convince a robot of something. So I'm not paying attention. Screw them. What do? I
actually
go
run
straight
Turing
to the
tests
people.
On Facebook.
You run what?
I run Turing tests on Facebook. I have a series of dialogues. I engage with people when I think that they're robots. And I don't engage with them if I think that they're robots. If I don't think that...
Thank you for thinking I'm not a robot, Tommy. It does touch me.
So this is my point. You can't tell me all my Facebook friends are robots if Tim's sitting right here. Although we're not friends. Is that what... Is it you unfriend me?
We're not Facebook friends.
Okay.
I'm saying
I knew exactly where the conversation was going to go.
Oh my God, you're real friends? Oh, that doesn't count.
I knew exactly where the conversation was going to go.
For the record, I don't consider Facebook friends real. I don't care if you unfriend me or not on Facebook. I'm not offended. I understand that it's a platform and people use it and they cultivate their followings. And if I'm not the right person for your following, that's fine.
No, it's not about following. It's just I knew what you were trying to do and where the conversation was going and what your intentions were. And I knew what I was going to say and how things were going to go and how it was going to play out. And and we'll be exactly where we are right now. And it's just easier and probably more entertaining to do it now.
For sure.
And we almost ended the show like an hour and a half ago. So if you're still
everybody hung up. Now it's like, that's a real show. God dang it. Davi went work and he's like, well, where's Davi?
I'm almost thinking you should just go back and make it like a separate podcast from like when Davi comes on.
So Davi keeps catching me on this thing. I go, well, these people, these people to me are fake account behind a keyboard, sitting in whatever the hell they're doing, not working. I mean, they're sitting there dicking around doing this. That's one thing. But I'm just going, no, I have no time for these people that may very well be real people, but they're in an echo chamber environment that they have self-reinforced in their own chamber to believe that not only that they're right, but that they have wide support of the massive population of, which is not true.
Sure.
I am going, this is all bullshit. So I don't care. And this is what freaked the shit out of the Democrats and Hillary and them, because they believe their own bullshit. Trump wins, and they're like, what? Of course, that if you even believe it's accurate or Epstein's dead. I mean, I don't believe any of this shit. But the thing is they sure as shit did. They thought they were done. It's fate to come, man. bam, we're going progressive and, communism reigns. Well, woohoo, I'm already getting my, we're going to take from that guy and I'm going to live in his, his bathhouse or something. And I'm going, and then that didn't happen and their whole world crashed because they believed their own bullshit.
Might want to Clorox bleach it if it's Epstein's bathhouse. Just saying.
Right.
What do you do about the people that are not government, but they are on the right and they do want concentration camps?
Assholes.
I know, but what do you do about them? Like, if everybody stopped believing in government and that ended up a viable solution, there would still be people that wanted to round up Mexicans.
Well, Ernie said one of the best way to get rid of a bad law is to enforce a bad law.
Strictly enforce it.
So
I'm not talking about Ben Franklin thing or Jefferson
I'm
deal.
saying if you succeed and the population doesn't believe in government and they're willing to proactively go and do the things that they want as opposed to asking the government to do it for them, there are still millions of people in this country that think that the right thing to do is to round up Mexicans and find some way to force them out.
Absolutely. Don't give them a badge. Don't keep creating power and levels of authority for them to do it.
So they'd still do it without a badge.
Maybe.
Probably
not. But if they did, well, then am I free to, defend these guys? Because we have it here. You got people going down and providing water and stations and doing and kind of wanting to help. You have other guys going down with guns.
Going out there with their guns.
Yeah, with their guns and saying you're not allowed. And then you got people going back and forth. I mean, wow, that's the real battle. Who's willing to get their ass down there and actually do something? Then, because the only purpose for me of government, defense of individual rights. Boom. That's it. That's their goal. Not to tell me how I'm supposed to live or who I'm supposed to hire or where they came from or how they do.
Solving the concentration camp problem is a legitimate role of government because it is about human rights.
The first thing is not fucking create them to begin with.
Right.
We're not even talking about that. See, it's like whether Epstein died from homicide or suicide. I go, God, he's dead? Said who? I'm just like, where did that come from? The media said it must be true. It's exactly looking at this Epstein thing is the same way I feel about any other issue. Immigration, abortion, education, the relationship between the states and the federal government. Should there even be a federal government? Should there be even a state? I'm just like, this is all this argument they try and create what the options are. They'll have a multiple choice question and they get to fill in all four of the options.
Yeah.
Bubble this, bubble this, bubble this. And I go, I'm not even taking this. This is subjective kind of, kiss my ass. I don't want to be in whatever group that wants me to fill out this stupid questionnaire to begin with. And when you go through, like I just did the T0 thing, there's some political stuff in there.
Yeah.
What country you in, how's this, how much money you make, what classification you go fall in. I'm going, where did this shit come from? On a house, what's the building codes? How did I go? Who cares?
Yeah.
Since when does government care how I live? Well, it shouldn't fall in on you. You know who cares? The mortgage company. You know who cares? The insurance company. You know who cares? Maybe me and my family.
Yeah.
And if nobody else cares and I don't care, then what do you care? This is not. Is that safety for me and the children? Is that their goal? Fuck no! It's for somebody to make some money, some permit to be paid, some plumbing guy to have to get the. I went through it at my restaurant.
Yeah.
They go, here you have to have this backflow preventer valve and the blah 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 blah. And then all of a sudden, while I'm building it, they changed the code. It went from $60 to $600. And I go, no. And the only reason I got away with it is because Bank One Ballpark, Jerry Colangelo from the Phoenix Suns was behind. They're building Bank One, and the plumber that came in, he goes, look, I just put in thousands of this same valve that they're saying you can't put in Bank One Ballpark.
Sure.
Because they were building about the same time as my restaurant. I go, don't worry about it. I got covered. When the inspector guy came, I go, nope, you're right. I'll change it. For $600, I'll change it. But I insist that you change every fucking one of them in the Bank One Ballpark because of all the children that may be affected by blah, 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 blah. They came back with a waiver and said, okay, we're going to let you go. And I signed it just like Jerry Colangelo, Ernest Hancock.
Sure.
And that's how I send it back to him. Fuck them. It's not the reason they say that they're doing it. Over and over and over, and using computers and social media and AI to manipulate the shit out of everybody to get them and create a fight that may not even exist, but amongst a couple of thousand people out of 330 whatever million. It's bullshit.
So here's the pulse I think I've got on American society, right? Like right and left. I'm talking about libertarians, Greens, everybody. I think that you've got a very small group of people who are corrupt on both sides, and they run both parties and they run every institution. Then you've got a small group that's probably 3 or 4 times as big as them, but they're the people that really believe in government. They're the people that are voting and out there campaigning, and they're the people who join campaigns and like volunteer to like get Hillary elected, stuff like that. Those people believe in government and they're doing what they believe is going to be the solution. Then there's another group of people, let's say maybe 20%, 30% of the population, who doesn't necessarily believe in government, doesn't necessarily believe this is where the solutions are coming from, but they don't know what else to do, right? So they're like, I'm voting because I'm optimistic. It's not coming from knowledge, it's coming from hope that someone will be able to go into government and fix something. And then you've got literally, I think, the majority of the population that is not voting. They don't believe that the solutions are coming from politicians, but they're looking around and they're desperate and they're like, I got all these problems and no idea, no avenue, no step in the right direction I can take towards fixing it. And they already aren't voting and they already don't believe the politicians, but the problems don't go away. And so what do you do with those people? Because that group of people, which mathematically, if you look at the non-voters, like 60% of the population, like they are right and left, they're green and libertarian, some of them are totally not interested, but all of them have this like sense of desperation that there's nothing that they can do to solve any of this.
First, they have to get their mind right.
Well, I'm saying they have. They're not even voting anymore.
No, they may agree with you on a certain issue, or they may think that, putting little kids behind barbed wire is probably a bad idea, But what they're not doing is they're not understanding what the real problem is. They're thinking, a lot of times, this is what I run up against, there ought to be a law.
These aren't those people. That's the second category.
Now the second thing is what we're doing with all of this is I see 10, 20 years later, all these people, this is what they, them, those are so afraid of, that a decade after the 90s, a bunch of anarchist libertarians and the internet just started, everything goes in like 10 years. And I can see what it is. Malcolm Gladwell's 10,000 hour thing. You get, it takes about 10 years of every day on, to become an expert on something.
Sure.
So I'm going, they become an expert on the internet, become an expert on blockchain technology, then they become an expert on blah, 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 blah. So I'm seeing these waves. So all the stuff in the 90s when we're having these discussions, it's a decade later and all of a sudden, boom, Ron Paul. Then it's a decade, boom, it's blockchain. Then it's a decade later, boom, it's anarchy, I'm in space and they can suck it. This is what I believe they, them, those are worried about, this enlightenment, this awareness, this fourth turning that's coming. So as they're doing it, what do they got to do? They got to give the impression that there is mass adoption of whatever this idea that they have. And I'm going, no, there's not. They're lying to us. Most people don't give a shit. It doesn't have anything to do with them. Well, there are some people that really, really care. How do they get their opinion, shared? Well, one, have a decent opinion. Have it logic and reasoned and formulated and maybe put some cool art on it or have something that has longevity. Because all you got to do is come across, I used to say this, a new anarchist, libertarian or whatever, 3 months and a Facebook account and they're cured. Not anymore, because they go up there and they start asking these questions, going to these sites or looking. You are not going to get the information that you wanted to make an informed decision or find your tribe or find your group. You may find your tribe, but they are definitely echo chambered into believing a certain thing, and it's insulated from the criticism. And anybody that comes in on these BBSs or way the YouTube and the social medias, and some of the new social medias will be like this, here will come the trolls. They do it on Freedom's Phoenix. During the election cycle in the forum, oh, here we go. They come in. That's why I don't really push the forum or anything until we get to where we can do it the way we want and everybody can have filters. This is one thing that Tiger's working on. I want to be able to filter my own people because I don't want to do it. I want to let the people do it. When you log in, you have the ability to eliminate any writer on Freedom's Phoenix. I don't like this guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy.
Mm-hmm.
It will never darken your path. But then what do they say? What they always say. Yeah, but other people can see them. They're not about censoring for themselves. They want to censor for everybody else. And they proved my MFN point because I knew that's not what they wanted. They wanted to control what other people saw. Whether they're a robot, an agency, or whatever the hell, you're not allowed to do it. We're going to shadow ban you. We're going to this. We're going to that. You're going to get a low credit score, social credit score, or whatever. If you share this kind of information, you're a bad guy. Boom. And I'm going, this is not the internet that I grew up with. It's not the internet that we were promised. It's not the internet that we need, but it's going to happen anyway. And I'm going, look, these guys are done. All they're trying to do is get one more election cycle. Or whatever it is that they want.
But they're murdering massive amounts of people in those 4 years.
Absolutely. And the solution that you and I keep going on about is the ability to understand that government is not the answer. That you can have a force of just opinion. General public opinion. It is going to be when a significant minority, not even a majority of people go, nah, I'm good. I'm going to spend my money over here. I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to sign up for that. I don't give a shit about that. I don't care what you think of this. I'm going to homeschool this. I'm going to grow, my own damn tomato plant. I'm going to have a couple of fish, get me a few chicken. I'm going to learn to colloidal silver like cures, half of everything, a little zinc here, a little vitamin there, a little supplement, and you can suck it. All of a sudden the pharma goes away. All of a sudden the hospital stuff changes. All of a sudden I get free, blah blah blah. Hell, I go to Frank's office. I spend $500 and something to get my whole health care for freaking decade, $500 or something to test on this and do this and get. Then I'm done. So I'm just this little bitty anarchist general public opinion of quit thinking you gotta have health insurance the way they want you to. Quit thinking you gotta have, whatever it is, the car or this technology, or I gotta be on this app, or the FOMO, fear of missing out. I would have missed out. Good. You're probably better off. So this is all so bad because I remember what it was like before. I remember you walk through a metal detector that nobody was standing at. I don't even remember anybody, doing it. You get on the plane from a shuttle from Boston to Washington, D.C., and you paid on the plane with a credit card. I remember the day when we used to be semi-free, when you could walk people to the gate, when you could do, you don't even know. You don't even know. And to make sure you don't know, they protect you with their algorithm. We're not talking about that. This is what's trending. This is what's important. This is what's in the news. This is what we got to report 24/7. This is what I'm going, really? That's the issue? You think people give a shit about that while their 401k goes to crap? The house is going to plummet and whatever, while their car, is got to be returned. Really? This is it? To the point that then you don't have any of this other stuff. You got all these people thinking all this stuff is so important. They find themselves 33 years old, living in their grandma's basement, sitting there arguing on Facebook all day about why they don't have enough universal basic income. So I'm going, how did that happen? There wasn't a mechanism to make that happen until we had the mass media. It's been going on forever, but they really penetrated into the mind of entire generations because they believe that social media represents a majority of something, and it's total bullshit. And it's coming out, but there's no sense of urgency, except by the conspiratist crazy people that are saying that this for years they've been saying it. I don't get upset about it. This is the most upset I've been about this shit and everything because why? The same thing that happened with Jeffrey Tucker. Jeffrey Tucker's up at Pork Fest. They're doing Naomi Blackwell, what's her name, and Chris Pacia and a couple other guys are up there doing their thing. Blah 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 blah. They're talking about blockchain, the future of, and Libra. So they go, Facebook, private companies coming in, private company. Whoa, time the fuck out, okay? When the hell was Google, Facebook, all these guys private companies? When did that happen? Who's investing in them? Who are the ones that are encouraging this and that and over and doctor kind? It's all bullshit.
The same day that LifeLog was ended, the government's.
You know what he's talking about, LifeLog, Davi?
No, I don't know what that is.
LifeLog was it NSA or that was a government CIA? I think it was CIA. See how you had this thing, it's called LifeLog. It was Facebook. They wanted everybody to post everything. I mean, it was Facebook. AOL matured into Facebook. When Facebook started and Zuckerberg doing kind of whatever.
The
same day. They stopped LifeLog, and then Facebook the next day came on, boom, and that's where they went. And In-Q-Tel and money and kind of all went into Facebook. So to think from the fucking beginning that this wasn't the goal to manipulate an entire generation into what is the right way of thinking, you weren't paying attention. And I'm going, any participation in that to go find your people and everything, I call bullshit on it. And I'm going, where is the social media that I can use it? That I can ban, I can friend, I can whatever, I don't give a shit. At least they're fucking real people. Where is that going to happen? Is Float going to be it? Oh, give him a shot. Mines, I have Bill Ottman on, going on about that. Jeremy Kaufman on Library. They're going, we're the guys, until we're not the guys. And even Kingsley Edwards, what's he doing? He's creating this. I can build a really good social media thing, get so many users, and sell it and cash out, and I'm out of here. And then what's going to happen to it? I guarantee it. Because they can. Can they maintain, enhance, and expand their intrusiveness and control over the population, with whatever the hell fill in the blank? Yes or no? Can they? Yes, and they are. They are. To think they're not with the social media is to be so fucking naive and uninformed. Now, if you're doing what Davi's doing and what Tim's doing, we can go do some business. We can go communicate with people. I can go find some people to communicate. But are you changing anything? I am dubious because they don't let you. You're not allowed. The second it starts to take off, do you think I'm counting on Facebook? It's going to all of a sudden, Pirates is going to blow up because of Facebook or Twitter? Fuck no. They're going to suppress it as much as they can because of them, because of the search engines, because of fuck them. I don't care. I'm building it outside of them, which is why IPFS was such a big thing with me, because it takes it away from their control, and then you're going to find out. So while I'm sitting here, am I pushing my side and pushing the show, pushing it? Nope. We've been pushing, getting ready.
It sounds like
for
you're
this.
Describing a policy of falling behind. It sounds like it's just throwing sort of desperation and hopelessness on the situation, because you can't ever wake up enough people faster than they're being put to sleep. You can't ever roll back tyranny faster than it's being rolled out.
I don't believe that.
This is what it sounds like you're describing. You say, we've been doing this for 20 years. It's like, yeah, but it's still happening. The TSA is not going anywhere.
My biggest concern and fear, of course, is a government program that works. But but my biggest concern throughout the 90s, this is what happened. It's late 80s. My father does the economic, he's selling his trailer thing. They're exporting to Europe. I'm kind of, what the hell's going on? They weren't doing what they were lying. They weren't doing what they said. They were just trying to make money for freight forwarders. They got, my taxpayer money to give them lists that I wouldn't have access to, so I got to pay them. I'm going, that is bullshit. Don't sit there and tell me America, and freedom and export, and we're going to need to manufacture and all that bullshit, and then you're preventing me from getting access to data to do it that I use my taxpayer money to fund for you to have, then sell me. I'm like, who the fuck made up this decision? That's what started it. That right there. Bullshit. Uncovering the secrets, exposing the lies, and that pulling of that thread found that the entire idea of government works that way. Who gets the benefit? Who gets the money first? Who gets the, before it gets inflated? Who gets to have access to some stuff and other people don't? Who are the winners? Who are the losers? Who gets bailed out? Who doesn't? I'm going, who the fuck does this? Where did this happen? How did this come about? The solution is not doing it better. It's not voting for the right guy. It's not any. The solution is fuck them. We need to have a system that bypasses that. And where does it come? Craigslist. Well, what do they want to do? After they arrested Morpheus on the Bitcoin thing, he's going, yeah, well, this is just like a Craigslist transaction. I advertise on Craigslist. They go, yeah, we're going to get them too. They can't have people out there trading without permission slip or paying their taxes. It's going to start with cars and title transfers. They already did it with registrations.
You're kind of making my point, because Morpheus is someone who doesn't believe. He has made this mental leap that you're talking about as the solution, and he began to conduct himself the way that a free person does, and then they threw him in a jail cell.
Yep.
So this is not a solution for getting people out of jail cells.
It's a solution for people to understand that they shouldn't be thrown in jail cells.
He knew that before he was thrown in a jail cell. So did Ross.
It's not just him. When the solution to all of this is general, public opinion. And in the 90s, while we were doing all this stuff, what was my big effort? It was trying to convince people that their general public opinion should be that this isn't going to work. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. We had an initiative that said when the United States deficit reaches, I think it was $8 trillion or something, because the debt was like $4 trillion at the time. I go, when it doubles. It took us 200-something years to get to $4 trillion. I say, when it reaches $8 trillion, and it wasn't me, it was Manfred Alber, a friend of mine, that did this initiative we had in our newspaper and so on. He goes, when it reaches $8 trillion, I think it was 8 or 10 or what it was, then Arizona secedes from the union. This is the trigger that Arizona, we secede. Yeah, we're not going to be responsible for more of your debt, and we're good. And $8 trillion, we secede. The government, the media, everybody freaked the fuck out. And we had 36 initiatives. There was stuff about, fully informed jury, citizens grand jury, judge recall, education vouchers or something. There was concealed carry. There was, it was on and on and on and on. There's tons of stuff. Eliminating personal property tax, which is a car registration, which now they just gave the power to the head of the Department of Public Safety, the ability, they started at an additional $35 to register any car because it goes on the value. So I have some cars that cost $30 to register it. Newer ones maybe $150 or something like that. You get a new car and it's like $1 billion. So you can drive your own car. So they did this based on the value of the car, which is kind of the elitist bullshit, progressive crap anyway. But now they said, we got getting enough. We want $35 for everybody, and the head of the Department of Public Safety can change it whenever he wants. We give him the power to up it when he wants. Guess what he's going to do? He's going to up it. Okay? Well, what's the benefit to us? Well, maybe Highway Patrol won't be ticketing as many people or something.
ROADs.
Yeah, we don't need no stinking ROADs. They'll got they'll have that permit too, for my flying car. So during this time, what am I trying to convince people? That this stuff was coming. That there was a problem, that it's on the horizon. It's real, it's going to be bad, it's going to get a lot worse, and that's why those that knew we were going to spend and deficit ourselves into freaking oblivion, and that's why the politicians and the media freaked out about that initiative, because they knew it was going to go over $8 trillion.
The good old days when we're only at $8 trillion. Because government's bad.
Yeah.
But if you want me to help you get on float, I probably got to head out of here at some point, especially with the market down like 750 or something right now.
Yeah, but you set it up. You don't got to do nothing.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really worry.
Yeah, you go, I planned for that.
But a good time to call the people, be like, hey, told you so.
Yeah, see? Now you need to call, okay, you told me so, and you called Tim Pachot at libertyadvisor.com. He can hook you up.
Yeah, lots of new information on there. So if you guys go down to the site, there's a spot for early adopters where help you legally avoid tax, and then also the IRA stuff where you can have crypto in an IRA to also legally avoid tax.
Well, thanks to Davi for sparking this. But that's why it's like you clean up your language, Ernie. They, who's they? These people.
No, I get what
These
you mean when you say
fictitious,
they.
made-up
they
bullshit
is the clearest
people.
thing you say, because you say they, them, those that won't leave us alone. That's clear. When you say...
Well, I'm saying they, them, those got manufactured into more they, them, those of robots and trolls and bullshit on the media.
Speaking of they, them, those, it just came out that Epstein had a painting inside of his Manhattan apartment where it was Bill Clinton on a couch wearing a blue dress and red heels. So, like the Monica Lewinsky. That's just came out. Yep, lots of, and then apparently they're blaming the crypto collapse right now. They're saying that there's a deadline that's imminent where if people got letter 6173 from the IRS, that basically the IRS is saying you've got 30 days to reply to us, otherwise you're getting audited. And so they want every single transaction for these people between 2013 and 17, even between wallets. And I think like right around now is the deadline for the people that got those letters.
There's no way to even comply.
There's no way to comply, especially if you were out there trading.
Did I get one of these letters? I don't know.
Well, don't go around asking for one either.
Well, one, I didn't do any trading on.
But this is exactly why. This is exactly why. If you were on the grid and now you're all involved into the charitable trust planning, it's a way to legally avoid all this stuff. Like, boom, you want to go after me for giving my money away? My Bitcoin away?
To myself.
So this is a way to legally. Basically absolve yourself of a lot of those problems. Not for everybody. I mean, you're still going to owe tax on trades that happened before, but. If you're hodling for a long time, congratulations. But you want to think of it for next time when it does go up that you're not caught flat-footed on all this.
Well, thanks to Davi, triggering me, and getting you guys all entertained. But this is social media. That's why I spend so much time on looking for the social media that allow me to have my catapult channel.
Well, if people go 5.5 hours into this, maybe they'll have to make a note, be like, hey, and it really gets good, 6 hours into the show.
No, all those that suffered the rest of it. That's what they get. And tell your friends.
And come this Friday, we'll see. I'll be around this Friday if you guys want to say hey at Ernie's Jordan Page.
Yeah, Davi be here. We got a lot of stuff we're doing. We'll be fine. All right, peace, guys. Say goodbye, Davi.
Later.
See you guys.